In this video, we're sharing 19 customizations that you can add to your Shopify theme to help improve your conversion rate. We're looking at some of the best e-commerce brands to learn what it is that they're doing and using that information to help inspire customizations that you can add to your store. These are customizations that you would typically need to hire a developer for or install a whole bunch of different apps. But in this video, we'll show you how to add them into your store step by step. Now, there's a lot of information in this video, and it'll end up being several hours long to get through it all. Most of these customizations are standalone, so you can pick and choose which you like best, and you can also add them in whichever order that you like. To make it easier, we are adding video chapters so you can quickly jump back and forth between them. But it will be quite a bit of work. So if you want to save yourself some time and headache and download theme files instead with these customizations pre-configured, then make sure to join our newly created The Prompted Insiders School community. We're starting this community to help you fast track your Shopify brand's growth and provide a level of support to answer your questions in a way that's just not possible through the YouTube comments section. And besides the theme download files, we'll support you on all your technical issues with any of our tutorials, and you'll get access to exclusive member-only customizations and tools. And when you join, we'll also audit your store for conversion boosting ideas, and we'll be sharing our marketing strategies to help grow your customer base. So check it out. Link is in the description. All right, so we've got a lot of ground to cover. Let's get started. Our first and one of our favorite customizations is product swatches. So some of the largest brands in the world use swatches, and let's look at Nike. And we can see it's a great way to easily show your customers what your different variant options look like. Shopify has since released native color swatches, and we've also shown you how they work, but there's some limitations with them. So if you only need color swatches on the product page, then they'll work fine. But if you want to set other variant option types as images or add swatches to your collection page, then you'll need to use a different solution, like the one we're sharing here. So let's take a look. Okay, so here's our demo store, and here are the swatches. You can see some different things going on here. So first you have the variant image, right? So inside of the swatch. So this image here is just in the swatch here. You got your white image in the swatch as well. You have solid, just solid colors, right? So there's red and there's black. And you also have just an entirely different image, right? So you have three different options here. You can set it to the variant image, you can set it to a solid color, or you can set it to any image that you want. You also have the option to use it for variant options besides color. So here we've got material, and you've got your polyester, and you've got cotton, and so you can choose other variant options besides color to add these swatches in. And that's something that the native swatches from Shopify doesn't support. You also have the option to put two different variant options with swatches, right? And so again, with the native version, you only get the color, and that's the only option that you get. Here you can stack them, you can have two different ones. So that's sort of the quick demo of what it looks like on the site. Let's head over to the theme editor and go to the product page, and we can look at some of the settings. And so if we go to the variant picker here, we have this custom swatch area that we've added in. So the standard swatches, the native swatches are controlled here. We've added this custom swatch section. So we can change the shape, right? We can make it a square. We can turn it off entirely if we don't want it. And then we can also change the size, make it bigger and smaller. And then we also have a reference here to a meta object, which defines how these swatches are being shown. So what's inside them. If you're coming from version 3 of our product swatches, the settings here and really the function have not changed. We've just made it compatible with Dawn version 15. But if you're new here, I just want to go through all of these settings again so that you don't have to go back to the previous version to understand what's going on. But that's essentially it. That's our product swatches. And so if you want to add this to your store, then we'll move on and go through the instructions and the code on how to get this in. And I'll give you everything you need, so don't worry about it. I'll guide you through it step by step. Okay, so we're in our themes area. We've just installed a fresh new version of Dawn, and we're going to add our customization to here. This is Dawn version 15, so this customization is compatible with Dawn version 15, but if you're on an older version, let's say version 14, then you're going to have to look at the previous video, version 3 of our product swatches. There's been some changes between version 14 and 15, so we had to make an update to get everything to work and be compatible with 15, which means it doesn't work with 14. The first thing we're going to need to do is create some meta objects and meta fields. If you did the previous version, so version 3 of our product swatches, you actually don't need to do this because you've already done it, and we're just updating the code for Dawn version 15. But if you haven't, then I'll just guide you through it quickly on what to do. So we're going to go to settings, we're going to go to custom data, and then we're going to meta object definitions, and you're going to add a definition. And then you'll fill out the details here. Now, we've already created the meta object in our case, so I'll just open that up so that you can see, what you need to do. So let's go back to custom data. And there's the variant swatch map. So you're going to create this meta object here. So you're going to call it variant swatch map. You're going to create the first field. It'll be the title. It'll be called title, and it's going to be a single line text. And it's going to have this regular expression here, which is going to set the naming convention that is allowed for your title. And that's to prevent creating a name that the code, because the code's going to reference the title, it's going to prevent it from creating a title that the code can't properly read. And then the second field you're going to add is a JSON, right? And it's going to be called variant images JSON. And then you're going to copy and paste this format here, right? And you can find that on our instructions link with all the code. So you can just copy and paste that in there. Okay, so once you've created your meta object, then you're going to create a meta field with that meta object. So let's take a look at that now. And so we're going to go to products, and then you're going to add definition, and you will create the meta field. Now we've already created this meta field. It's called variant swatch map override. So when you create your meta field, you just call it this variant swatch map override, and then you make it type meta object, and then select the variant swatch map. And so it should look like this afterwards. And this is going to be used in your products if you want to have an override. If, say, certain products should have a special swatch or different from the main one, then you can use this. And so we'll take a look at what that means a little bit later. But for now, just create this meta field. And then once you've created your meta object and your meta field, then you can come back out, and then you go into your content area, and then go to variant swatch map, and then you can add an entry, and then so this is what it will look like. It'll just be a title and an image, a JSON, variant images JSON, and then you just add your two. Those are the two fields we created with the meta object definition, but we've already actually done this, so I'll just show you what it looks like. Call it variant swatch mapping, and then copy and paste the example JSON code into here, and then you can modify it with your specific situation. So in this case, it might look something like this, right? We have the variant name is color and material, but for you, maybe you're using something different. Maybe you're using style or something like that, but it should match your variant option name. So if we go to the products, the variant option name is color in this case. And so that's what that is supposed to show, color. And then the variant value should match your variant values in here. So you got black, blue, green, red, white. And then we have blue, green, black, red, and I guess we don't have white in there, but that's fine. And so if you want to specify something, it has to match exactly. And then the variant swatch should be a file that you've uploaded into your files, right? So, and it has to match the file name exactly, including the extension. So in this case, we've got bluerose.jpg. That's a file that's in our files area. So you can see here, this is our bluerose.jpg file. And then you also have the option to add a variant hex, right? And so this is going to be a color swatch that will make the solid color inside of your swatch. And so those are the different options. If you don't specify a swatch here, then it will default to the variant image. If you specify an image, then it will show the image. And if it can't find an image, then and you do have a hex in there, then it will go to the hex. So the priority, the order of priority is going to be the image, then the hex, and then the standard variant image. And so that's how it's going to work. If it finds an image, it's going to put the image in. If it can't find an image, it's going to look for a hex code. If it can't find a hex code, it will default to the variant image. And that's why if you don't put white there, then it's fine. It'll just default to the white variant image because it couldn't find the other two. And so that's how that works. You're just going to have to adapt this to your own store, but that's how you control what the swatches will look like on your store. So if you've already done this customization before, then you already know how all this works. But if you're new here, then then you're just going to need to use this JSON file to control your swatches. Okay, so now that you've done that, we can go back to our online store area, and we can actually first just view the store. And we can see here, if we go to our t-shirts, there's no swatches available. If we go to customize default products, variant picker, you can see here those options are not available. So fresh new theme, we're going to add everything in now. Now, before you start, if you're working on a theme that already has some changes, just make sure to duplicate your theme before starting. In this case, I can't because I already have reached the theme limit. So I'd need to remove a theme first before I can duplicate. But this is a fresh new theme, so I'm not too concerned about that. But for you, if you are working on a theme that already has some changes, just please duplicate it. So in case anything goes wrong, you can always go back to your previous version without trying to troubleshoot what went wrong. Okay, so let's edit code now. And in here, if you've done the version 3, you actually, a lot of the code is exactly the same, but you can maybe just copy and paste and replace the existing code just to make sure everything's clean. But if you're new here, then yeah, just follow the instructions and you should be able to add the swatches by the end of it. So let's start off with the main product.liquid file. And in here, we're going to go all the way to the bottom near the schema. So I'm just going to look for the word picker, and we're going to keep moving. Okay, so here, this is the variant picker, and we're adding our settings into here. So this is where the swatch shape customization settings are. So if you remember, we can actually go back. So in the variant picker settings, we have here the swatch, circle, square, none. That's what we're seeing here. Swatch, shape, circle, square, none. And we're going to add a couple settings underneath it. So we're going to copy and paste our settings right into here. And then we're going to save. And if we refresh, we should see some additional settings show up. Okay, so we've got now our new settings in here, but none of this is going to do anything just yet because we haven't added the additional code to look at what these settings are to affect the rest of the theme. So let's do that now. Okay, so we are going to go to the next file, which is the product variant picker.liquid file. And we're going to look for this loop right here, for option in product.option with values. And we're going to copy and paste some code just above it. And we're going to also copy some code below it. We're going to look for this option here, picker type button. And let's just create a little bit of space below this field set before the else here, and then paste our code in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take our field set and place it right in here as the existing code. Okay, and now we can save. Next, we're going to create a brand new snippet. We're going to call this product variant swatch custom. And we're going to copy and paste our code into here and save. We're going to create a new asset. So we'll create a blank file. We're going to call this component product variant swatch custom. And we're going to copy and paste our code into here and save. And then now we're going to go into the product info.js file. And then in here, we're going to be looking for this connected callback method of the product info class. And then we're going to add a call to a new method right here. And then we're going to add our new methods in here as well. So we're just going to go underneath this connected callback, and we'll place our new methods right here. So now we're calling this new method here. And so this is one of the changes in Dawn version 15 on how variant changes are managed. They're now in product info.js instead of the global.js file. So no changes needed to global.js. If you have previously done changes in the global.js file for the previous version of our swatches, then you're going to want to remove those and only do this here. Okay, so those are all the code changes. Now, if we come back to our demo store and refresh, nothing is going to happen. And that's because we need to go back to our theme settings and actually turn it on. And so here we can say set it to circle. And we can see here now the swatches have turned into circles or squares, for example. And so we can just save that. And we can refresh. And there we go. We have our swatches on our store, fully functional. Now, if we want to do a couple of things, like let's say we want to change this blue into like a solid blue instead of this image, we can go back to our meta object, variant swatch map, and go to our variant swatch mapping. And let's say remove the blue rows here, and then add the variant hex underneath it. Blue, what is... Okay, so the blue hex code is 0000FF. Now, just watch out. If you are using the variant hex version here, you still need to have the variant swatch in here, but just make it blank so that it can't find the image, and then add this in. So if you take this away entirely, you're going to get an error because it's expecting to find it. So just make sure you keep that in there. Okay, so let's save, and then we can refresh. And there we go. Your variant is now a solid blue. The other thing we can do is we can actually create a very product-specific variant swatch mapping. Okay, so let's open up a different product. Okay, and so here we have these sweatpants, and you can see here that the swatches are actually different, right? All products are supposed to be reading this variant swatch mapping. That's why we have it as the default variant swatch map here. But if you have a product that uses the override meta field that we created earlier, which I'll show you right now. So we're going into the prompted text sweatpants that we were just looking at, and we're going to come to the bottom, and we can see here variant match swatch map override, and we've set this to original sweatpants. And so in here, this is another mapping, and so we can actually do a custom mapping for individual products if the if you want the swatches to look different. And this is going to be important. Let's say if you have different products that have the same variant name. So like, let's say this is a black and this is a black, but your blacks are slightly different. Maybe it's a different shade or the image you want to show is a little bit different. Then you can actually customize that to be different per product. This is actually a feature that also isn't available in your native Shopify swatches. So this is another reason why you might want to use this customization. Okay, so that's everything. You should now have your own custom swatches on your product page that you can use for any variant option, and you can customize it to your own liking. All right, so next we have collection swatches, which complements the product swatch customization really well. Continuing with the Nike example, you can see that they make great use of collection swatches so that when customers are browsing their catalog, they can see what other options are available at a glance. It really helps remove that friction of customers needing to go back and forth through each listing to see what options you have, which may nudge them closer to purchasing. So let's take a look at this. So we're on our demo store here. You can see we have our swatches in the product cards. And if we just click on one of these images, then you can see here that it changes the color. Now, if we go into our quick add, we can also pop up the quick add window, and we can actually see that when we have our selection here, let's say it's red, it will automatically choose the red image here. Likewise, if we go into the product page, it'll just come to the selected variant in here as well. And so that's it in a nutshell. You'll also see it in other parts of the store. So let's say in this case, you have these product recommendations. Our product cards are being shown here. If you go to the home page, then the product cards here will also have the swatches and they will work. And finally, if you go to the search results, then you're going to see that it also works on the search results. So we have the product cards showing up on the collection page, the product page, the home page, search results, and the swatches are going to work in each one of these cases. So if you like what you see here, then let's look at how to add this to your store. I'll take you through it step by step. Okay, so we're in our themes area of our Shopify admin, and we're going to work on this theme right here. And so what this is Dawn version 15 with the product page swatches already added into this theme. And so if you haven't already, follow our product page swatches tutorial because it's actually a prerequisite for this video. Link is in the description. The reason why we want to do that tutorial first is because there's some foundational setup on how the swatches are defined that we're also going to leverage in this tutorial for the collection swatches. This way we have one place where we can define the images or the hex codes of our swatches that can apply across our website for the product page or the collection page swatches. Okay, so I'm assuming you're done now. Whether you are coming back from that video, just finished adding it in, or you've already done it and you're waiting for this video, well, let's continue. Okay, so like I mentioned, this is for Dawn version 15. Our previous video on collection swatches was Dawn version 14, so make sure you're using the right version of this customization with the right theme. But assuming you're on Dawn version 15 or any of the other free themes, also version 15, then what you can do is you can first duplicate your theme. Now I can't do this, it's grayed out because I'm actually at my store limit. But if you aren't in that scenario, then you can actually duplicate. So duplicate first, because if anything goes wrong, you don't have to worry about how to revert back. You just easily go back to the duplicated version. If you are at the limit, just delete a theme. You can download it first so you can save it, and then you can remove it from your store if you don't need it. So let's just quickly view our store. And we can see here, if we go to the collection page, we don't have any swatches applied here. So that hasn't been added in. That's what we're going to do now. So you've already duplicated your theme. Now you can edit code. And so we're going to go through here and make some changes to some existing files. We're going to create some new files. So here we go. Actually, one thing to do before we start here is let's actually go into the theme customization settings. And we're going to head over to the collection page. And we're going to verify a couple of settings first. So if we go to the product grid, there's this checkbox here for show second image on hover. And we're going to want to uncheck that. So this is good already. And if we go to our product page, we're also going to want to make sure that we uncheck this box for second image on hover. So this one is checked. Let's uncheck that and saving. And let's go to the home page. Let's check this as well. Okay, so we're going to uncheck that. Let's also make this all clothing. Okay, we're going to save. And then we're also going to check our search results. Okay, unchecked there. So this is what one of the first steps we wanted to do, because we're actually modifying how those images are showing on the product card. So if we hover over it, it just kind of makes it act a little bit funny. So that's why we do want to turn that all off. Okay, so now we can go back to our code editor, and we're going to start off with the settings_schema. And here we're going to look for the word card. We're going to come down to the settings here where we're going to see the card style settings. That's actually right here. So product cards, you can see style, image padding here. So we're just going to come below this. So you can kind of highlight this bracket here. We're going to see where it ends right there. And we can copy and paste. And we're just going to save that. Next, we're going to create a new snippet file. So we'll go to the snippets folder, add a new snippet, and we're going to call this card variant swatch custom.liquid. And we're going to copy and paste our code into here and save. Now we're going to create a new asset. So this is a new asset here. Create a blank file. We're going to use JavaScript, and we're going to call this card product variant selection custom.js. And we're going to copy and paste our code into here and save. And we're going to create another asset file now. And this is the component card variant swatch custom. And we're going to copy and paste that and save. Okay, so what we've done here is we've created a few new files. So the first one is going to control how the swatches are going to behave. And we're going to render this file in our collection pages through the product card code. Next is some JavaScript to control what happens when we click those swatches. And then third is a CSS file, which is going to control the styling. So that's the shapes and the sizes of our swatches. Okay, so now we're going to move on and we're going to edit some of the existing files. So the first one is going to be the card product.liquid file. And so this is what defines the actual cards here. So this is a card, and it's going to define what that looks like. And so we are going to modify it because we want to add our swatches in. And so right up near the top, we're going to beneath the CSS files here, we're going to paste in our code. Next, we're going to be looking for card__content. And we're going to see it show up once here. We're going to see it show up a second time here. So just above the second instance, we're going to create some space and we're going to paste our second code block here. And then we're going to take these two lines, so the card content and card information, and we're going to actually add some additional classes. And so we can actually just replace them with the code here by pasting it down. And now we've added some additional classes, which are going to just help it get styled a little bit better once we add swatches in. So we're just modifying how the spacing between the swatches that are coming in and this product title. Okay, so let's save that. And sorry, there's actually one more thing we need to do on this file. So let's come down to the bottom. And there is this else statement followed by some liquid code, liquid assign ratio 1. And so we're just going to come right above that else statement, and we're going to paste in this if statement with a span in there, which is going to close the opened span if we are activating our product card swatches. Okay, so now we're done with this file. Okay, so next we're going to the theme.liquid file, and we're going to come here. We're going to look for these JavaScript, and we're going to come right below it, and let's copy and paste our code into here, and we'll save that. And this just calls the JavaScript files, because the product cards actually show up on different parts of the store, right? Your collection page, your product page, your search pages, your home page. So we want to actually have this available on different parts of our store, which is why we'll do this on the theme.liquid file, which is accessible by your entire store. Okay, so finally we're going to do our search results, and we're going to do our related products. So just one small change in each of those files. It's the same change. So let's do that right now. So on our search, we're going to look for this UL element with the class grid product dash grid. Right, so there's a UL element grid dash product grid, and we're going to add our data ID in there. So let's copy and paste that right there and save. And then in related products .liquid, we are also going to look for grid product dash grid. There it is. And we will paste in our data ID and save. All right, so last change. We're going to the global.js file, and we're going to look for the class product recommendations. And we're going to come to this load recommendations method. And then in this if statement here with the recommendations, we are going to paste this line right here. Okay, and then we're going to save. And we have one more method to add into here, which is this one right there, execute scripts, right? And so we're using this line to call here, and we're going to make sure that it's a method that's at the same level as these other methods here. And so just like before, if you highlight one of these curly brackets, it's going to show you where it closes on the other end. So we can save that. Okay, and so what we've done here is we've just added a little bit of script to handle how the product recommendations work, because they are a little bit different than the regular product cards. So we have to add this little bit of JavaScript here so that we can get the swatches to behave properly. Okay, so one last thing to do is we actually have a typo. You can see here, this is supposed to say selection, but we have an extra S in there. And you can actually see in our theme.liquid file, it says here, it cannot find this file because we have this typo here. So we need to correct that first. So we can come here to our custom file, and then we can select and edit the file. And now if we come back to the theme.liquid file, that should be resolved. Let's refresh. Okay, perfect. So it can now find the correct JavaScript file. And so now if we come back to our collection page, and if we refresh, nothing is actually going to happen. And that's because we still need to enable the swatches in our theme editor. So if we come to our theme editor, you can actually go to the settings and then open up the product card swatches menus area. If you don't see it here yet, just refresh your page and it should show up because we added it in previously with our settings _ schema.json code. And so in here, you have this checkbox, enable product card swatches. And you can see here, once we save, or even before we save, that the swatches are showing up. And so now if we come back to our collection page, refresh, you can see here we have our swatches, and they will fully work. They're clickable, and we can do a couple things to show that it works everywhere. So let's turn on our quick add. Let's refresh again. Okay, so if we turn this to green, go to quick add, we're going to show up on the green page. We go into the product, we show up on the green variant. We come down here, we can see the swatches are working over here. Go to the home page, the swatches are going to work over here. So essentially all the product cards are going to be working properly. Now, there's a couple of settings in here that we can configure. So the first one is this lazy load variant images. So what this is doing is, if you notice on your page that maybe when you click on the variant that it just takes a little bit longer to load up the page, it's just maybe not as responsive, what you could potentially do is you can turn on the lazy load variant images. And what this will do is when the page loads, it will actually load up all of the variant images in the background so that when you click on it, it'll become immediately available. When it's off, what it does is it only retrieves the image once you click on the variant. So it's faster to load initially, but then it will call the extra images as needed. So sometimes the responsiveness might be a little bit lower. Whereas if you lazy load all of them, it might be a little bit slower to load the page at first, but then once you click it, it will be more responsive. So there's kind of pros and cons on both sides. If you have a really large product catalog with lots of variants, probably not best to lazy load because now you're loading tons of images in the background. But if you have a smaller catalog, then it might actually be handy to lazy load them. So test that on your own store. You're gonna have to test out to see which one performs better. But the option's there for you to try it out. Next is the color variant option name. So we have set this to color by default. If you have different variant names, you can change it to something else. So for example, if we change this to material, we can see here that only one of these products have the material variant option, but if they all had it, then they would show up as material in here as well. So if you've got style, material, anything else, you just have to match it to your product's variant option. So if we come back out to the admin, go to our products, and then go into our product, that's this variant option name right here, color. But if you have material here instead, then you can just type that into here. It just has to match exactly, and then we'll pull the proper variant option that you want to use. Next, we have here a variant swatch map meta object. I will come back to that, so let's skip that for now. Next, we have the shape. So let's bring this back to color. And we can change the swatch shape. So we've got circle right now. We can change that to square. And we can also adjust the size. So bigger, smaller. It's completely up to you on how you want to do that. Okay, let's come back to circle. Okay, so let's just save that for now. Now we have this variant swatch mapping meta object. If you've made it this far in this video, this is already probably familiar to you because you have used this meta object in the product page swatches. But just as a quick recap, let's look at this again. So we're going to come to our meta objects area, and we're going to open up our variant swatch map. And we can see here that there's an entry variant swatch mapping. And then in here, there's a JSON. So this JSON will define the variant option and the values, whether we use just the default variant image. So we haven't defined anything in here. We leave it blank. So you can see that here with the green shirt is the variant image. Or we might use a hex code, right? So for black and red, we're using a solid hex code. You can see that right there, black and red. So that's why they all look a little bit different. And that's how it's defined. But we also have this other feature here. So if we come back to our products and go to the original t-shirt, you can see here, if we scroll down to the bottom, we have this variant swatch map override option. And if in here, you can actually select one of the meta object entries that we created. And so you can see here, the prompted text sweatpants actually has a different set of colors, right? So the black is actually an image of a flower. Blue is a solid image instead of the flower here. Green is this other image, right? So you have a different set of swatches for this product. And so you can actually override the default variant images by setting your override. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go to the prompted text sweatpants. And we can scroll down here and we can see that we actually assigned the override value, original sweatpants, into our meta field, which is going to, which is actually defined by this JSON code right here, right? And so we have a different set of, it's going to have the same structure, but we define the image to be this, the green variant to be this image. We're defining blue to be a hex code, right? So that's why it looks a little bit different, because we have a different JSON set for this product here. Okay, so you should now have added swatches to your collection page, your featured collections, your recommended products, and search results. Okay, so this customization also adds visuals to your site, but this time to your navigation menus. Many brands use this to help their customers get to the right place, reducing unnecessary clicks in navigation, meaning they are less likely to bounce before purchasing. The default Shopify navigation menus don't have this feature, so we'll be adding this in ourselves. Let's get started. So this is an updated version from the level 4 that we saw in our navigation menus at 5 difficulty levels video. Check that video out too, link in the description. And here's what's been updated. We've added multi-level drawer menus with images. We've added drop-down menus with images. We added a backdrop to darken our page when opening the mega menu. And with all of this, it adds some extra code, so we've streamlined the steps to keep this as simple as possible. All right, so let's start customizing. So we're going to start with a fresh install of our Dawn theme, which we're going to make these changes on. But for you, just make sure that you duplicate your theme first, so that if anything goes wrong, you can always revert back to your previous version. So let's first go into customization of the theme editor. And let's take a look at some of our menu options. So we have, if you just click up here or over on the left side, header, you'll see that we have 3 menu options. So it's drop-down menu, mega menu, and drawer menu. And this is for your desktop menu. And if you're on mobile, then it says it's going to be optimized automatically. So if you actually check the mobile, version, it's always going to be a drawer menu. So if we come back to, if we just choose like mega menu here, you can see it still stays as a drawer menu. But if we go to our desktop, this is what the mega menu looks like. It kind of spans the entire top section of your page. If you got a drop down, then it's a little bit smaller here. And if you have the drawer, then it is similar to what we were seeing on the mobile version. Now, the mega menu is the one that I think is quite interesting. So let's update our menu items here. So you can go to online store, navigation, and then you can go to your main menu, which will take you here. And let's do something called shop all here. And let's just do all the collections. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a different layer. So right now you can see here clothing is layer 1, and then there's all these different clothing types as a sort of second tier. We're going to drag this entire section so that we have now 3 levels or tiers of menu options. So we've got the shop wall at the highest level, and then underneath it we've got the shoes and clothing, and then underneath each one of these you've got some additional collections. So let's save that, and then if we go back to our theme editor and just do a refresh and reload, and we can take a quick look at what some of these different menu options look like with that extra level. So we've got drop down, so let's take a look. Right, so we've got clothing and shoes, and then you can see here now we have some additional options underneath it. If we do the mega menu, then we've got 2 columns now, whereas before it was just 1. We now have these 2 columns which represent the 2 sub levels underneath shop all. So we've got clothing and all of its links, and shoes and all of its links, and that gets represented here in the mega menu. We also have the drawer menu where we can see the 3 different levels, but that's essentially it. That's a quick primer on the 3 different menu types that is available in our Shopify themes. So let's come back out to our admin, and we're going to go to look at our collections. So let's look at the clothing collection, for example. In here, we can see that we can set some conditions and all the different products that are selected based on those conditions. And we also have an image right here, which is the featured image of the collection. So if we were to create a collections list, then it would look at this image right here. And this image is important because it's one of the sources that we're going to be looking for when we're adding these images into our navigation menu. But it's not going to be the only way, because we may, for a couple different reasons, want to not have this image as our navigation menu image. So the first reason might be because we're using collections lists, and this image may not be the same one we want to add to our menu for stylistic reasons. The second reason is if we want to add a GIF to our navigation menu, then this featured image here doesn't support that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a meta field in order to handle that. So let's do that right now. So we'll go to settings, custom data, collections, and then add definition. And we're going to call this header menu image. And so it's going to automatically create this namespace and key based on the name that we've chosen. And this namespace and key needs to be exactly this one right here. So custom.header_menu_image, because the code that we're going to be adding later in this video is going to be referencing this exact namespace and key. So keep this as it is. And then the type is going to be a file. Okay, and so we'll save. And now, if we come back to our collection and scroll down to the bottom, you can see here there's a header menu image. So we can actually we can select a file and select any image that we want. So let's say in this case, I want to select this animated image right here. So let's select that there. And so now I have a secondary image that's associated with this collection, right? So we've got one here, which is the featured image, and second is the metafield image. So we'll save that. So keep these two images in mind because they'll come into play when we've added the customization so that the images can be in the nav menu. Okay, so let's come back to our theme editor and let's edit code. So there's a couple ways we can access the code. We can go here, edit code, or we can exit out. We can leave page because we were just changing the menus earlier, and we can edit code right here. So let's do that. So I'm going to separate the code edits into two categories. The first is going to be the mega menu, and the second is going to be the drawer menu and the drop-down menu. And the reason why we're doing this is because of how Shopify wrote the code. So let's start off by opening up the header.liquid file. So this code here is for the header section, right? And so if we go back to our theme editor, header section, these are the settings that we have in here and how it's being controlled. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be editing it. So let's come all the way to the bottom, and you're going to see here where it shows a section called schema, right? So this very last section is schema. So we've got the start and end tag, right? End schema, and everything in between there are all the settings that we see on this menu right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some additional menu options. And these options are going to be used with the menu changes we're going to be making. So what we're going to be looking for is we're going to be looking for the settings that control this desktop menu type, right? So there should be something called desktop menu type in the settings. And then the next setting here is going to be sticky header. So we want to place it right in between. So we can see here we actually found it. So the ID, sticky header type. And then up here is the menu type desktop, and we've got drop down mega drawer. So we can kind of see where the brackets start and end, and we can create some spacing. And we're just going to copy and paste our additional settings into here. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and save that. Next, we're going to be creating a new file. This file is going to be a snippet. So we're going to add a new snippet, and we're going to call this mega menu image custom.liquid. And we're just going to copy and paste the code and save. And then finally, we're going to open the header mega menu.liquid file, and we're going to look for a specific spot. So if we come down here, we're going to first see there's going to be a header menu, there's going to be details, there's going to be summary, and summary is going to end there. And then there's going to be another div. And then right between the div and this UL tag right here, we're going to create some space. And we're going to copy and paste the first part of our code. So what we have in this code is we have an if statement, which checks to see if the menu type is a mega menu, and also if we've turned on the setting for the images. If we have, then we're going to render the images based on the file that we just created. If not, it'll default to the standard Shopify method. And we need to still close off this if statement. And so we're going to be scrolling down, and we're looking for where header menu ends, and we're going to come up. So there's details, which is going to be this one right here. And then we've got a div. And so we're just going to go right above there. And then we're going to paste our end if right here. The last edit we're going to do is we're going to go to the theme.liquid file. And we're going to scroll down until we see the body section right here. And so we're going to go right underneath the body, and we're going to add this line right here. And so this line is to add the backdrop, which darkens the page when we open the mega menu. And this is going to be set as an option, so you can turn it on or off if you want it or you don't. But you'll see what I mean when we're playing with the settings for the mega menu. Okay, so now that we have that, we can save, and let's jump into our theme editor. So now that we've refreshed, you can see that there's some additional menu options that wasn't there before. And since the changes we made only apply to the mega menu, let's switch over to the mega menu and we can take a look at what this looks like, right? So our mega menu is still the same. But now if we change the menu collection image type to either featured or meta field, we're going to see some images. So let's change it to featured. And when we open it up, you can see here, we've got our collection featured image and our shoes featured image, right? So that's this image right here. And if we go to the meta field, then we can see now we've got that animated image that we added in the meta field previously. It doesn't show for shoes because we didn't actually do that yet. So if we come back out and go to our shoes collection and then come to the bottom here, and we can select any file we want. So let's just use a pair of socks because it's very obviously different than the shoes that we have up here. And let's just save. Let's actually save and then refresh. We can now see here that we've got our meta field images in our navigation menu. There's a couple other things we can do. So we can actually hide the title here. So if we check that box, that title is no longer there. So in the case where we add titles to our images, so let's say, for example, if we take our clothing to the top menu and save. So let's refresh again. So we've refreshed now, and we can see that the clothing menu with our different clothing submenus are underneath here, but there's no images because we haven't added the meta field in yet. So let's go back to featured. So we can see those featured images there, right? And so we have all these titles in our images. So we can actually hide the other title. So then it just looks a little bit more clean with, and relying entirely on the images. And this last option that we have here is a backdrop to darken the rest of the page when the mega menu is open. So if this is unchecked, what you'll see is that when you open up the mega menu, that the rest of the page remains the same. And maybe this isn't a problem when the background of your mega menu is fairly different from what's going on the page. But let's say if we go to one of these collections and we open up the mega menu again, you can see that the mega menu background and the page background is actually the same color. And so what we can do is we can check that box there. So we're just going to save first, and we're going to toggle this back on and save again. And now if we open up our mega menu, you can see here that it now darkens the rest of the page, which creates a very clear visual difference between our mega menu and the rest of the page. And it goes away once we've closed our mega menu. Okay, so that's the mega menu. Let's move on to the drawer menu and the drop-down menu. So we're back in our code editor, and we're going to go to the header.liquid file. And we're going to add some new settings, and we're just going to place it beneath our mega menu settings. We'll just paste that inside, and we'll hit save. And then next, we're going to create a new snippet. So we'll open up snippets, add a new snippet, and we're going to call this menu image custom.liquid. We'll finish that. And we're just going to, again, copy and paste our code and save. And now we're going to open up the header drawer.liquid file. Okay, so here we're going to need to copy and paste a code snippet in a couple different places. What we're doing is in our drawer menu, if you come back to our theme editor and go to the header, and let's open up the drawer, let's say. So in the drawer, you can see that there's these different titles, right? So it's the clothing, then t-shirts, long sleeves. So these are all titles of collections. And in the code, you can kind of see here link.title. And when I highlight this, it highlights a couple of different spots as well. So the title shows up a few different times, and we're going to add an image next to the title. So for most of these, we're going to want to paste the code right beneath this. And I'm going to take you through this because we need to be careful here. So I'm just going to copy and paste the first instance of our code, and I'm going to just create some space under this link title here, and I'm going to paste it in. For now, I'm not going to format it because I just want to visually be able to see where I've pasted code. So that's why I'm just leaving it here. When we're all done, we can just format the liquid so that it makes it look all nice. So we're going to paste it under link.title here for the first one. And then we're just going to look for other instances of the title. So this next instance we see here is with a button class of menu drawer close button. And we're not actually going to add it underneath this instance because this close button link is actually, if we come here, this one right here. So that's this back button. And when I tested it out, it just didn't look very good for it to be beside the back button. So we're actually going to skip this one right here. The next one is the child link.title, right? And so we're going to just create some space. And we're going to paste that in. But in this case, we have to update the link to child link because that's actually the object that we want to pass into our code here. And just a reminder, this menu image custom, this is what we just created earlier. Okay, so we've created that. I'm gonna now move on. So we're going to look for the next instance here, right? Again, this is a menu drawer menu item. So we're going to create some space and we're going to paste our code into here. And again, this is a child link. So we want to update this to child link, right? Okay, we're gonna keep moving down. We see title here. This is a menu drawer close button, right? So we don't want to update this one because again, this is the back button. And then we've got another instance right here, grandchild link. So this time, instead of link, it will be grandchild link. And we'll just keep moving down. One last one, link.title. So this one we don't need to change because this one is also link. And that should be it. There's no more other instances. We can save our file. And then we're going to do a very similar thing with the drop-down menu. So we'll look for the header drop-down menu file. And in here, we're going to be updating the code similar to what we did with the drawer menu. So we're going to look for the title, and we're going to see that there's a few different instances here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But what we're only going to be updating is these middle three here, because the first one and the last one is going to be for the links up in the navigation menu itself, and we don't actually want the images to show up there. We only want them to be in the items when we open up the drawer menu. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy and paste our code. Make sure you grab the one for the drop-down menu. It's not the same as the drawer menu one, even though they look very similar. And we're going to copy and paste right here. And so just make sure that if it's a child link, it matches. So just like what we did with the drawer. So, okay, so we'll look for title again, right here. And we're going to create some space. And we're going to paste that in. Again, child link matches. That's great. And then one more. This time it's a grandchild link. So we need to update this to make sure it matches. One last change we need to make to the header dropdown menu.liquid file is we're going to come back to the top of the file and we're going to look for this UL here, header menu list. And it's going to be header submenu, list menu disclosure. Right after that, we're going to create a space and we're going to add a class. It's going to be called list menu images. And we're just going to save. And then let's head over to the theme editor. And so now if we open up our drawer, it's still the default version, no images. But what we can do is we can come down here. We've got our new settings for the drop down and drawer menus. And it's a similar type of concept where we can change it to the image type that we want. So let's use the featured image. We open up our drawer and we can see that we've got some featured images. If there are no featured images associated with that collection, so this is shop all, we can come back out and take a look at shop all. Actually, it's not even on here because it's the all collections. But essentially, if there's no image in the that's been assigned in the featured image here, it just won't show the image. And we can go into a deeper menu, and we can see all of our collections. And same thing here, we can go and look at our shoes. We can go into even the third tier with the black shoes and white shoes. Similarly, we can go to the drop-down menu, and if we open this up, there will be no images because we're on the default. But if we change this to featured, then we can open this up and we'll see all of our collections with their images. And if we go over to the meta field, so we have to make sure to do the drop-down menu image meta field, then we're not going to see too many images because we actually haven't assigned them yet. So with the shoes, we did assign the meta field there. With these ones, we haven't. So let's say choose the t-shirt one, and let's assign an image into our meta field for the t-shirt. In fact, I'm going to select the animated one. We'll save. Let's save and refresh. Okay, so there we go. We can actually see the animated image for t-shirts, and we can also just add images to all of our different collections as well. Same thing with the drawer menu. If we select drawer and then use the meta field, then when we open this up, we're going to see our animated image in our drawer menu. So let's change this back to the featured image, and then let's stay with the drawer. So we can save that, and let's just take a look at the website. So we'll refresh, and now we can see our drawer menu with all the images, and it's multi-level. We can change it to the mega menu, and we'll refresh. Right, so we can see our mega menu like this, and we can look at our drop-down menu. And we'll refresh again, and there we go. So now with every different menu type, drop-down, mega menu, drawer menu, we've added images, and we have two different ways you can add images: with the featured image of the collection itself, or with the meta field in that collection that supports animated images as well. So let's take a look at some of these other options we have here. So the first one we have is the drop-down menu width. So if we look at the drop-down menu, it's got a certain width to it. Before it was maybe like this, with looked a little bit tight, but we can actually expand the width to your liking. So let's say if you have some longer titles, then it can fit in a little bit better. Next, we can update the image sizes. So this applies to both the drop-down menu and the drawer menu. So if we want this to be bigger or smaller, we can update the number of pixels. So let's say we want this bigger, then our images are going to be a little bigger, right? And so we can take a look at the drawer menu, and we can see here that images are a little bit bigger. We make it smaller, then we've got some smaller images. So you can adjust that to your liking. And then finally, we've got these two options for the border. So let's first just enable the border. And you can see here there's going to be a border between the different menu items, right? So we've got a visual separation between each of these collections. And we can even change the color. So let's say this blue matches your theme. It doesn't really work for us, but let's imagine that you have a blue theme and this blue is really good for it. You can create those lines in your drawer menu, and those same lines will exist in your dropdown. So let's move over to dropdown, and you can see there's those lines separating the different collections in your dropdown menu as well. So if we save that and then just refresh our page, then we can see here we've got our blue lines separating our collections. But what if we want to have something in our navigation menu that isn't a collection? Let's say a product page, or just a contact us page, or any other page at all. We can actually do that. So why don't we go back to our menus, and let's just add a new menu, and let's call this additional links, and we can make this anything at random. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's add a product. So t-shirt. Okay, and then let's add in our contact us page. Okay, and then we're going to make these two items underneath the additional links. And we'll save. And now if we refresh, we have our additional links showing up, and we can see our t-shirt with the image, and we can see our contact us page. So the product has an image because we're using the featured image option. Collections and products have featured images, which is why both of those will show up, but all other object types don't have that, which is why we have the meta field option. So let's change this to meta field. If we save this and we come back and refresh our page, we can see here now that the image is gone, but that's because we haven't actually assigned any images to the meta field. If we go back to the clothing, you can see here that only the t-shirt has that. And that's because we didn't add the meta field images to our other collections here. But we already know about that. What we're going to focus on right now is just the products and the pages. So how do we add in our meta fields? Well, we actually have to create the meta field for those objects, kind of the exact same way as we did for the collections. So let's go to settings. We'll go to custom data, and we can go to products, and we can add definition. And we're going to call this header menu image. This is the exact same name as we gave it for the collection. So it has the exact same namespace and key. And then we're going to select the type, and it's going to be a file. Okay, and now we can save. And we're also going to do that for pages. So we'll add a definition. Header menu image. Again, custom.header_menu_image is our namespace and key. And we're going to make this a file. And save. And really, we could do this for any other type that you want to add to your navigation menu. But for now, those are the two that we're going to focus on, so we'll just add it to those two. Okay, so if we come back out and we go to our products, we can look for our t-shirt. So the original t-shirt here. And we can scroll to the bottom. We've got our header menu image meta field there. So we'll select the file. And let's say we're going to use this image right here. Okay, so it's actually a bit of a different t-shirt, so we can actually tell the difference. So it's got a little bit of a different background, right? You can see here that it's not a solid color like it is up here. So that way we can actually tell it's different. And then we're going to go to our online store pages, and we're going to go to our contact page. And we can see here there's one meta field definition available, and we can add a menu image. So we use this contact us image right here and save. And now that we've added the meta field images, we can refresh our page, and those are showing up. And so this is how you can add images to other types of links in your navigation menu. It isn't just for collections. All right, so that's it for today. We've now added images to our mega menu, our drawer menu, our drop-down menus to give your site a navigation and upgrade. Okay, next we have the sticky add to cart. Alo Yoga uses this to make it easier for the customers to add their products from anywhere on the product page. This is yet another way we can reduce friction in the shopping experience and can lead to better conversions and more sales. Let's see how it works. So we're on our demo store, and you can see at the top here, we've got our sticky add to cart. I can scroll around and it'll just stay there the entire time. And this is actually version 2 of our sticky add to cart. So if you've watched the first one, thanks for watching and commenting. We took your comments and added additional settings and features based on them. And we've also made this compatible with version 15 of the free Shopify theme, so the latest version of Dawn, Refresh, and Sense. But if you haven't watched the previous video, don't worry. This is a standalone solution, so everything you need is right here. So let's take a look at what we get here. So you can have the sticky add to cart stay on the page the entire time. We've got these different product details, and we also have the option to select the variant. So if I change this to green, then we get the green image here, but we also change the selected variant on the page as well. Same thing with the size. We can change the different options directly here. So if we scroll off the page here, and then they decide, okay, I want to add this to cart, we don't have to scroll all the way back up and add the item to cart. It's actually we can change the variant as we need it right from here, and we can add to cart. And once you add to cart, then you've got your items in cart. We already have a bunch added from before, but that's our solution right now. So this is both for desktop and mobile. So if I go into this inspect mode, you can get a preview of the mobile version, and the mobile version looks a little bit different, right? It's in this case at the bottom here, but you still have the option to select the variant, right? But it stays sticky on the page the entire time. So that's the high-level overview of the sticky add to cart solution, but we actually have a bunch of settings now that we can change to customize your sticky add to cart. So let's hop into our theme editor, and if you can go to your default product, we can actually see what happens live, but you would go to this theme settings, and if you scroll down to the bottom, there's going to be this new menu here, sticky add to cart custom. Now, if your theme is not going to have this option available yet, so later in this video, I'll show you how you can add this in so that you can configure your sticky add to cart onto your store. But let's open this up, and we can see here that we've got a bunch of settings. So let's go through them. So this first one here is sort of like a master switch, the use sticky add to cart. So if we turn this off, then your entire store just will not use sticky add to cart. It'll just behave as it did previously. But because this video is on sticky add to cart, we're actually going to turn that on so that we can have this show up. So the next option here is this enable variant picker. So right now we can select the variants from the sticky add to cart. But if you don't want that to show up and you just want the options to be shown instead of being selected, then you can actually uncheck that and it'll just show the color and size that's selected, but you can't actually change it. You have to change it from the variant selector on the page. Okay, so next we have slide the add to cart into view. So right now it just stays at the top at all times, except when the menu shows up, the menu will cover it. So what we can do is you can actually check this box, and then the sticky add to cart won't show up right away. It only shows up once you scroll past the add to cart button. And once you scroll past it, then it'll show up. So this way, you just always have one add to cart button on the page, but you don't, if it's already on the page, maybe you don't want it to show up twice. So you can have it only show up once we've scrolled past it. And there we go. Next, we have some desktop settings and some mobile settings. So they're just device specific. So the desktop settings, let's keep this on. Okay, so for the desktop settings, you can select whether you want it to be sticky at the top or bottom. So if I select here, then it'll just go to the bottom of the page and it'll stay sticky down there. And then you have this offset. So if we're actually at the top and you want to have your menu to be sticky as well, right? In this case, it's not, but we can make our menu sticky by changing this to say always. Okay, so now you can see here our menu is sticky, but that means we're covering our sticky add to cart. So we actually have to set an offset to make sure that it comes into view. So let's maybe something like this. So there we have our menu that's sticky, and then our sticky add to cart that's sticky as well. And we have to kind of push it down with an offset so that we get in the right place. So if I kind of max it out, you can see here that we've pushed it all the way down 100 pixels. But let's bring that back and let's turn this one off. And go back to this version. Okay. So what do we have next? Next we have an image width percentage. Okay, so this is actually just to display the size of the image. So if we slide this up, we'll get a slightly larger image. And then if we slide it down, we'll get a slightly smaller one. And then the same thing goes with the mobile settings. So if we go into the mobile view, we have all the same settings. It's just the mobile view, it looks a little bit different. So these values are going to be a little bit different. All the settings up here and later on down here with the formatting will apply to both the desktop and mobile. It's just these 3 settings here for each that are device specific. So you can also do top and bottom, right? So by default, we have it at the bottom, but here you can put it at top. Again, you can also adjust the offset if you want. So right now it's kind of pushed away, but we don't have a sticky menu. So maybe it's better to just put it at 0 in this scenario. Personally, I like to keep it at the bottom for mobile. So we can just do that. And then here you can adjust the image size as well. So you can make it bigger or smaller. It's up to you. I like to keep it around 20. I think that looks pretty good. And then now we've got a bunch of formatting settings. So we can change the button background and text color. So right now it's black, but maybe you want it to be red. And then you can change the text to be, I don't know, blue and red. So there we go. Doesn't look so great, but you know, the option's there. Maybe that's a little bit better. Okay, and then we've got the product title. So you can, right now it's bolded. You can make it italics or just regular. I like bold. You can change the size. Maybe you want to make it a little bit bigger. And then the price, similar options. You can make it bold the price there, make it more obvious. And then you can also change the size. So maybe this goes a little bit smaller, for example. And then the price font color, right? So right now it's highlighted in red, but we can make it blue or any other color that you like. So those are our options there. You got quite a few options to edit the format, right? So the different size, font sizes and colors. You can change the button colors. You can change the position of the sticky add to cart. You can change how the add to cart shows up, if it slides into view, or if you want the variant picker available, so you can turn that on or off. All those options are available to you. So I think this is a really cool customization to add to your store. So if you like what you see here, then let's add it to your store now. All right, so we're in our Shopify admin in the themes area, and we've just installed a brand new version of Dawn. So this is Dawn version 15.0.2. It's the latest version as of recording. And I've done nothing except just rename it. So we're going to be editing this theme to add our sticky add to cart. Now, if you're working on your theme, you're probably going to want to duplicate your theme first, because if anything goes wrong with this customization, you can easily go back to the previous version without trying to figure out what has changed. So highly suggest you do that before you start. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to edit code. And we're going to edit some files and we're going to create some files. So the first file we're going to edit is the settings schema.json file. Now, what this does is it changes the settings available in your theme editor. So I'm going to open up the theme editor. And if we go to our theme settings here, all these settings that you see here are defined in this file, this settings schema file. So for example, if we kind of go to, okay, we're in buttons right now. So you can actually search for buttons and you can see here that all these buttons options are available. So for example, you've got your buttons border thickness as the first one, and that's right here. Buttons border thickness is right there. So all of these are defined: opacity, corner radius, right? So you got opacity, corner radius. So that's what this file does. So what we're going to do is we're going to go right to the bottom, and you're going to see here that this is cart settings. So that's these settings right here for the cart. And you can kind of select this curly bracket here. You're going to see it's paired curly bracket at the very end there. So we're just going to add a comma after it, a little bit of space, and we're going to copy and paste our settings right into here and save. And so what we've just done there is we've added a new menu. And so once I refresh, you're going to see a new menu underneath cart. And there you go, sticky add to cart custom. So these are our new settings. Those are the settings that we were just talking about earlier with the tour that I was giving. And these settings aren't going to do anything just yet, so we can check these or uncheck these, but we have to add additional code to actually make these settings do something. So that's what we're going to do next. So the next step is we're going to create a new file. It's going to be a snippet, and it's going to be called the sticky ATC, so for add to cart custom.liquid. And so let's just say done. And we're just going to copy and paste our entire file into here and save. So all this code is available for free on our website at theprompted.co. Just check out the link in the description. So now that we've added this snippet, we can move on to the next file. So we're going to go to the main product.liquid file. And then in here, we're going to be making a couple of small changes. So first we can find picker. And then so you're looking for this when variant picker option here. And we're just going to come below it, and we're going to copy and paste this line right here. So we're going to assign a variable called variant picker block. So what we're doing is we're saving the block information from the variant picker, and we're going to pass it to our sticky add to cart. So that's how we can link the variant picker on our sticky add to cart with the one in the variant picker on the product page. So now we're going to scroll down a little further until we get near the bottom of the product info, right before the schema here. Let's come right above the script, and we can paste our rendering of the sticky add to cart custom. So we'll just copy and paste that line in there. We'll save. And one last step, we're going to go to the product info.js file. So this file is going to control what happens when a variant changes or any sort of dynamic behavior. So this is the file for that. So we are going to look for the handle update product info method. And we're just going to come right beneath it. So I'm just highlighting this curly bracket here, seeing where it ends. And then we're just going to create a little bit of space above it. And we're going to copy and paste a new method right into here. So this is called the update sticky add to cart. And we're going to then add this into our handle update product info method. We'll come right above this publish line right here, paste that in there. And we can format this afterwards, but for now, I'll just leave this in here so it's a little bit more obvious to know what we changed. But what we've just done here is to make sure that the sticky add to cart information changes when there's a variant change. So now that we've done all this code, we can actually look at our store. So we can preview our store. And let's go to a product. So let's go to this one here. And if we scroll down, nothing's going to happen just yet because we have to come in here and actually enable our sticky add to cart. So let's do that first. Let's save that. Let's actually go to our products here. And we can actually even start adjusting some of these settings. So you can see here, a sticky add to cart shows up, but maybe we want to change, actually even the way these, you can see here that the menu sort of shows up when we scroll up, covering the sticky add to cart. So maybe in this scenario, we want to adjust the offset, right? Maybe something like that. Actually, what we could do is we could put it at the bottom. and then we can avoid this scenario altogether. So now once we scroll past the add to cart button, it'll show up at the bottom. So let's do that. And we can refresh. And now, let's hide this bar here. There we go. Now we have our sticky add to cart showing up at the bottom. And if we go into the mobile view, we also have it showing up. Oh, right now it's at the top. So let's put that at the bottom. Save, refresh. Okay. And let's hide the bar here. There we go. Now we've got our sticky add to cart at the bottom. Okay, so now all that's left is to make it your own, right? So you've got all these different settings here. You can change where the sticky add to cart is going to show up. It's the top or bottom. You can change if it slides into view or if it's just always in view. You can change the colors. You can change the fonts. Lots of different options here. Okay, so that's the sticky add to cart. Sometimes these little changes can make a big impact on conversions, so do give it a try. All right, now we've got the cart progress bar. You see here how Olipop has this in their cart when you add an item. So this is a really effective way to help increase your AOV because customers just really want to get that free shipping and they're willing to spend more because it just feels like a great deal. And this will ultimately help generate more sales. So let's check it out. So here we are on our demo store. And if we just add something to cart, so let's just take this one, put into the cart. You can see here, we've got our progress bar there. We're 55 away from free shipping. So 25 plus 55, that's $80. So once we get to 80, we'll get to free shipping. So we can add a couple more to cart. As you add it to cart, right, it updates. And once we actually reach the threshold, it'll tell us, congrats, you've unlocked free shipping. And so what's cool about this is if you have a multiple currency store, then it actually works for that as well. So let's switch this to United States. And we can see here the price changes. It's now $19. And we can see here, let's just change this back to 1, that now instead of $80, it's going to be $50 to get the free shipping, because what we've done on the back end is we've set $50 for the US, $80 for Canada, and it takes that into account, right? So it takes into account the currency of the shirts being different, and it also takes into account that your threshold could be different depending on the market you're trying to serve, right? And same thing with euro. If we go to, okay, let's say Austria, we're using the euro here. We've got this almost 18 euros here. And so adding the 42 there, that takes us to 60 euros. So again, it's a different threshold for the European market. So let's take a look at some of the customization features that we have here. So if you go to your theme editor and you come to the theme settings, we've got this new section here, Cart Progress Bar. And so this is something that we've added in. Your theme won't have this just yet, but later on in the video, I'll show you how you can add this in. And you've got a few options here. So the first one is just a master switch. If you want to use it or if you don't, you can toggle this switch. So because we're adding this in, we are going to keep it active. What other settings do we have? So we can change the message, right? So before we get to the goal, we can say, you can change this to whatever you want. So right now it says you're only $55 away from free shipping. We can change this to say, hooray, you're only $55 away from free shipping, right? And so that will change the text that you have there. And then we can also change what it says after we've unlocked this. So right now, if we go to 4, it'll say congrats. We can say hooray here instead, for example. Then once we open this up, it'll say hooray. Or I guess I misspelled that, but it'll show whatever you like into the post goal message. Okay, and then you have some options with the color. So you've got 2 options here, right? So you can make the bar green, for example. Right, so here we've got a green bar. But if we go below, it'll actually turn red because this setting here sets the bar color before you've reached the goal. So we can even make this blue, and now it'll turn from blue to red. Sorry, to green. So those are our settings. And like I mentioned with the different markets, we can actually come to the markets area. So if you go to your settings and then markets, you can go into each one and you can set the actual value of the threshold that you want. So in this case, I've set it to 80 for Canada. So we can, let's make this 100. And we can save that. And then if we go down to the US, we can change this from, let's say, 50 to 30, right? And now if we refresh and we come back to Canada, okay, so we're at 100, so we've met the threshold. If we go back to 75, it's doesn't work. Actually, let's change this to a different number because 80 and 100 for this shirt ends up being the same. So make it 105. Okay, so let's refresh now. Okay, so we get to 100, we're 5 away because the threshold is now 105. And we go above it, then we get to free shipping. And then similarly with US, we have a different value now. It's 30, I believe. So we can just go down to 1. And we can see here that 19 plus 11, that's 30. So it calculates it, and we now need only $30 to get to the free shipping. And that changes with the market. Okay, so if this looks like something you want to add to your store, then let's do that now. Okay, so we're in our Shopify admin area, looking at the themes, and we've just installed a brand new fresh version of Dawn. It's the latest version at time of recording, so that's 15.1.0. And we haven't made any changes to this yet. All it is we've renamed it. So right now we can see here we've got our progress bar from before. Once we refresh this, our progress bar goes away and we're just on a fresh new version of Dawn. Okay, so what we can do first is we want to add our market meta fields. So we can head over into the settings. So we come to our settings, we go to custom data, and then go to markets, and then add definition. And then in here, you can add the definition for your meta field. Now we've actually already done that. So I'm just going to open up, let's come back into there, custom data, markets, and we can open up our meta field. So we're going to be calling this cart progress threshold number. It has to be this exact name because we're looking for this namespace and key in our code. And then you're going to use type decimal. It'll be one value. And then you can set a minimum value of 0 and a maximum number of decimal places at 2. And then you can save. And then once you've done that, you can actually go into the markets area and then you can set your different markets. So here I have Canada, Euro, and United States. And you're going to want to set the meta field for each one of these markets. So in this case, I've got 105 for Canada. And then we're going to have in Euro, we've got 60. And then for US, we have 30. Okay, so just make sure you set a number for each one. If you leave it blank, then for that market, you won't have a progress bar that shows up. Okay, so we can head back into our themes area and we can edit code. Now, before you start, just make sure to duplicate your theme so that if anything goes wrong with the installation, you can easily revert back to the previous version without trying to figure out what went wrong. Okay, so we've already done that. And in fact, we're actually using a brand new theme. So we're just going to edit code now. So in here, we're going to be opening up the settings _ schema.json file. And this file here is actually what defines the settings in the theme editor. So if we hop into our theme editor, in the theme settings, all of these options here are defined in this file here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a new drop-down menu here for cart progress bar. So we can Control F inside here to search for cart. And this is the cart drop-down menu. You can highlight that curly bracket right there above it. It'll show you the matching pair, and you can just add a comma, some space, and let's copy and paste our code. Okay, so let's save now. Okay, so let's move on and now create a new snippet file. So we'll open up the snippets folder, add a new snippet, and create the snippet cart progress bar custom.liquid. Okay. And then in this file, we're just going to copy and paste our code, and let's save. Okay, next we're going to open up the main cart items.liquid file, and this is what controls the cart page. And we're going to come to inside the div here, just above the cart warnings, and we're going to copy and paste our code here. Okay, so next we're going to go into the cart drawer.liquid file, and we're going to scroll down until you see here this cart drawer items element. So above here is the cart drawer header. We're going to create a little bit of space, and let's paste in our code there. Okay, so let's save that. And now let's open up the cart.js file. And we're going to be looking for the update quantity method here. So we're going to come down here just until you get to above this publish line, and we're going to copy and paste our code in just above it. And then when the method ends, so you can see here this curly bracket's highlighted, and it's pairs with this one here. So we can create a little bit of space there and add a couple new methods into here, which we are calling from inside of our update quantity method. Okay, so let's save that. And now we've made all of our changes. So let's head back into the theme editor. We can refresh. And we can see here we have our cart progress bar settings and all of the settings that we were looking at previously. So this works on the cart page, it works on the cart drawer. So let's take a look. So let's first actually enable it. And then let's add an item to cart. So we'll go to t-shirts. Let's add maybe this original shirt here. Okay, we'll add to cart. Let's take a look. So you can see here, we've got our bar on the cart page. And in this case, we're on the Canadian currency, where we've got 105 as our threshold. And we have $25 already. So as we add more, that number will update. And similarly, if we go to a different currency, so we go to United States, then in this case, we already met the threshold because we're above 30, which is what we had set it to. But we go below it, and then there we go. We're $11 from free shipping. And it also works for the cart drawer. So let's go back to our product and head into the cart settings and turn this into the cart drawer. And when we open up our drawer, we can see here that the progress bar shows up there as well. And for the rest of the settings, you can go back to the demo portion of this video where I talk a little bit more about how to use each one of these. Okay, so you should now have a cart progress bar that you can add anywhere in your store. Next, we've got product badges. You can use these to mark product details like new or bestseller, and it's a clever way to draw attention to specific products. See here how Olipop uses the new badge on their newest flavors, And when customers know what's new or special or popular, then they'll make faster buying decisions and are more likely to add items to cart. So let's take a look. Okay, so here we have our demo store. You can see there's a number of different badges on here. The normal badge that you would get is sale, or if it's sold out, it would show something like that, sold out. So we've added the option to add 3 new badges. They could be text badges, they could be image badges, it's up to you. But here you can see here on this product, we've added all 3 in here, and we've chosen to make it a new, a popular, and an image badge that says sale here. You can change the text, you can change the colors. It's really completely up to you. You can also even change the position of it as well. So right now it's in bottom right corner. You can change them to whichever corner you want. They don't all have to be in the same corner either. You've got a lot of flexibility here, and I will jump into the settings a little bit later to kind of show you all of that. If we hop into our product page, you can also see that the badges are applied to the product page as well. It's going to be in the same way that the current badges are. So the sale comes right beside the price. So we've just added the badges right beside the existing badges as well. And so that's what that looks like. What we can do now is we'll just kind of jump into our theme editor, and we'll take a look at these settings here. So if we come to, let's say, a collection, different badges here on the collection here. So we go to theme settings, and we can go to custom badges right here. And this whole menu is brand new. We added this for this customization. What we've got here is we've got a few different sections here. So the first one is the display option. So right now you can see your sales at top and then new popular. The order that they show up is in the order that we've placed them here. So we actually have a custom badge 1, and then a whole bunch of settings, and then a custom badge 2, and some more settings, which are exactly the same. It's just for the second badge. And then we've got a third one as well. And so that's the order they show up in, but we can actually reverse the order. That's what this button's for, right? So now sale is going to go to the bottom, and then we've got new and popular at the top, right? So we've just reversed it. You can change the layout. So right now they're stacked like this. You can make them in line. All right, so now they show up like that. And you can change the spacing between them. Next, we've got the actual settings for the badges themselves. So right now, here we say it's only going to be for this first badge. This first badge is actually this image one here that we've selected. So you can see here I've selected an image. And you can say it's only on the product card, right? So if we come back to our product page, you can see here that we don't have this showing up, right? It's because we said we don't want it to show up on the product page, only on the product card. So you have the option to show, to decide where the badges will show up. Then you can decide what type of badge it is, right? So it could be a text badge, right? So if I change it to text, then it'll change it to this, text right here. Then you can change it custom, and you can make it whatever you want, right? So you can change that to prompted, and it will update. And then we've got a dynamic image badge. So this one is actually reading a meta field in the product itself. So in this way, we can actually have different badges for every product. So here you have a Canadian flag, but if you wanted to change that, we could go to our prompted original t-shirt. And we can update our image to something else, right? So we could pick, say, this American flag here instead. Once we save that, and let's just save this. And after refreshing, you can see that it's updated to the American flag here. So that's a dynamic way of setting up our badges. Could be really useful if you have different details that you want to put onto the image itself that differ between your different products. Okay, we can change a position, right? So right now it's top left. You can change it to top right. And the other badges can be shifted as well. So right now they're all bottom right with the sale, but you can split it, right? So you can make this on the bottom left instead. and now the new is on the left side. You can place it at the top right. So they're all independent, right? The same goes for your original badges, right? So if you come to your badges area here, this is where the standard badges are being controlled, and you can also kind of change where that's showing up. So you could make that, oh, it's already bottom right, but you can make it top right, for example. Stack with the sale up there. Okay, so let's keep moving on. We've got some different settings for the image style, right? So we can select the image that we want to use, and we can also even change the size of it, right? So you make it bigger, you can make it smaller, right? Right now it's the flag again because we used the dynamic, right? So that's why it's not showing this image here. If we come back to our static image, then it'll change it back to the sale badge right there. But yeah, those are our settings, right? We can change the text, we can change the position, we can change the image, and you can do this for all three of the badges, right? So the badge 2 right now is a text one, but you could maybe change that to the dynamic image instead, and it will update to the flag that we have there. Okay, so that's our customization. This is how you can add your own custom product badges or dynamic badges to your store. Now, if you have a lot of products that you want to edit all at once, and you have some custom logic or rules that you want to apply these labels to these products, then probably the best way to do that is to use a bulk editing tool like Hexstum, Bulk Product Edit, or Matrixify, because then you can use their conditional logic to make modifications to the product meta fields that we add. And then that way you can actually update all of the products you want to be new, for example, based on some sort of condition that you've set, whether it's a tag or a date that was uploaded, whatever it may be. Those two tools are super powerful for bulk edits, and you can use it for this customization as well. All right, so if you like this customization and you want to add it to your store, then stick around because now we're going to do the tutorial. Let's take a look. So here we have just added a fresh new install of Dawn. So it's Dawn version 13.0.1, but it should work for the other free Shopify themes as well. And you can see here, if we look at our pages again, our product page, we only have that default badge here, the sale one that comes with the free Shopify themes. And so we're just going to add those back in so you can see the whole process. What we're first going to do is we're going to go to the custom data area. So that's settings and then custom data. And we're going to create 4 new meta fields. And those meta fields are going to be used to help control how the badges are going to show up. So the first one is going to be custom badge 1. And we're just going to make this a true or false. So it's a Boolean. And if you want to show the badge, we'll be setting that as true. So we'll just save that. And then we're going to do 2 and 3 in the exact same way, right? So it's going to be custom badge 2. And then it's going to be a Boolean as well, true or false. And then custom badge 3 as well is going to be the same. So you're going to want to name them exactly the same as I have them here, custom badges 1, 2, and 3, because the code is actually looking directly for this namespace and key. So so just make sure to use the same one here, so then you don't run into that problem later. Okay, and the fourth one that we're going to add, this one is going to be called custom dynamic badge. And again, we're going to want to make sure that you use this exact name because the code's looking for it. And then this one's going to be type file, and we're just going to use images. For these images, I found that it was best if you use PNG, because if you have any transparency in the image, then you can actually see the image underneath it by doing that. But with other formats like JPEG, it's just going to be covering the entire area that you put it in there. So we'll see what that looks like a little bit later with the badge that we add. But my recommendation is to use PNG. Okay, so now we've got our meta fields. We can head back to our themes area, and we can edit code. Now, before you do, make sure to make a duplicate of your theme. Just in case anything goes wrong, you can always revert back to your old version without trying to figure out what went wrong and troubleshooting all of that. You can just quickly go back to the old one. So do that first, and then you can edit code. Or if you're just using a brand new, fresh new install, then you should be okay. Okay, so edit code. And we're going to be editing some files in here, and we're going to be creating a couple files as well. The first one we're going to be editing is the settings underscore schema.json config file. And we can just do a little control F and look for badge. And you're going to see here, there's this section for the badges. This area here is actually, if we go to customize theme. So I'll show you what these settings, where these settings are in the theme editor. So theme editor, you can just go to the settings wheel, and then you can see here badges, right? So you have these different settings here, position, corner radius, color scheme, right? So you can see here, we've got position, radius, color schemes, right? So these settings here represent the theme editor settings right here. And so we're gonna just add a brand new section right underneath that, right? So this is where the badge one ends, right? So it's going to be if you're using a fresh new install of Dawn around 1270, and the next one here, brand information name. So we place some spacing in between, and we're just going to copy and paste our first block of code, which is right here, and then we can save that. And if we refresh and scroll back down, we're going to see there's a brand new section right here called custom badges. So this is what we just added. These are the settings that we were looking at earlier in the demo part of this video. But right now these settings don't do anything because we haven't added the rest of the code to read these values. But it does show up in the theme editor, and this is what it would look like. Okay, so the next step is to go to the card product.liquid. So this file controls how these different cards are shown. So a card is this product right here. So this is on card, this is one card. So collections, featured collections, anytime you see multiple products in a grid-like format, then it's going to be using product cards. And so that's what this file is for. And we're going to be editing this because this is where we want our badges to show up. So if you just control F and type in badge again, you're going to see here that there's a section where it defines how the badges are being shown. And what we're going to do is we're going to come right here where it says div class card badge settings.badge position, add a little bit space above it, and then we're going to go to where this div ends, which is this one right here, and we're going to create a little bit of space below it. So we're just isolating this section right here. We're not going to need this portion of the code anymore. I tend to like to comment it out, so let's just do that. But you could also just delete this section because you've already backed it up with your copy. Okay, so we've commented that out, and then what we're going to do is we're going to copy and paste our second code block right here underneath it. Okay, and so this is the new logic that is going to control how our badges are going to show up on our cards, our product cards. And you're going to see here that we're rendering this file here. This file doesn't exist yet, so we're going to create that. Add a new snippet, and it's going to be called custom badge product card, right? That's what we're referencing here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy and paste the code for this file right here and save. Okay, so now what we've done is we've actually created the logic to get the badges to show up on the collection page. So we can quickly show what that looks like. So if we, let's say, go to a collection page here, and we go to our badges. So right now, by default, it has the badges off, right? So we don't have to use all three. We can only use one or two. But let's say we want to use it on the product cards only, so on the collection page. And then we're going to need to go to our product and just scroll down here. We're going to set our custom badge 1 to true so that it shows up. And now if we come back to our theme editor, just refresh our page here, you can see it showing up custom, right? Right there, you can see it showing up custom. We can, again, change this, right? So maybe this is new. And we've got our first badge showing up. And like I was saying earlier, we can also change the position. Right now it's bottom left. Let's make it bottom right, for example. So we can individually change where each badge is being shown. So if you want one on all 4 corners, you could do that. Or if you want them all to be in the same corner, you could do that as well. Okay, so that's how it shows up on the collection page. Now let's just continue and add it to our product pages as well. To do that, we're going to go back to our code editor, and we're going to look for the price.liquid file. So this is a liquid snippet, a code snippet that is on the product page itself. It's actually just this price section here, and this is where the badges are currently coded. And so we're just adding the additional badges to the end of the existing ones. Okay, so we're just gonna Control F and look for badge, right? So we can see here, this is, it's got some references to the badge here, but we're gonna keep moving down. And right here, okay, if show badges, then it's gonna do all this stuff. So what we're gonna do is we're going to come right before the end if, and we're just gonna create some space, right, to isolate this area. And we're just going to copy and paste our code block right into there, right? So this is similar logic to what we did with the collection page with some minor changes because it's for the product page. And we're going to create a new file, right? So in this case, we're looking for custom badge product page. So we're gonna add a new snippet, and we're gonna call this custom badge product page. And then in here, we're going to copy and paste our code for that. So let's save both of these files. And now, if we refresh our page here, it doesn't quite work yet because I forgot to go into the settings. So in our settings here, we are saying that it's only going to show on the product card, right? So it's going to show here, but not on the product page like we just saw. So we can actually say, okay, we want on both the product card and the product page. So let's save that. Now if we refresh, there we go, it shows up. All right, so that's pretty much the installation. Right now you've got all the settings and the tools that you need to use it. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna run through a few examples so you can see how to use it, how you can make it work for your own store. So let's go back to the theme editor and let's play with these settings. So we looked at some of these already. Let's dive into this one a little bit more. So we are showing up both the product card and the product page. So if I just refresh here, you can see here shows up on the collections page, right, in the cards, and also shows up here on the product page. Now, if we wanted to show up only on the collection page, we saw that, right? We can change this to product cards only, but you can also do product page only. It'll actually disappear from here. You just saw it disappear, but it will still stay on the product page. So it'll still stay here. Okay, what else can we do? We can make this an image badge, right? So instead of the text badge there, we can select an image, and we've got here this this PNG. So this is what I was talking about earlier about the transparency. So this PNG means you see this little circle here, right? Let's actually change this to both. It's got transparency, so you can actually see the background color bleed through there, right? Let's make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. Right, so you can actually see that there's transparency. You can see through the badge. But if you change it to a, if you're using a JPEG, then it's just going to show the background of the image itself. And so you just have to be careful with what you're doing here. Actually, this one's a PNG as well. You can kind of see there, this black line is on top of the image. Okay, so now that we have that, let's say, you know, this kind of badge makes a little bit more sense to be on the top right or top left. So let's move this to the top left. Okay, and then let's say we want to take that sale and move it to the bottom right. So we can actually go here, badges, right? Because this is one of the default standard badges. We can use that setting there. Okay, we've moved it to the bottom right, and we have now 2 more custom badges that we can use. So the first one, let's show it on both, and yeah, let's make it text, and let's call this new, because we no longer have the other one as new. And then let's do the third one as well as both, text as well, and let's make this one popular. Okay, so let's save that and refresh. Right, so it's still not showing up because there's another step that we have to do, is specify which products should actually get the badge. Otherwise, it would just be showing up on every single one of these when that's not what we want. So we go back to our product, and we got to modify these meta fields here. So let's just make these true. Right, so let's save. Okay, so let's refresh. And now we can see here, we've got our badges on the left side here, in the 3 corners. So now let's say we want to bring these badges into this corner as well. And these are the same color, so we probably want to differentiate those as well. So let's come back to our theme editor. Let's just refresh so we can actually see our badges first. So custom badges 2, we're going to put that to the bottom right. And then the third one is also going to be bottom right. Okay, so a little bit earlier I was talking about the order that these show up. So the order is going to be the default sale badge, followed by custom badge 1, custom badge 2, and then custom badge 3. Because custom badge 1 is all the way up in this left corner, so we just have 2 and 3 afterwards here. If you want your sale badge to be in the bottom corner instead of like this, then you just hit that reverse button and then it'll reverse the order, right? And then so popular is now at top. And the same goes if you put everything in the top right, then you might want to reverse, make it back to the normal way so that the sale's in the corner. Okay, so colors. These are the same color, doesn't make too much sense. They don't pop out. So you actually can use these color schemes here. So you can choose one of the ones that already exists, right? So we've got maybe this one here. Popular can now be this gray, or you can create your own, right? So you can actually go to your theme settings, go to colors, and then add a scheme, and then, you know, make your own color. So for example, if I want to make it this, let's say this red here, let's make this white, solid, let's make this, okay, so something like that. And we go back, and then let's change this to red. Okay, so now you've got, well, maybe we should have changed the gray one to red. Okay, let's change this gray one to blue instead. So there we go. Okay, so now we've got a blue, popular, and new is red. And so now all you have to do is go through all your different products and specify in the meta field which ones should get the badges or not, right? If they're new, then they get it. If they're popular, they get it. And like I mentioned previously, if you've got a lot of products and you want some way to use logic to update them all at once, then Hexstum bulk product edit or Matrixify are great for bulk edits like that. You just need to select the products by some sort of logic, right? So if it's a tag that you have, or maybe a collection, whatever it may be, you can use those two tools to select all the products that you want to edit, and then just change the meta fields accordingly. Okay, now we also have this dynamic badge, right? So I think this one's really interesting. So I'm just going to select an image here. We can use our flags again. So I had a Canadian flag, right? And let's see, on the clothing store here. So let's look at the text to sweatpants. Okay, so text to sweatpants. Okay, and so we're going to turn on custom badge 1 because that's the one with the image, right? So this one's the image. And then we're going to select, let's say, the USA flag here. Okay. And then we're just going to save. Then we're going to come back here. So right now it's going to be showing as the static image, but we just need to change this. So image badge changes to dynamic image badge. And then we can save that. Now our Canadian flag shows up. And let's just refresh our page right here. Right, so you can see here, Canadian flag shows up here, American flag shows up there. Right, and so that's how you can have different badges for different products. And you can select it just based on the meta field. Okay, so let's jump into the product page again. We can see here you've got all these badges showing up. Right, so in some cases, like with the this Canadian flag here, you may or may not want this to show up as a badge like this. And so that's why we have the option here to say product card only. So now it's going to show up on the collection page, if you save that, but we're not going to show that flag on the product page because this maybe this looks a little odd depending on what kind of badge you're using. So we can just refresh that. There we go. Now it's no longer showing here, but it's still showing on our collection page. And similarly here, you can change the order that these show up, right? So if we come back to our settings and we say do normal instead of reversed, we can save that. Then these two are going to rotate positions, so new and then popular. All right, so now you've added product badges to your store. You have it on the collection page, you can have it on the product page, you can even have it on featured collections or any time that a product card is being shown. All right, so now we're looking at multiple variant images. Check out how Adidas uses this feature. When selecting your variant, you see exactly what it looks like because we're only getting the relevant variant images and hiding the rest. This helps us avoid confusion by removing those irrelevant images so your customers can quickly find out exactly what the product looks like. And this is the kind of clarity that can lead to more sales. So this feature isn't available from Shopify by default, but let's check out how we can add this in ourselves. So what we're looking at here is our demo store, and you can see that we've selected the black color variant and only black images are shown. But if we click blue, then you've got the blue images shown, green will show the green images, red will show the red images, and so on. And if we also click into the modal, you'll see here that only the red images are shown here, only the blue ones are shown. So it filters it in here as well. But if you actually go to the product, then we've got all these different images in the product. So what we're doing here is we're filtering them by variant so that we're only showing the relevant images. This way, we're not getting lost in all of the other images, and we can have a better sense of what each variant looks like without seeing all those other images. Now we can head over to the theme editor. And so if we go into the product information, default product, we have this new section here of settings. And so what we have here is a way to control how we're going to group our images. We have 3 options. So the first is using meta field, and then we have a file name and alt text. So I'll just quickly go over what each one of these are. So with the meta field, we can go to the product. So this is our product that we're looking at. And if you scroll to the bottom, we have this meta field here called variant images grouping list. And so what we've done is we've created a meta object, and then we can place these meta objects in here. So we can actually see all these different options here, but the ones that are related to this product is the ones we've selected right here. And let's go into one of these actually. So this is the meta object, and you can see here what we've done is we have a number of variants selected, which are all the black variants, which is, let's say, the black variants right here. So black, extra small, all the way to 3XL. And that's what we have here. And then we also have selected the images. So these are the 4 images that are related to this product. And you can see here, there's 4 images. And so by identifying which variants should show which images, this is how we're actually grouping them together by assigning it into our product. And so this is a really nice way of doing it, because what you actually have the ability to sort of drag and drop, right? So if we select our variants, we can use the default Shopify GUI to select all of our different variants. Right? We can check and uncheck the ones that we want, right? So we can check this one, done, and then we've easily added it into here. We can just remove that. And similarly with our images, we can quickly just go through our files and select the ones that are related, and then add it to our meta object. So I really like this method. It's just using the already available Shopify GUI elements to click and select the relevant variants and images. Okay, so the next method that we have is this file name method. And so with that comes the need to split the file into different components using a delimiter. And so here we have a double underscore as our delimiter. You can change this to whatever you want, which is why it's a setting. But what we can do is we go back to our products, and you can see here, each one of these images has a file name. And then in that file name, it has a certain format, right? And so you can see here where we've got t-shirt, double underscore black, double underscore folded. And so what we've done here is we've delimited the file name into 3 parts, right? So first is something, right? In this case, it's whatever this product category is. Next is the color, which is actually our variant. And the final thing is just some description. So here we have black in the second position, and it's separated by a double underscore. And so here what we can do is we can select file name, and we can say the variant name position is actually in the second position. So let's save that. And then if we refresh our page, we're going to see that this is still filtering properly. Now, if I actually change this to 1 and save, then now we're looking at the first part of this file, right? Which is not matching the variant names. And so if I actually refresh this, it's gonna just show everything, right? Because this second position here is supposed to match the actual one of the variant titles right here. In this case, it's black. If we go to a different one, it'll say green, right? And so this image should line up with the green variant. And so that's how we can map those two together. Similarly, we've got this alt text method. So the alt text also uses the split delimiter. So in this case, let's go back to our image, and we can see here, this is the alt text. And so the alt text, you can make it however you want, but in this case, we've actually delimited it with a star or an asterisk. And so what we can do is we can change this to an asterisk. The other thing that we have in here is we've placed the variant name in the third position. So we can change this to the third position. We'll save. and refresh. And you can see here, sorry, let's just refresh again. Okay, sorry. I didn't actually change it to alt text, which is why that wasn't working. So let's update that, alt text, right? If it was file name, it's supposed to be the double underscore. With alt text, here we have this asterisk. So let's just refresh that again. And there we go, now it's working. So we have these three methods here, meta field, file name, alt text. Now, there might be one reason or another that you want to use each one of these. The meta field option is more user-friendly. So I would say start with this one because I think it's the best one to use. But some of you have mentioned that you have really large product catalogs or lots of images. And so you want some way to do things in bulk. And that's where the file name and alt text method comes in handy. So with the file name, you could use an external bulk file name editing tool so that when you upload all your file names to Shopify, then you can have a specific format of your choosing and just delimit it with the variant name in there so that you don't have to go and create all of these meta objects and connect all these meta fields. Because it does get a little bit cumbersome if you have hundreds or thousands of products. Same thing with alt text. This one is another method that maybe you've already uploaded all of your images, and you don't have to re-upload them or change all those file names. Then you can update the alt text of all of your images similarly with a format of your choosing and delimit it in whichever way you want. So you've got lots of options here. You can see here that we can filter images and you can choose which way you want to do it. So if this all looks really good to you and you want to add this to your store, then let's do that now. Okay, so we're in our themes area of our store. And like I mentioned previously, we're making an update to our customization so that it's compatible with version 14 and 15 of Dawn and the other free Shopify themes. So step one is actually to follow the previous video. But before you go there, just know that you're going to follow most of the steps until you get to the global.js file. So once you get there, don't make the changes from the previous video. You're going to come here and make the final changes with global.js here in this video. Now, version 14 and 15 are actually different changes. So what I'll do is I'll first run through version 14, what updates you need on the global.js file there. And then afterwards, I'll show you version 15 and what updates we need to make for there. Otherwise, the steps are pretty much the same as the previous version, which is why we're not going to go over all those steps again. You can see all those steps in the previous video, which was for version 13. And then just that last little bit we're going to cover here in this video. Okay, so you can go over there now and add those steps in. And when you're done, just come back. Okay, so I'm going to assume you're back now, whether it's because you have just finished implementing the previous video or you actually did it previously and you're waiting for the fix. Well, here we are. So here we have version 14 of our of Dawn. We've gotten to the point where we're about to update the global.js file, and we're going to do that now. So as usual, if you're going to make any changes, make a duplicate first just to back it up in case anything goes wrong. You can always revert back more easily. But we've already done that here, so we're just going to edit code. And we're going to go into the global.js file. So this is the default Dawn version 14 global.js file. And previously we would update the update media method. And we're going to do something similar here, but the placements are going to be a bit different. So let's first, we're going to look for the render product info method. So right here, render product method info. And you're going to see here that we actually have update media being called here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our code and just place our code underneath here. And so this is going to call a new method we're about to add, the update media grouping method. We're just going to place it right under this dot update media. Next, we're going to come to the bottom of this method. right? So this is where render product info ends. And we're just gonna create a little bit of space and paste our update media grouping method into there. So now it's being called in the render product info method. And so that's essentially it. We can just save. And if we preview our store, and we're going to go to our V2 product, you can see here that it's now all working. So that's the version 14 update. It's a very small change compared to before, but now we have it working with version 14. So now why don't we go and do version 15? So here we have version 15 of our store. We're going to publish this. And again, this is a version of the theme where we've gone up to the point where we need to update global.js, but we haven't done that change yet. And so that's what we're going to do right now. As usual, make a copy of your store, of your theme in case you haven't, so you can revert back. We've already done that, so let's hop in. So we're editing code. And here you can actually see we have two files open. So global.js, this is the default global.js of Dawn version 15. And we also have the product info.js file, which right now is in its default state. And so what we're going to do is we're going to actually be editing product info.js, not global.js, because in Dawn 15, they've actually changed how the variant changes are being handled in the JavaScript. So previously that was all being handled in global.js. Now it's been moved to product info.js. So you can actually see the update media method has been moved into product info.js. So you can find it in here, right there. But in global.js, if we look for it, we can't find it. So we're actually going to leave global.js alone, and we're going to actually make our changes in update media, in product info.js. And so what we can do first is we can paste in our method. So if this is update media, let's just go right underneath there and paste our method. It's different than the version 14 method. We use the same name, but the structure is different. And we place it in there. And then next, we're going to go to where we actually call update media. So right here. So in the handle update product info method, this is where we're calling the update media method. And we're going to put a little space underneath here. And we are going to make a call to our method right here, this update media grouping. And then we can save. And again, if we preview our store and we go to V2, we can see here that the images are filtering. Now, if this is not happening for you, just make sure that you actually turn it on first. So if we go to your customized theme and go to product info and scroll down here, we have this section here, right? So make sure this is checked to turn on the feature. And then if it's still not working, you're gonna have to double check your meta fields to make sure you're choosing the right product variants, that you're choosing the right images. And same thing with the file names, make sure the format's correct, make sure the delimiter is correct, make sure the name position is correct. And then it should all work. So that's true for either version 14 or 15, but that's pretty much it. That's all you need to do to filter your product images by the selected variant. Up next, we have combined listings. You can see here how True Classic Tees has all these different color options, but when you click on them, it actually takes you to a completely different listing. You can see here how the URL changes and you get a full page reload. This makes it easier for customers to browse your catalog by separating your options, but also help customers explore the options by having them directly on the product page. And one of the big reasons why we like to use this customization is if we need a workaround for the 100 variant limit. By breaking off a variant category into separate products, you can effectively show as many product combinations as you want, but still stay under the 100 variant limit. Okay, let's dive in. So we're in our demo store now, and you can see that there's these different swatches and variant selectors. Now, these ones down here look like variants, but they're actually links to different products. So let me show you what I mean. So right now we're on the long sleeve t-shirt. If we hit a variant, it just changes the variant. But if I hit this t-shirt, it takes us to a different product altogether, right? So now we're just in our t-shirt and we can change the size and color for that. And likewise, if we go to the hoodie, it takes us to the hoodie product. And so what we've done here is we've added products together that act as if they are variants. And so what this does is it helps us organize our products in a certain way, right? So you can have these separate products, they can show up on the collection page, but they're actually linked together and shows the customers all the different options that are available. And the other reason why you might want to do this, because if you sell clothing, for example, if you have multiple different colors and sizes, all of those add up to a lot of different variant combinations. And there's a 100 variant limit. And in order to get past that, sometimes you got to break them up into separate products, but you still want them to be related, so you can link them together like this. And so we did a previous video on this, but we didn't have the swatches available. So they would only be, for example, like a pill. And so if you don't care about swatches, you can go view the previous version, but you can also work on this one even if you don't want the swatches. But I highly recommend this version because you have that added feature with the swatches. It just makes everything look a lot better and homogeneous, especially if you already have swatches on your variants with the previous customization. Okay, so we've got links in the description. We've got version 3 of our product swatches. So that's what you see right here. And that's going to be a prerequisite for this video here in order to have these swatches working. Now, the settings that we have for these swatches are going to be very similar to the settings that we had for these swatches. So let's just take a quick look. So we hop into our theme editor, and if you come to your product, you can see here that there's this product grouping picker option, right? And so you can actually move this up and down between the above or below the actual normal variant picker. And the options here is you can just turn it on or off, right? So if you turn it off, you just have the default pills. You can turn it on and you get the swatches. And then here is just a selector for the default definition of the swatches. So it'll define what color or what image to use. We'll see a little bit about what that means a little bit later, so don't worry about it for now. And these options are essentially the same as what you get for the variant picker. So here is what we added in our previous customization for these swatches, right? So you can choose the shape, right? And it's gonna actually change the shape for both of these, right? Because we want it to be consistent. So we've got one area to change that, circle or square, and it'll change both the regular picker and also the products as variants. Again, here we also have the default map. This is for all variants. And you can change the size. So if you want it smaller or bigger, you can do that. Now, right now, these swatches are defaulting to the featured product image. So in this case, if it's the black image that's featured, it's going to show that. But if you want to be able to control exactly which image shows, then you can actually update that. So let's say, for example, we've got our product grouping picker here. And let's say we want to, for the style, it's actually going to be a different meta object. Well, we just need to define it separately here. We can even quickly create that meta object. So let's go to our variant swatch map. We'll add an entry and we'll call it style swatches. And then we're going to just create our JSON here. So we're just going to copy and paste our JSON in there. So we've got, we're just going to do a t-shirt. We've actually uploaded a t-shirt image here. So this little diagram is going to be our swatch now. And we're just going to save. And now if we just, why don't we just refresh? Okay, so refreshing is just to remove any of the changes we made earlier. But now we can just take our style swatches meta object, and we can put that in there. And there we go. You can see here now that we've defined a swatch, it's going to update that image, and you can see that there. And we could also do it for the other two if we wanted, but we haven't done that yet. So it's just going to default to the featured image. But yeah, that's pretty much the demo. If you like what you see, stick around because now we're going to add it to your store. Okay, so we're back into our online store themes area, and we're going to work off of where we left off with the previous customization where we've added the product swatches version 3. It's best to have that installed first before doing this customization. So if you haven't yet done that, pause this video, open up a new tab, check out that video, add those swatches in, and then you can come back and do this customization, and it'll be a really great combination together. Now, assuming you've done that, welcome back. Well, what you can do now is just make sure to duplicate your theme. So if anything goes wrong, you don't have to restart from the very beginning. You've got this checkpoint where you can always go back to and try again. So what we're going to do is we're first going to create our meta objects. Now, if you've already done this customization without the swatches, then you've already created your meta object and your meta fields. You don't need to do it again. But if you haven't, then that's what we're going to do right now. So you can go to your meta fields area. So settings, you go down to the bottom left corner, settings, custom data, and then meta object definitions. And you can add definition. And we're going to call this the product grouping option 1 entries. And we're going to add a field. First one is going to be single line text. It's going to be called grouping name. Okay, we'll add that. And then the second one is going to be products, but a list of products. So make sure you change that to list of products. This is going to be product grouping. And then you just need to save. Okay, so next we're going to go into our product meta field, and then we're going to add definition again. And we're going to create the product grouping option 1 value. And this will be type single line text. And then save. Okay, and so now we've created a set of meta objects and meta fields. Now that's for if we want to combine all our different products on this one dimension. So in this case, we call it style. So it'll be the hoodie, it'll be the t-shirts and long sleeves. But if you have other dimensions that you want to connect products on, so let's say in this case, we've got these 3 garment types, but maybe you want another dimension where it's like, oh, it's personalized in a certain way, or the design changes in some other way. And so you can branch out in different ways. Then you can create a product grouping option 2, a product grouping option 3. Just repeat those steps as necessary for your product linking. So now that we've done that, we can move on to edit our code. And so like I mentioned previously, duplicate the theme before making any changes. But we've done that already. So we're going to edit code. And so some of these files are already open because that's from our swatch video. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new snippet. It's going to be a new snippet there, and it's going to be called product grouping picker custom. Now, if you've followed the previous version of this customization, you might already have this file. If so, just go into it and copy and paste the new code. But if this is new for you, then you just also copy and paste the new code. You just don't need to delete the previous code. Okay, so we'll paste that in, save. And now we can go into the main product.liquid file. And we're going to look for picker. So when variant picker. So we'll just come right below that and we'll add our own new product grouping picker. So we'll just copy and paste this new one here, and this is our which is rendering this file that we just created, right? So that's a product grouping picker custom. That's what we just created. And we're going to also add some settings in the schema. So we can just look for schema and keep going. There we go. Okay, so schema. In here are all the different settings for the product template. So we can actually customize theme, and in here you can go to your products, default product, and so all these settings you see here, these are governed by the schema here. And so we're just going to look for the variant picker again. So there we go. And that's going to be the settings for the variant picker right here. These settings here. And we're just going to come right above there, and we're going to paste in our new settings for our product grouping picker. So we'll just paste that in, save. And before we refresh, you can see here, these are our options. We don't see any product grouping picker, but when we refresh and we check the blocks, we now have this new option, product grouping picker. And when we select that, you've got all these different options to decide how you want your product grouping picker to look like. And so these settings here are the previous settings we had from our previous customization, but since this is a standalone video, we can kind of go over it briefly. So let's add it in. So, which we've done. Let's move this up a little bit, and let's pick a product that we are going to link together. So let's just save this first and go to our products, and we've got these products as variants demo. So we can come down, refresh. We need to refresh because we needed the meta fields that we just created to show up. So we've got here two different meta fields. So the first one is the product grouping option 1 value. So that represents what the variant name is going to show up as. And so this is a hoodie. So we're going to call this hoodie. And then here we need to actually select an entry, which we haven't actually created any yet. So we'll create a new one, and we'll call this the style grouping. Actually, no, we're going to call this original design. Because what we're doing is we're grouping 3 different product types with the same design. And so that's the common element. So I just want to call it that original design. And we're just going to select the products that are going to be related to this. In this case, I know that the products I created specifically for this has the word variants in it, so I can easily just find that. We're going to select the 3 products that we want to link together. And so these are the 3 here. I've added that in. We can save. And now that we're here, we've selected original design. Okay, so we can save that. Okay, so now that we've updated our hoodie, we need to update our other 2 products. So we'll go back to our products area. We'll search for products as variants. Okay, so these are the 2 different products. We've got our hoodie, we've already done. So long sleeve and t-shirt. So let's update these 2. Okay, we've got our long sleeves. We'll update our value to long sleeves. And we'll select our original design, save, and then we'll come to our t-shirt and do the same thing. So this one's called t-shirt and original design, save. Okay, so now if we come back to our theme editor and change the product to our products as variants, let's just pick the hoodie here. So there we go. We can see that our groupings are showing up, and now we can edit some of these settings. So this is by default called grouping 1. We want to call this, let's say, style. You can name it whatever you want based on your store's products. So the option meta field key is pointing to the meta field we just created earlier, right? So product grouping option 1. So if we go to any one of these products, or actually right here, product grouping option 1, that's the one we created. The reason why that's important is because you might want to add a second product grouping picker, right? And so if you add a second one there, you could use a different metafield key. So you've got those multiple dimensions to link together. But for now, let's just remove that. Okay, so that's what that's for. And the value will be, so here, this is going to be pulling the hoodie, long sleeves, t-shirt. So that's why that's how that information is getting pulled, right? So we wrote t-shirt in there and hoodie, but if we changed it, right? So if t-shirt became T, for example, and let's just save this and refresh. And so it changed to T. There we go. And so that's what's referencing there. And now, if we also want to use the custom swatch, we can turn that on, and it also changes to swatches, right? And so you can use, we can go to the long sleeves, we can go to the t-shirt. In this case, it's going to be called T, right? So we've basically added the swatches onto our customization, and we can also select which mapping we want to do. So by default, it's going to be variant swatch mapping. We haven't added any of the specific mapping parameters in there. So why don't we add that in now? We actually created one earlier in the demo, so we can call it styles picker, I believe. Let me double check that. So content, variant swatch map, style swatches. So that's what we called it. So style swatches. Now it's not going to work right now because we called this T now instead of t-shirt. So just make sure in your JSON that the variant value is going to have to match the variant's name that you add to your product, right? So we've got these product grouping option values. These are the values that we're going to be checking. So if it says T here, then this needs to be T if you want the swatch to show up. So we'll save that, and we can save this and refresh. Okay, still hasn't changed. Looks like I actually made a typo. I called it styles swatches when really it should be style swatches. So just make sure that everything matches. So we'll just delete that. We'll save again. And you can already see there that it now changes the swatch to the t-shirt image that we had previously. And so two things that need to match: the name of the style, right? So that's the value that we're going to find in our product right here, the product grouping option 1 value T. That needs to match in our JSON. And then the t-shirt.jpg, that file needs to match the name of the file in your files area and in your content. And then the title itself also has to match when entering it into your theme editor. But when you've done that all, you can go to your page, you can refresh, and there you go. You have these swatches on your product linked variants where you can just click on it and go to the completely different product. And so you can imagine how you can build that out across your store to really give it this really cool organization by you having swatches, by linking different products together. And you know, I think this is one of my favorite customizations that we've done so far. So that's everything. We've now added swatches to our new product linked variants and essentially combining two separate customizations. We've got the product swatches and we've got the product linked variants. So we've combined those two together. Next, we have product feature icons. So for example, see here how Everlane uses these to highlight order features like free shipping and returns, or product features and benefits like sustainable materials and their manufacturing processes. There's just so many other examples as well. These icons add credibility and can help improve conversion rates by communicating these features quickly with visuals. Let's take a look. So we're going to be doing everything here on the Dawn theme, but this should work with any of the free Shopify themes. This is Dawn version 13, but should work with older versions as well. So let's first customize, and we're going to go to the product page. Let's just change our default product. Okay, so what we can do first is we can add a block, and you can actually see here there's icon with text, and it will add these icons right here, and you can move it up. Let's put it right underneath the buy button. And so built into the Shopify themes already is this block where it gives you a whole bunch of options for different icons. Right, so we can make it a shirt or plant. There's a lot of options already here, and we can even change the heading. So we could say plant. Second one, free returns, let's say, and free shipping. So with just the built-in features, there's already a lot you can do. We can even select different images. So let's say you don't want to use the icons, you can choose your own image. So I've got these different icons here already queued up, so we can change our shipping one to this truck that we have. And if this works for you, then great. You're already done. You don't have anything more you need to do. But I know for me that there's some features that I'd like to have. So for example, here, you can only have a maximum of 3 icons. So if we actually remove one of these headings, it'll hide that icon, and then you only have the 2 left, or you can hide a second one, for example. And that's what it'll look like. You'll have this 1 icon here. But you can't add more. The other thing you can't do is, let's say you want to put the materials of your shirt. Let's add these back, actually. Easy returns. And let's just remove this and go free shipping. Okay, so let's say you want to do the materials, but for each shirt, there's a slightly different material. Unfortunately, you have to use these exact same 3 icons for any product that uses this template. So even if we have our shoes, right? So if we go back and change this back to a shoe, if this was 100% cotton, it doesn't really make too much sense for shoes, does it? So these don't get updated dynamically. What you see is what you get. Let's change this back to the t-shirt. So what we're going to do is we're going to add our own customization that allows us to modify the number of icons that we're going to show, and it's going to be dynamic to the product. Okay, let's get started. To make this customization, we're going to create meta objects, meta fields, and we're going to edit some code. But don't worry if you've never done any of this before, because I'm going to take you through it step by step. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to hop into the meta fields area, so that's settings, custom data, and we're going to create a meta object. So add definition, and we're going to call this icon with text. And it's going to create a type icon with text with underscores there. And we're going to want this to be exactly as it is here, because our code is going to be looking for it later. So in the fields, we're going to add a single line text. We'll call this name. And we'll use this as our display name. And we're also going to add an expression. So right here, we're going to add this right there. So what this is going to do is it says that the name format has to be alphanumeric with dashes and underscores only. So we can't add spaces, we can't add special characters. And the reason for that is because in the code, we are also going to be using the name as a variable, and it can't take characters like spaces. Okay, so let's add. And next, we're going to add a file, and we're going to make this a list of files. We're going to just use images only, and we're going to call this icons. And then finally, we have a single line text. It's going to be a list of text, and we're going to call this just text. Okay, so we'll add that as well. and now we can save. Now that we have our meta object, we can go into our products and create a new meta field for the product. So we're going to call this icons. And then it's going to have this namespace and key. Make sure it's exactly the same here because our code is looking for that. And then for the type, we're going to have this as a type meta object. And we're going to use the meta object we just created, icon with text. And one entry. Okay, so we're going to save. Okay, so we have our product. And we're going to scroll down to the bottom and we're going to see our new meta field that we just created, icons. And so we can see here that we can add an entry, but there are no entries yet. So we need to create one. So let's head back out. And now we see all the different meta objects that are available. We're going to go to icon with text and we're going to add an entry. So here we're going to call this icons grouping 1. And then we can select the icons that we want to use for this. So I'm going to use, let's say, this one, and this one. Okay, and let's just save that first. Okay, let's go back to our product. And now we can see that we have our icons grouping 1 that we just created. So let's select that and then save. So now we've created a meta object. We've created a meta object entry, which contains these icons that we want to use for our product. And we've added it to the product itself via meta field. So that's all set up and put into place. Now we just need to add some code to make it show up on the page. So let's do that now. We'll come back to our themes area, and before you make any changes, just make sure to duplicate your theme. In case anything goes wrong, you can always just revert back to the old version. Okay, so let's edit code. And we're going to create a new snippet called icon with text custom.liquid. And then we're just going to copy and paste our code into here and save. Next, we're going to go to main-product.liquid. And here we're going to search for icon with text. And we're going to see that it shows up here. We're just going to create a little bit of space underneath. And we're going to paste a new when and a new render. So this is going to be looking for a custom version of the icon with text, and it's going to render the liquid file that we just created. And now we're going to scroll down until we hit the schema section. And then in here, we're going to just look for icon with text again. And we'll see a section here with the icon with text. So this whole section here is for the original icon with text. And we're just going to place our settings for the new custom version right underneath. So we're going to see here there's a curly bracket and the square bracket. We're just going to paste it right in between, just like that. And then because this is a new section, we're just going to add a comma between the previous one and this last one here, and we'll save. And now the last step is we're going to create a new section. So right here under sections, add new section. And we're also going to call this icon with text custom.liquid. And you can delete everything that's in there already and just paste in the new code. Okay, and save. And there we go. That's all the code changes that we're going to be doing. So now I'm going to come back to the theme editor, and we're just going to refresh the page. Actually, let's save this first so we can keep our original icons in there. And then I'm just going to refresh now. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to add block, and we can see here now we have a new option for icon with text custom. And we can see here we've got our icons. Let's just drag it up to below the other ones. And there we go. Those are the three that we selected. Now, one of the first things you might notice is that there's no text underneath. So I just wanted to show this to you first, that you can add icons without adding text, which wasn't available on the default version, right? Because once you deleted that text, then it also removes the icon. So here we can actually do icons without text. But if you do want text, then let's come back to our meta object entry definition, which is right here, or the 3 that we selected. And we've got this list of text that we can add. So we can see here that there's a customer's icon, a return icon, and a shipping icon. So in the same order as they show up for the icons, we can do, let's say, over 100,000 happy customers. And we can add easy returns, and we can add free shipping. Okay, so let's save that. And if we come back to our theme editor, and let's just save and refresh, we can now see that we've got our icons with the text underneath. Okay, so let's explore some of the other features here. We've got a different layout. So we've got horizontal or vertical. So if you wanted to stack them on top of each other like that, you can do that. This feature is also available in the default version, right? So we can actually also stack these. So that one isn't a new option. Then we've got the number of icons per line if you're doing the horizontal layout, and the number of columns if you're doing the vertical layout. So let's explore what those can look like actually. So let's come back here. Let's actually create a new entry. Right, so we've created this first entry. Let's add another entry. And we're going to call this icons grouping 2. And we're going to select some more. So let's select, so we had this one, this one, this one. Let's do that and that. Okay. So we've got 5 icons this time. Let's add the text. So we had 100,000 happy customers. We had easy returns. We had free shipping. And then we have perfect fit guarantee. And we've got made in USA. Okay, so those are the 5 that we have there. Let's save. And now let's go back to our product. And we're going to change the meta field from the icons grouping 1 to icons grouping 2. And we're going to save. And so now, if we come back to our theme editor and refresh, we can see that the icons have changed to the new grouping that we just did. And we've got these 2 extra icons. And so when we have icons per line 3, it'll go to a maximum of 3, and then just go to the next line afterwards. If we do 4, then it'll kind of add the 4 in line like this, and then the last one's going to show up there. And 5, we can put them all side by side, just like that. But you can see here that maybe in some cases the text doesn't quite work as well because of how small it is. So maybe we want to go back to 3. Same thing on the column side. If we decide to do a vertical layout, we've got all of them in a single column. But if we want to, say, add a second column, then we can do that, and it can look like this. Also, we can change the size. So if we want these to be a little larger, a little smaller, we can update that. Get some bigger icons. Same thing with text. You can get some bigger text, smaller text. It's really up to you on how you want to customize this, but the options are there to adjust to make it your own. Okay, so that already gives us a ton of features if you want to add these icons to your product information. But maybe you want to add your icons to a different part of the product page, right? So instead of in the product information, maybe we want to actually place them underneath here. So that's why earlier we created a section. So we can add a section, and we can scroll to the bottom, icon with text custom, and it's going to work very much in the same way, right? So we have those same features We can adjust the size. We can adjust the text font. Really up to you on how you want to do it, but we can place it on the other parts of the product page, and we can say drag this up and get it between the product information section and your related product section. Now, because this is a section, you can also add it to other pages, not just the product page. Let's say we go to a collection page. Okay, so let's say we want to add some icons here. Let's do that right now. But you can see here that there's no icons showing up. Why is that? Well, it's because we're actually mapping the icons to read from the product meta field, but a collection page doesn't have a product meta field to it. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're actually going to change the icon source. We're going to make this a meta object entry, and we can actually just type in the entry that we want to use. So here we actually have two entries, icons grouping 2 and icons grouping 1. So let's just use 2. So we'll just copy and paste our name and pasted it into this box right here. And we can see that the icons show up. And again, you have all the same options to say adjust the icon size, adjust the text size, adjust the number of icons per line, right? So if we want to have this go onto the second row, you can do that. The difference that you need to keep in mind here is that this is a fixed list of icons. So for any collection that is going to be part of the default collection, it's going to show these same icons here. It won't change per product. So that's just something to keep in mind whenever you're using the meta object entry source. Now, if we just save and go back to our product, we can see that the icon source setting is also here. So right now it's set to the product meta field, and this will be looking for the meta field in all of our different products. So it's dynamically changing. But we can also make it static. So we can use the meta object entry. You'll see that disappears. But if we put in our entry name, it'll pull the icons grouping to icons, and it'll show it here. And this way you can make it static. So any product that has this template is going to show this. So that way, if you want to show the same icons for all of your products, you don't have to change it individually in the meta field for each one of them. You just do it once right here. But if you do want it dynamic, then you do have to use the product meta field. Okay, so let's change the icon size a little bit smaller. Let's save, and then let's take a look at the live site. So we'll just refresh, and we've got our icons showing up. Now, if we go to a completely different product, so let's go to these, say, sweatpants here. They're not going to show because the meta field hasn't been set up for this product. And the reason why we want to potentially do it by product is because each product's a little bit different. So let's say we've got these sweatpants here. Let's go back to our product area and let's take a look at our sweatpants. Okay, so these are the ones. And let's create another icon grouping. So we're going to add an entry, and we're going to call this icons grouping 3. And let's select our icons. So let's use similar ones, but they're going to have a slight difference. So do this one, this one, this one, this one, and then we'll use the Canadian flag this time. Okay, and let's go 100,000 happy customers. We'll do easy returns, free shipping, perfect fit guarantee, and made in Canada. And save. So now let's go back to our product, scroll down to the meta fields area, and let's select icons grouping 3 and save. And now if we refresh, we can see our icons. And we can see that the section icons are pulling from the same product meta field, but if we come back to our theme editor maybe we want this to be more static. So we can actually change this back to icons grouping 2. And we'll change this to the meta object entry and save. Okay, if we refresh, we can see here, it doesn't have to be the same. Okay, so there's a ton of different features that we've added here. You can change the size of these icons, you can change the text, you can change the way they're laid out. You can make them dynamic. So there's a lot of different ways you could use a dynamic feature here. Maybe some of your products are made up of different materials, or if you've got skincare, maybe they're made up of different ingredients. You can create any number of meta object entries and then map them to the relevant products that you want to show, so that you can have different icons for different classes of products, or even for every single product, it could be a different set of icons if you want. That, I think, is super powerful and gives you a lot of flexibility. And on top of that, it's not just for the product information. We've had this section. You can put it onto your collection page. You can put it on your product page. You can put it on any page that you can add a section. So there's a ton of flexibility on how you want to use this one as well. If you've got a whole bunch of awards, then you can add them here as well. And so that's it. I hope you like this customization, and I hope it gives you the flexibility to add icons in any way that you need. Okay, now we have custom product options. So let's say you want to let customers select different features, personalizations, or add-ons, and even some of the biggest companies in the world offer personalization. Just check out the process of building an iPad from Apple. With more customization and personalization options, you can differentiate your products and stand out from the crowd. So we'll be adding the ability to create new input options like text input, checkbox, and custom picker. So let's take a look. We're on our demo store. We're using the Dawn theme, and you can see here we've got all these different options here. So we've got color, size, material, and then we have these personalization options here. So the color, size, and material are the 3 variant options that are normally available. So if we go to our product, you can see here that we've assigned these variant options here. But we have these additional options beneath it. So we've got some text that we can enter. We've got another picker here. So this can be, say, the color of the personalization. And then we have a few toggle switches as well. So you can maybe turn these on, right? So you have a lot of different options to choose from beyond just the 3 that we have here. And with this customization, we can actually add even more. So we only have, say, 4 additional options here, but you could add more text boxes. You can add more pickers, more toggle switches. It's really up to you. And so we're going to build that out in this tutorial. So once you add this product to cart, you can actually see here that it adds all of these properties into the cart itself as well, right? And so if you view the cart, you're going to see everything in here, right? So you've got personalization, the color, gift wrap, shipping protection, and then you can go to checkout. And if you go through and place the order, you'll see all of this information is also in the order itself, right? And then if you actually look at the confirmation email, right, that information is going to flow into the confirmation email as well. So it goes through every step of the process so that your customers can see all of these additional options that were selected. Okay, so let's take a quick look at our theme editor so that we can see what customization options we have with this. So here we are in our theme editor. We're looking at the default product. And in order to add one of these options in, you would add block. And you can see here we've got these custom checkbox input, custom options picker, and custom text input. And we've actually added some in here. So that's the custom text input there, right? We can name it to whatever we want. We can just say custom text, for example. So then we just know what it is on the left side here. And right now we've set this as personalization, right? So that's going to be the value that shows up right here, right, on your on your cart and in your orders. And this is going to be what actually shows up on the product page. And then here is some placeholder text. Right? So that's how you can add a text box. Next, we've got the picker. Right? So we have here the option to, again, name it as whatever we want on the left side. This is going to be the property that shows up in the cart and orders. And then you can also choose this to be pills or drop down. So let's take off the swatches for a moment. So that's the pills. You can change it to a drop down. And you also have the option to set it to a swatch. And we can also change the size. Okay, so now let's take a look at our toggle switches. We have this similar options here, right? We can name it whatever we want, so we can see it on the left side. This is going to be the property name, and we can decide whether it's checked by default or not. So when you load the page, it'll be checked by default, or it can be unchecked. And then the customer can choose from there. You can also change the color that the switch has. So let's say we make this more of a red, then if we have it checked, you can see this one's red, but then this one is going to be green. So you can actually have different colors for your toggle switches. And then this one is also a toggle switch, the same options there. And so those are the settings that we have there, and we can add more options. So for example, if we wanted to add another text input, so we can select that. We can say drag it up to right here. And let's call this, let's call it the prompted picker. And let's just name this prompted picker option, just so it's a little bit easier to know what we're looking at. And we are going to, we're going to say this is a custom option, and then let's save. So you're going to see it doesn't quite show up yet. And that's because we have to specify which products should be seeing this picker, right? Because we don't want it to show up with every single product. So what we do to activate it is we have this property named the prompted picker. So we come to our product and we have these meta fields here. And so here, this meta field, custom input properties to enable, this is the meta field that's going to specify which custom options we want to show up on this product. So I'm going to add the prompted picker, right, which is the property that we just created. And we're going to add that in, and we'll save. And now if we come back to our theme editor, let's just give this a quick refresh. And you can see here now we have this additional product option. And so this works the same way with the toggle switches, with the options pickers. You can create any number of them that you want, and you can reorganize them into whichever order that you want. So let's say we put it down here. We can shift this down. And so you've got a lot of flexibility with these options. Okay, so if this looks good to you, then let's start adding it to your store. Okay, so we're now in our Shopify admin, and we're looking at the themes area, and we're going to be working off of this theme right here. So this is Dawn version 15. It's a fresh install, but we've added our swatch video tutorial into this code. So there's been a minor change. If you want to include swatches with your product options, then you'll need to add the swatch video in there first. But if you don't want the swatches, or you don't need the swatches, you can skip that part and just use your fresh Dawn install. It's just not going to work when you try to select the swatch options. But like I mentioned, if you want the swatches, then check out that video. Link will be in the description. So before you start, just make sure to duplicate your theme. If you're using a fresh install, then you might not need to do this, but in most cases you will. So duplicate your theme first before you make any changes, just in case anything goes wrong. It'll be easier to revert back. Okay, so our first step is we're going to create some meta fields and meta objects. So let's go to settings, custom data, and we're going to create a new meta object definition. And we're going to call this the custom product options. and we're going to add a few fields. The first one will be single line text. We're going to call this title, and we're going to make this required. This is just going to be the name of our meta object that we're creating. Secondly, we're going to have also a single line text. We're going to call this option name, and this is going to be required as well, and we will add. And the third one will also be single line text. In this case, it'll be a list of values, not just one value. We're going to call this option values. We'll also make this required. And so this meta object will be used for the picker option that we were showing earlier. And so let's just save this. And then let's go back and create a couple meta fields. So the first meta field that we're going to create is going to be called custom input properties to enable. And this is going to be single line text, but it's going to be a list of values. Okay, and we're going to save. And the second one is going to be the custom options pickers to enable. This is going to be type meta object. And then we're going to select the meta object we just created, so custom product options, and it's going to be a list of entries. And so we'll save. And so that's it. So that's the meta objects and the meta fields that we're creating. Just make sure that you're creating a product meta field. And then let's move on to edit code. Okay, so we're back in our themes area, and now we can edit some code. But before you do, make sure you duplicate your theme so that if anything goes wrong, it'll be easier to revert back to your previous version. So let's edit code, and we're going to edit the main product.liquid file. And in here, you can see at the top, there's going to be some CSS and JS files that are being included. And so we're going to include our own JSS and CSS. So we're going to come beneath where this section is, and just come above the first 3D model right there. And we're going to paste our first code block. Okay, and next, what we're going to do is we're going to search for picker, and you're going to see here there's this variant picker. And what this is actually the block that you can find in your theme editor. So you can see here variant picker is the block in our theme editor. That's what this is right here. And so let's just come beneath there and paste our second code block. And then in here, we are creating our own blocks. So we've got our custom text input, custom checkbox input, custom options picker. And so what those are going to do is when we add block right here, it's going to show up as an option here so we can add it in. Okay, third, we're going to continue down. And then here are the variant picker options. And so this is the schema section of our product section. And this is what defines all of these settings you can see here on the right side. So if you go to, say, the product information section, or you go to the variant picker block, these are the settings that will help define what's going on in your block. And so we're going to add our own settings for the new blocks that we just created. And we're going to do it just beneath this variant picker block. So we can click right beside this curly bracket here, scroll down, and you're going to see that it highlights where it ends. So we'll just come beneath there, and we're going to paste in our third code block right here. And now we can save. Okay, so if we refresh, we're going to see that we now have the options to add our custom text input, custom checkbox input, and custom options picker. But we're not going to do it just yet because we're not quite done with the code yet. So what we're going to do next is we're going to actually create some of these files that we just referenced. And so you can see here that we've got this red underline beneath these files here, and also right here for the product options custom that we're referencing here. For this one right here, this component product variant swatch custom.css, if you have previously installed the swatch customization that we mentioned earlier, then this is already a file that is in your theme. If you haven't done it, then this will also not show as a file that to be found. But like I mentioned previously, if you're not interested in adding swatches to this customization, then you can just ignore it. You don't need to add that in. But if you do want the swatches, then you're going to have to follow that tutorial. So let's add in our new files. So the first one we're going to do is the snippet. So we'll just come here and we'll add a new snippet, and we're going to call this the product options custom.liquid. Okay. And we're now going to copy and paste our code into here, and we'll just save that. Next, we're going to create an asset. We're going to create a blank file. We'll do JS first, and this is going to be called the product options custom.js. And we're going to create our file, and we're going to paste our code into here. And then finally, we're going to add another asset. This time it's going to be the CSS file. This will also be product options custom.css. And we are going to copy and paste our CSS into here. Okay, and so the last file that we're going to be editing is going to be the buy buttons .liquid file. And so we're going to come into here, and you're going to see here we've got this this form. All right, so there's going to be a product form, and then there's going to be an input element, and we're going to come right below it. We've got this if gift card recipient check, and we're going to paste in our block right here. Okay, and so now we can save. And so what we've done here is to grab the information that we are creating on the product information, right? So those new pickers that we're going to be adding, and make sure that it gets into our cart and checkout pages. So that should be everything. Now let's add some options to our product. So what we can do first is let's add a block. Let's add a text block first. And we're going to drag this up to, it's below the variant picker. We're going to add a checkbox input, and we're going to put this below here. We're going to add a custom options picker. Put that right here. Let's add a second custom options picker actually, and put that underneath there as well. Okay, so let's start defining some of these things. So this can be, let's call this personalization text input. We'll call this personalization. So this is going to be the property name. So this is going to be used in a few different ways. So we'll come back to this in a second. Input text will be add your personalization. Okay, and then enter your custom text. That should be fine. So in order to activate this, we have to make sure that this shows up in our product meta fields as well. So we'll save that first. We can copy this, and we'll come to our product. Okay, so let's refresh to make sure our meta fields are showing up since we had just created them. And we can come down here and we can see our meta fields. And so what we're going to do is we're going to come here. And so one of the meta fields is the custom input properties to enable. and the other one is the custom options pickers to enable. So in this case, we actually want to add our personalization into the custom input properties, right? So we'll save that. And that's because this here is a property, right? It's our personalization property. And so we are activating the personalization property in this product. So this product is the prompted t-shirt with custom options. And so we are looking at that product here. And if we refresh, we can see we have our personalization showing up. But if we go to any other product, that's not going to show up. So here we can refresh. We've got a personalization option there. But if we go to the prompted original and we go to, let's say, just the regular t-shirt without the customization options, it doesn't show up, right? So it's only going to show up for the products where we've activated it in the meta fields. And if we type something in here, we get it showing up in our cart, right? View cart, you can see it showing up there. Okay, let's get rid of these and let's go back. Okay, so let's continue on. Let's add our checkbox input now. So here we can call this our gift wrapping option. And then we can call this gift wrap. And what we're gonna show on the site is add gift wrapping. Okay, and so we can save that. So in this case, our property name is gift wrap. So let's copy that and we're going to go to our products and we're going to add this to our list of properties to include. And we're going to save. And now if we come to our theme editor again, refresh, we can see here now our toggle is added there. Okay, so let's move on. So we've got our custom options picker. We can call this, let's say, the prompted option 1. We're gonna call this, I don't know, option 1, let's say. And we are going to then activate this. So let's save and go to our product. And we're going to activate this in here and save. But this time we're going to see that it actually isn't going to show up, right? So nothing shows up quite yet. And that's because with the pickers, we also have to define what options the pickers have. And so that's why we created that meta object earlier. So let's go back out here and let's go to our content area, go to our meta objects, and we're going to select the custom product options meta object. And now we have to create an entry. And so this is the title to help us identify it. So we'll call this prompted original t-shirt option 1. We'll call it custom option 1, let's say. And this option name actually has to match the property that we just created. So we call this option 1. So we're going to have to match that. And so because what's happening in the code is it's going to search for any meta object that matches this name. So it needs to match exactly. And then here is where you specify the values. So we can say, let's just use something random. So let's call it 1, let's say, 2, 3, 4. So these are our 4 different options. We can save. And now if we come back to our product, we have this option available. And so we can select that. And so now what we've done is we've said for the picker, we've specified the options available, which is through the meta object. And we've also specified the property that we are adding. And these are the 2 things that are needed in order to get it into our to show up on our product page. And so if we refresh, we should see our 4 options available now. And there you go. So now we have our 4 options for option 1. And we can do that again. We can do that for option 2. Let's say we're going to call this one custom option 2. This will be the custom options 2 picker, right? And so that's just to help us identify it on the left side. We'll save that. So again, this property name is very important. It's going to be how we identify everything. So we'll come back to our meta objects area. We'll add a new entry. And this is where we place the property name. The title can be anything we want. The prompted original option 2, right? Just to help us identify it. And then here we can choose anything we want here. So we could, this could be 5, 6, 7, 8. We can just leave that typo in there. That's fine. So let's save. And now we go back to our product and we have to select 2 things, right? So we've got to add our property name in here. So custom option 2. And we also have to select the values that option 2 contains, right? Which is the 5, 6, 7, 8. And we can save. We come back to our theme editor. We can refresh. And now we can see we've got our options in here. So let's come back out to our website now. We'll refresh our page and you can see all of our options there, right? So we have our regular product variants, but we also have, some text we can personalize. We can add GIF wrapping if we want. We can choose all these different options, and it won't show up on any other product that we haven't specified it for. So I refresh this page, you still don't see those options coming up. If we add this product to cart, those options aren't there. If we add it to cart here, we can see we've got all those extra options. So now when we view cart, you can see you've got your 2 different products, one with all your extra options and the other one that does not. Great. So the last step that we need to do is we need to make sure that when the customer orders this product, that it actually shows up in their confirmation email. And so that doesn't happen by default. We have to add one last customization to make that happen. So we're going to come back to our settings area. We're going to go to our notifications. And we're going to go to customer notifications. And we're going to update both the order confirmation email and the shipping confirmation email, because those are the ones that typically the customers want to see what they're actually getting. So the order confirmation email, we're going to edit code. And in here, we're going to look for the for line in subtotal line items. Okay, so this loop here is going to loop through all the products in your order and show them in the order confirmation email. And we're going to scroll down a little bit until we see this line about this gift card, if line.gift card. And we're going to place our code right in here. So we're just going to copy and paste in here. And so this is just going to loop through our different properties and display them on the order confirmation email. So let's save that. And we're going to come back out. And we're going to do something very similar with the shipping confirmation email. So we can edit code. And we're going to, this time, look for the same loop, but it's going to be a little bit different. So for line in fulfillment, .fulfillment line item. So this is the loop here. Again, if we scroll down, you're going to come to a spot where it's going to be talking about the line item selling plan allocation. And so we're just going to come and create a couple of spaces in there and paste our code into here. The code is almost the same as the previous one for the order confirmation, but the variables are a little bit different. So in this case, it's the line where we have to include line item in here. So let's save. And we can now run through a mock purchase. So let's just check out. And we're going to put in an email. We're going to just do a random address here. Testin, sure. Just random postal code. No, that's not correct. There we go, something like this. And we are going to use the bogus gateway, which allows you to do these mock orders. So I'll pay now. Okay, so now when we come back out, we can look at our orders and we can take a look here. And we can see here we've got 2 products. One, which has the regular variant information, which is right here as well. But you also have all of these extra line item properties that we've added in through our customization just now. And if you actually look at the email that gets sent out, you can see here that it also shows up as well, right into the email. If we actually come back out and look at this first order here, so we hadn't added that fix in just yet. So if you look at our email here, you don't see any line item properties, but actually in the order it still shows up here. So that's why we have to modify the email notification, the templates, because if you don't do that, then you can see here that the customer doesn't know that they've added those properties in, even though you can see it on the backside, on the back end admin orders area. So let's come back out, go back here, and let's say we are going to fulfill these items. So let's fulfill, and we can do some random tracking number with some random, let's say USPS, for example. And we can send our information, right? So we're just fulfilling. And then it's going to show us that, okay, we've sent a shipping confirmation email. We can view the email, and it will also show these line item properties here. If we don't change the email template like we did with the orders, again, the shipping confirmation email won't have those properties. But that's pretty much it. So that's our customization on how to add all of these custom options into your product page so that you can have tons of flexibility with your product. So that you know, if you're like Apple and you have all these different options to include with your product, but you don't know how to do it because Shopify only gives you 3 variant options. Well, this is how. Our next feature is a simple in-cart upsell. So let's check out movement here. And you can see that in their cart, they have an option to add a gift box as a $10 upsell, which we've already added here. These simple upsells like gift wrapping or shipping protection are a great way to boost your AOV since they can tap into what the customer is already looking for and giving them that option to add it directly from the cart before they check out. All right, let's check it out. So we're on our demo store here, and we've got this prompted original t-shirt here. And if we look in the cart, you can see it's empty. And now if we add a black extra small to the cart, you'll see here we'll have our black extra small, and we also have a gift wrap that's automatically enabled into the cart. If we add a second shirt, let's say a medium green, add to cart, it'll add the second one to cart, but it doesn't change anything with the gift wrap. So it only adds it to the cart if your cart's already empty. And then you also have this toggle switch. So you can take it off and your gift wrap will disappear. You turn it back on and you add the gift wrap to your cart again. And so this works both if you use the toggle switch or if you delete it from your cart, then it also updates the toggle switch. So you can kind of do it however you like. But that's essentially it. You've got this little switch here that adds a gift wrap, or you can change this into, say, shipping protection, or whatever you want, and you can connect it to whichever product you want as well. And so the two main features here are you have the ability to add it directly into the cart, this upsell product, by just adding any product to the cart. So it's there by default. And then you also have the toggle switch that can add it into this cart and remove it. So if we go to the theme editor and look at the theme settings, you can see here we have this cart simple upsell settings section that we added in. And you can, we'll take a look at what these settings are. And so let's just go to our cart. Here, let's add something to cart. Okay, so let's actually make this a cart page, just so that it doesn't keep changing the page on us when I'm trying to do this little demo here. Okay, so we'll add the cart. All right, so in our settings here, we've got the cart simple upsell. Okay, so we have the option to use it or not. So if we just take this out, then our toggle switch is going to disappear. And when we add products to the cart, it won't automatically add the gift wrap into the cart. But we're going to put that in there. If we uncheck the upsell is in cart by default, then you know how here when the cart was empty and we added the product to cart, the gift wrap item was added automatically. So what this setting does is it only adds the product as normal, but the upsell product is not there by default. So okay, let me just show you what that looks like. So okay, so we can refresh, and now our cart is empty, right? And if we add a product to cart, it just adds the product that we just added, but no gift wrap, right? And so if we want the gift wrap to show up, then we have to click it, right? And so this setting here is just saying, do we want that upsell product to be added to the cart by default? Is it automatically on, or is it automatically off? And then you have the toggle switch to change it the other way, right? And so now we have the next setting, the product variant ID. So this is just the variant ID of the product you want to add to the cart. So in this case, we've chosen this gift wrap. But if we want to choose a different product, so let's say we use shipping protection. We've got a shipping protection product here. And we got to add the variant ID in there. So let's take a look at these two products here. So with this gift wrap product here, you're going to see that we have some different variants. And if we want to look at the different variants, we can click in and we get this page here. Up in the URL, we actually get these different IDs. So this number here after products is the product ID, and this here is the variant ID. But if your product doesn't have any variants, then how do you actually get the variant ID, right? It's only showing the product ID in the URL here. So in order to do that, if you don't have any variants and you can't click in like you do here, then what you can do is you can just type JSON after the product ID, and it'll take you to this JSON file. And if you just search for variants, right, you can actually get the ID right there. That's the variant ID for this product. You can actually use the pretty print here. It makes it a little bit easier to read. You got variants and then ID. So we can just take this ID and then put it into our theme editor. And if we save this, refresh, now the toggle switch will add the shipping protection product, right, instead of the gift wrap. And if we also want to have the upsell into the cart by default, so let's just save that. Let's empty our cart out. And add a product in. It's now going to add the shipping protection by default, right? And so that's just the product that we want to include into as our upsell. So we can choose any variant ID that we want. And then this feature here, or sorry, this setting here is to change the text. So if we're using shipping protection like we are here, then we say shipping protection, or sorry, add shipping protection, and it will change that right there. And then we can choose, do we want it to be aligned on the left, aligned to the right? So if we're on the cart page, maybe we want to add that onto the right side. And then the upsell toggle color. So right now we've got this green, but we can change it to anything we want. So maybe we want it to this, maybe this little teal color here, maybe something like that. If we save and refresh, we can see that that color is now more of a teal instead of that green that we were using previously. So those are all the settings that we have with this feature. If you like what you see, then stick around because we're now going to add it to your store. Okay, so we're now in the themes area and we've just added a fresh new version of Dawn. We haven't made any changes to it yet, except for renaming the title. This is Dawn version 14.0.0. And if we actually go and visit and take a look at the store, we can see here that when we add something to cart, that it just adds the product on its own. There's no toggle switch to add the upsell. And if we go into the customization settings, we're gonna see here that there's no option for the cart upsell. Now, while the functionality for this upsell seems pretty straightforward, what's happening behind the scenes is actually more complex, which means we'll be editing quite a few files in this tutorial. You'll see that the edits to the Liquid files are fairly simple, but there's a bit more going on with the JavaScript files. In any case, don't worry too much. I'll guide you through it step by step. Before we start, what you're going to want to do is actually duplicate your theme. So you can do that by coming to the themes area and then hitting duplicate. What this will do is it'll create a copy so that when you make your edits, if anything goes wrong, you can always revert back to your previous version without trying to troubleshoot your way back to the version that was working. So we've already done that. Actually, we've just installed a fresh new version. So if you're doing that, then you don't necessarily have to. But as best practice, just duplicate your theme before you make the changes. Okay, so let's now edit code. And the first file we're going to edit is going to be the settings schema.json file. And we're going to look for the cart settings, and that's going to take you near the bottom of the file. And you're going to see here that this open curly bracket is closed by this one here. So we'll just add a comma, create a little bit of space, and we'll copy and paste our new settings in. And so what this is going to do is if we open our customization settings, what this is going to do is it's going to add some new settings. And so if we come back to our theme settings, you're going to see here there's cart but nothing underneath. Once we save this and refresh, you're going to see here we've got our cart simple upsell settings. Now these settings aren't going to do anything just yet because we have to edit the rest of the code for it to work, but that's what we've just added in. Okay, so next what we're going to do is we're going to go to the buy buttons .liquid file. And what we're going to do is we're going to come to this product form element right here, and we're going to add a new attribute. And so this is the line we're going to add in here, and it's got an if statement followed by an attribute. Okay, so let's just save that. Okay, and now we're going to go into the product form.js. So the first line we're going to add is we're going to go into the constructor here, and we're going to come and add a line right there. Next, we're going to go to the onSubmitHandler method. And we're going to look for the this fetch line right here. and we're going to replace it with this code right here. So I'm just going to create a little bit of space, paste this in, and we can get rid of this version right here because we've actually edited the code and added it in right there. So let's just remove that, and we can actually get rid of this space here. Okay, so that's our second step. And then our third step is to add a new method, which will go right in between this previous method here and the handle error message. So we'll create a little bit of space and paste our get upsell product config method. And so let's save that. Okay, and so now what we've done is we've modified our add to cart button. And so if we just refresh our page now, let's just delete this first. And go to t-shirts, prompt original t-shirt. Okay, so what we've done is we've added the ability to add the upsell product to the cart when we hit add to cart. So let's show that right now. So first we have to enable the whole feature to work, and then we have to add a variant ID. So let's use our, this is the shipping protection variant ID. So let's do that, right? So if you remember, this is the shipping protection product. And then we're going to change this to say add shipping protection. Okay, so let's save our settings. And now if I refresh and then add an item to cart, we now have 2 items in cart, and our shipping protection product has been added to the cart by default. Now, we don't have the toggles in there yet. That's our next step. But this change that we've just made was for the add to cart button to add our shipping protection, gift wrap, whatever upsell product that you want to add by default into the cart once you add that first item. Okay, so let's move on. So the next file we're going to edit is the main cart items. And we're going to look for the script tag that's going to call cart.js. Now we're just going to completely replace it with this code here, which also calls the script tag. But if we're using our upsell cart feature, then it adds an additional attribute in there. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go to the main cart footer file now. And we're going to come down near the bottom. There's going to be, actually, sorry, no, it's right here near the top. The footer itself is, the main cart footer is itself near the bottom of the page. But we're looking for this div class page width here. And we're going to paste our render cart upsell line right here. And this is what's going to add the upsell toggle onto the cart page. Now you're going to see here that it's underlined red because this file does not exist. We're going to be adding it in a moment, but before we do that, we're also going to update our cart drawer.liquid file. And watch out here, right? There's a section version of cart drawer.liquid and a snippet version of cart-drawer.liquid. So you're going to want to use the snippets version. If you go to the sections version, it'll just show this one line. But if you see this, you can just actually click this arrow and it'll take you to the snippet one. So let's just close that one. Okay, so here we're doing something very similar. We're looking for the script tag for cart.js, which is right there. And we're going to just replace it with our few lines of code right there, if else statement for the cart.js. And then we're also going to add our render for the Cart Upsell custom. And so this is where we're going to come a little bit lower down, and we're going to look for the drawer footer. And we're going to come right below that and add our Cart Upsell custom render. It'll be just above the note, the cart note option. which is the same on the cart footer here. We actually go above the cart note. So we're going to save that. And then finally, we're going to create the new Cart Upsell custom.liquid file. So we're going to add a new snippet. This is going to be the cart-upsell-custom. And we're going to copy and paste our code into here. We'll save. So you're going to see here it's no longer underlined red. And here it's no longer underlined red because our file exists. Okay. And so if we refresh our page on the cart, we're going to see that this toggle switch now appears. But we've only added it to the liquid files. We're going to need to add some JavaScript to actually make this toggle do something, right? And so that's something that we want to do is if the upsell product is in the cart, then it's going to be automatically toggled on. If it's not in the cart, it's going to be automatically toggled off. And vice versa, if we toggle the switch, it should either remove the product or it should add it in. So that is going to require a little bit of JavaScript, and that's our next step. So let's come back to our code editor, and we're going to go to the cart.js file. And so this is the file that controls how the cart works. We also have a cart drawer.js. And so this is some additional JavaScript that is for specifically the cart drawer. And so we're going to need to modify both of these pages, both of these files. So let's start off with the cart.js. And so here we're going to need to start off by going to the cart items cart constructor, which is right here, cart items constructor. And we're going to add a couple lines of code right here. Okay, and so the next thing we're going to update is the connected callback method. So that's right here. And right at the bottom of this method, we're going to add these few lines of code. Next, we're going to the onCartUpdate method. And then we're going to need to update two parts here. So the first part is going to be this section here. So this is for the cart drawer items part of the method. And so we're going to come right after this curly bracket here, add our code in there. And then we're going to do the cart page version, right? So this else here, and we're going to come right above, right below this line, this inner.html line, and we're going to paste our code right there. Okay, so let's move along. We have a few new methods to add in, so we can actually create some space right before the get sections to render, and we're going to paste this block of code here. This is just a series of new methods to add the upsell product or remove the upsell product based on the state of the trigger, of the toggle, sorry. And one final update is going to be on the update quantity method. We're going to look for this publish method right here. We're going to come right below it and add these two lines of code here. And so what we've done here is we've essentially added some methods that'll handle what happens when we click the toggle or activate the toggle, what happens when we deactivate the toggle, and then some methods to update the toggle visibility, right? So if the cart is empty, then we want to hide it, and also the state of the toggle. So if it sees that we've removed the upsell product, then it's going to turn off the toggle or turn on the toggle if it's in there. Okay, so let's just save that. And now if we go to the cart-drawer.js file, we also have some updates to make there. And so we're going to look for the open method right here. And we're going to come right after this, this line right here, the set timeout. And we're going to add some code right there. And we're going to save that file. Okay, so now that we've added in that JavaScript, we can come back to our page. Let's refresh. And we should be able to use our toggle to add and remove our shipping protection upsell. If we delete it from here, we should see that the toggle gets turned off automatically. And we should also see that it turns on if we add the product in through whichever means we want. So let's say, for example, we're adding in a product and the cart's empty, right? Cart is empty. When we add this product, we should get the upsell automatically. And the toggle switch should also be turned on automatically. If we remove it, again, it's turned off. But if we even manually add the shipping protection product into our cart, then it'll be activated, right? And so that's pretty much it. That's the customization. We touched a lot of different files here, but each file had only just one small change, with the exception of some of the JavaScript files. So if we come back to our settings, we looked at the settings a little bit earlier in our demo, but let's just quickly talk about them again, right? So we've got our use cart upsell here. So if you don't want to use the upsell at all, you don't want the toggle switch there, you don't want to modify the add to cart, you turn this feature off and it will just behave like your default done. Let's turn that on though, because this is the feature we're adding. Upsell is in cart by default. Again, so this is if we go to our product and we hit this add to cart button, if we want the shipping protection or whatever upsell you're using to automatically be added to the cart, then it will. This will only happen if the cart is empty. So on the first product that you add, it will add it in. Any subsequent products, it won't do anything. So here we already have something in our cart. It's not going to modify it. This also goes for, let's say, if you remove the shipping protection, but decide to add some other product to the cart, it's not going to add it back in because you've already removed it from the cart. So it's not going to add that back in. It's only going to come in when the cart is empty and you're adding the very first product in. So once you add that first product in, we can view the cart. Shipping protection is in there. Okay, so we have the variant ID, right? So remember, this is the variant ID, not the product ID, which means you should be using if your product has variants, then you can use the variant ID in the URL here. If the product does not have variants, then you can use the JSON to find it. You can use pretty print and find the ID right there under variants. And you can change the text, right? So add shipping protection for $3. You can change the text there. And we can change the alignment. So we can make this on the right, let's say, and we can change the color. So let's just, let's change this to a red, let's say. There, okay, it's a red. So let's save all of that. Let's refresh. All right, we've got a red, we've got on the right side, and we've changed the text. And it will also all work if you use the cart drawer instead of the cart page. So let's refresh that. Let's come back out and look at the drawer. There we go. So we've got the toggle working on or off, however you like it. Right, this is right aligned. Maybe it looks better left aligned on the cart drawer, so we can change that back to left aligned. And let's save. Okay, so now we've got our toggle to turn on or off our upsell. So that's our simple upsell cart customization. The next feature we're looking at is adding quantity rules. You can see here how PopFlex has a maximum limit to prevent customers from overbuying some of their most popular products. And this can help you manage your inventory more smoothly. And it can also actually lead to more overall sales and profits. With minimum quantities, you can make sure each order has a minimum AOV so that it justifies your fulfillment cost. And with maximums, it can communicate scarcity, which can actually drive up demand. So let's jump in and take a look. So you can see here on our demo store that we've got this messaging down here under the quantity selector, minimum of 5, maximum of 10. So if we try to go less than 5 or more than 10, it doesn't let you, right? So you can only add between 5 and 10 into cart. If we go to a different variant, you can see here that this actually changes. So minimum of 2 in this case, maximum of 10 in increments of 2. So we can actually jump by 2. And so you can see here, if we go to a different variant, again, we've got a different set of rules. Okay, so let's add this product to cart. And you can see here, we actually have this little popover here, right? So we can see what our rules are, increments of 2, minimum 2, max 10. And in this case, it's a different set of rules, right? This one's max 5. And so we have these different rules for these different variants. They show up differently on the cart page, and they can also show up differently on the product page, right? So depending on the one you select, it'll show up here. But we can actually also set the rules to behave on the product level. So why don't we jump into the theme editor and take a look at some of these settings. Okay, so we're in our theme editor now, and in the theme settings, we can scroll down and we have this new area here, custom quantity rules. Now your theme isn't going to have this area yet. Later in this video, I'll show you how you can add it to your theme. But for now, we're just going to look at the settings of what you're going to get later on. And so we have this checkbox here, enable custom quantity rules, and that's actually just our master switch. So if we go to our default product, let's go to the product we were just looking at. So rules. Okay, so this product here has some rules set, and if I uncheck this box, you're going to see those rules go away. And so essentially what we've done here is we've made the theme behave as normal. It doesn't matter if you put the rules in or not. If you uncheck the box, the rules just will not appear. Now, if you check the box, then what we've now done is enabled the ability to add rules. And so not every product will have rules by default. You have to add them in by meta fields, which I'll show you in a second. And this is one of the products where we've added those rules in. And as we saw previously, it was set to variant rules, where each variant can have a different rule. It doesn't have to, but it can. Well, if we set it to product rules, then what we're going to be doing now is, let's just save this first and let's just refresh. So now what we've done is we've said that the rules apply on a product level. And so it doesn't matter what the different variants are in the cart. So in this case, we've got 4 red extra small and 1 white extra small. From a rules perspective, what it sees is a quantity of 5 of this shirt, right? So 4 plus 1, and we can see here there's 5 in cart, and it's only going to let us add up to 10. And so we can just say do a completely different variant here, 3XL large. It's only going to let us add an additional 4, right? Because it's in increments of 2 here. So it's add to cart. And now we have 9 total in cart. And if I try to check out, it's actually going to, throw an error, right? Because this one here is telling us that it has to be either 0 or 2 because we're in increments of 2. That's part of the rule. So we can add another one here. And now we can either go to 0 or 2 and we can check out. So these rules are actually quite powerful, right? We can adjust what the customer can add to cart from the product page. And then on the cart, we actually have these checks to make sure that the rules are still applied before we can check out. If the rules aren't properly applied with what's in the cart, it's going to prevent you from checking out. So now we've seen how the rules can work. We've seen them work on a product level. We've seen them work on a variant level. But what if you have some products that you want to make sure that it's on the product level, and in other cases where you want it to be on the variant level? Well, we actually have a way to override the default behavior. So here we've said that product rules is the default behavior. Let's just set it back to variant rules. And then let's go to a different product actually. So this here is just a duplicate of our previous product. So right now this is prompt original t-shirt quantity rules demo. This is t-shirt 2 quantity rules demo. So it's just a duplicate of the previous one. Even the rules are completely duplicated. But we have this meta field here, quantity rules type override. And here we can select variant rules or product rules. And so if the default is variant rules, then we can override it with product rules. And so let's just save that, which it actually already is. So let's just navigate to this product. Okay, so we've navigated to the product, and you can see here, it doesn't matter which variant we're choosing. It's always going to be the same because this is product rules. So if I add 2 different variants into the cart, right? So we can see here is 4 in cart, but it's actually made up of 2 of the blue extra small and 2 of the green extra small. However, if we go to our first product, you can see here that the rules are applied on the variant level, right? You can see it changing there. So that's how we can override it, and we can choose on a product level whether we want the rules to apply by variant or by product. And finally, how do we actually set the rules, right? And so we do that by using a meta object. And so let's come back out here and let's open up a new tab. And you can see here, we've got this quantity rule meta object, and we have these meta object entries set here, right? So increment 1, min 5, max 10, right? So you got this increment here, minimum 5, maximum 10. And so we can change these numbers to match whatever rule you want. And then it creates an entry that you can select in your product. And so when we go to our product like this, we can either choose it on the product level, right? So we can change it to the different ones. Or if you want to do it on the variant level, then we can say bulk edit. And if you don't see this here, then you can check your columns and turn on the meta fields. And then you can see here every single variant, we can select a rule, right? Or we can not have rules, right? So if we just go to a regular product, let's say just a prompted original t-shirt. In this case, the meta fields are empty, right? So there's actually no rules. We can add as many as we want to cart. So I don't know, maybe we want 99 of these. No issue. We can order as many as we like, right? So those are the different ways you can use the rules, how you can set it up to make it work for you, how you can isolate certain products to use the rules. And yeah, so if that looks like a useful feature for you, then let's add it to your store. Okay, so we're in the themes area of our Shopify admin, and we've just installed a fresh new version of Dawn. It's version 15.1.0, which is the latest version at the time of recording. So this is a fresh theme. We haven't done anything with it yet, except just to rename it. And we're going to make some of the changes on this theme so that we can add our minimum and maximum quantity rules to it. So the first step is actually to set up our meta objects and meta fields. And so let's do that right now. So let's go to settings, custom data, and we're going to set up a meta object definition. So add definition, and we're going to call this quantity rule. And so this name is pretty important. We're going to want it to be the type quantity underscore rule. That's the name that we're going to be looking for in the code, so it should match this exactly. And we're going to add some fields, and all the field names are also very important because we're going to be looking for those field names as well in the code. And so the first one is going to be a single line text. We're going to call this name, and we're going to make this a required field. Next, we're going to create an integer, and this one is going to be increment, and it's going to be a required field with a minimum value of 1. And we'll add. We're going to do another integer. This one's going to be very similar, except it's going to be called min. But again, this is going to be a required field with a minimum value of 1. And then finally, a last integer. This one's max. It's going to be a minimum value of 1, but it's not going to be required because we don't necessarily need to set a maximum. Okay, so let's add, and now we can save. And once we've created our meta object definition, we can create our meta fields. And so let's start with the product meta field, and we're going to add definition. And we're going to call this quantity rule. Again, it's the same name. We're just going to call it quantity rule, but it's going to create a namespace and key. So again, the key here is also very important because we're going to be looking for this quantity underscore rule in the code. And so we're going to make this type meta object, and we're going to select the meta object we just created, quantity rule, and save. And then we're going to come back out, and we're going to do the same thing but for variance. So variance, add definition. We'll also call this quantity rule, so that the namespace and key is custom.quantityRule. Select type will be meta object again, and we're going to use our quantity rule meta object. All right, and then now we're going to create one last meta field. It's going to be another product meta field, and this is the override. And so we're going to add definition, and we're going to call this quantity rule type override. And this is going to be type single line text. And it's going to be one value, limit to preset choices, product rules, and variant rules. Okay, so the name here is, and also the choices are all very important because the code is looking for exactly this here. So this key here, quantity underscore rule underscore rule, quantity underscore rule underscore type underscore override. So we're looking for that in code, and also product rules and variant rules. We're also looking for that in code. So make sure that you name it exactly as you see here. And now we've finished creating our meta object definition and meta fields. And so we can head back into the themes area of our Shopify admin. And now we can edit code. But before we start, as always, just make sure you duplicate your theme. In this case, we've got the maximum here, so we can't, but we're using a fresh theme, so we should be okay. But for you, if you're going to be working off your existing theme, duplicate it first so that if anything goes wrong, you can always revert back. So let's edit code. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into the settings underscore schema. And this is a file that shows all the settings of the theme. So we can actually go to customize theme. It'll open up the theme editor. And if we go into the theme settings here, all of these settings here are defined in this file. So for example, if we go to the cart, and you can see here cart type, pop-up notification, drawer, page. So if we just Control F and look for cart, it'll take us near the bottom, and you can see here cart type, drawer, page, notification. So this here is the menu items for the cart. And so we're going to come just below that actually. So if you can highlight the curly bracket here, it'll show you its pair, the paired curly bracket that closes it. Let's add a comma, and we're going to copy and paste our quantity rules settings. So right there, we can save. And now if I refresh, we're going to see our new settings show up right there. Scroll back down, there we go, custom quantity rules, and those are our settings. Now, these settings aren't going to do anything just yet because we still have to add more code to look for these settings. And change some behavior based on that. So let's do that right now. So the next file we're going to update is the main cart items.liquid file. And so this is the cart page, and we're going to be updating the rules so that on the cart page, those rules are applying just the way we saw in the demo earlier in this video. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to hit Control F, and we're going to be looking for item.variant.quantity rule. So if we just copy and paste that in, this is exactly what we're looking for. And if you hit next, you're going to find a whole bunch of instances of it showing up, right? And so we're going to replace that with just quantity rule. So just this part right here. And we're going to replace all. So the entire file, we've replaced it every single time. And then what we're going to do is we're going to define what quantity rule is. And so you can see here, once you get to this part where you, around line 216, if you're on Dawn version 15.1.0, and it's going to have this liquid tag here, and it's going to be checking has quantity rule. And you have this TD element right here. And so we're going to create some space between those two sections, and we're going to copy and paste our code block in here. And we can save. And then we're going to scroll down, and you're going to see this input element here. And in here, you're going to see that if quantity underscore rule dot max does not equal null, then it sets this max value here. And so let's just create a little bit of space underneath that, and we're going to copy and paste some additional logic for the max attribute of our input, and we're just going to completely replace this max with that max because we actually have that as a condition in our new code. And so let's delete that, and we can save. And once we're happy with it, we can actually format this so that it looks a little bit better. But for now, let's just leave it like that so that we can see what's changed. And so that's it for the main-cart-items file. And we're going to do the exact same thing for the cart drawer file. So let's open up cart drawer. Watch out if you're opening the section, that's not actually what you want. The section will only give you this one line here. So if you end up opening this section, then you can actually get to the snippet by clicking that arrow, or you can just come down to the snippets area and just select cart drawer.liquid. So if you see this is just your section file. Okay, and so in here, we're going to do the similar steps. So we're first going to be looking for the item.variant.quantity rule. So we can Control F and look for every instance of this. And we're going to replace it with quantity rule. Replace all. And then you can see here again, we've got this liquid tag, and we are assigning has quantity rules here. And we've got this TD element, and we're just going to create a little bit of space in between. And we're going to copy and paste, again, the exact same code right there. Since we have two different files, the cart page and the cart drawer, so we just have to make that same change in both cases. And so that's it for the cart. Sorry, one last step. We got to do the input again. So we've got this input element here. We've got this max attribute here. So we're going to replace it with our new max logic. So right there, we can delete the old one, and let's save it again. Okay, so now let's head over to the main product.liquid file. And we're going to do something similar in here. We've got, we're going to look for this this text here. So product.selected or first available variant.quantity rule. So let's just click next. You can see it show up a whole bunch of times. And we're going to replace it with quantity rule. And we're just going to replace all again. And then we're going to scroll up until we see the quantity selector block. We've got this div, and right below the div, we're going to create a little bit of space. It's going to be above these comments here. And we can actually just come back below the comments as well. And we're going to copy and paste our code into here. And you're going to see here we've got this existing cart quantity assignment, which is this right here. So we're going to just take this code here and just replace this part right there. And so now we've wrapped some code around our cart quantity assignment. And if we're using quantity rules, then we're actually going to be setting the cart quantity to something different, right? So depending on what's happening with the rules, whether it's by variant or by product, we have to check the cart to see how much is actually in the cart. So once you've done that, we can save. And now just a couple more changes. So right now, this should work if we initially load our page, but once we start changing the variant, then we have to actually update our quantity rules on the page and in the logic behind for the quantity selector so that the quantity rules are properly being updated. And so in order to do that, we have to edit the product info.js file. So let's open that up. And we're going to be looking for the handle update product info file. And what we can do is we can just come right below it. So we can highlight the curly bracket that opens here. And that's the pair, where it closes off. Come right below it, and let's copy and paste update quantity selector. Actually, let's come a little bit lower, because here we've got some other quantity methods. So we can just let's come right after the update quantity rules method. We'll keep the quantity related methods together. Okay, so we paste that in there, and then let's come back up. And you can see here, we're back in the handle update product info method, and it's calling this update quantity rules method. And so what we're going to do is we're going to call our new method right above it, and then we're going to comment this out. So just do two slashes here to comment out this line, and we're just going to call this one instead. So we can save. And then one last file to change. This is going to be the quantity popover.js file. And then in here, we're going to make a couple of changes. So we've got this toggle popover method, and we've got this close popover method. And what we're going to do is, you see this line, this.info button desktop.classlist.add. We're going to change this into a button. So it becomes button.classlist.add. And then in the close popover, we're going to actually do something very similar. So you see here, this.info button desktop classlist.remove. We're going to change this.info button desktop to button. And then here we have to actually define the button a little bit, the is button child a little bit differently. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this line here, the definition of the button, and we're going to place it above these two right here. And then we're going to replace this info button desktop to button again. Okay, so once we've done that, we can save. And those are all the code changes. So now we should have our theme available to set quantity rules. But before we do that, we actually have to create our quantity rules. So let's go into our content area, and we have our quantity rule meta object definition that we've just created, and there's no rules yet, right? And so we need them in order to actually set the rules. And so say, for example, we go to our product, and then let's go to our demo products here. So we're going to be using the quantity rules demo product. And if we scroll down here, we've got our quantity rule. And if we want to select a rule, we can't because there's no entry yet. And so we can add it from here if we wanted, or we can come here and add the entry here. But the same thing if we go to our variants, right? So we can bulk edit. And then if you don't see the quantity rule in the column, you can open up the column, add quantity rule, right? So we can select different rules for every single variant, but again, no entries. And so if we actually go and look at the store, rule, we've got no rules set here. So let's set some rules. So why don't we first add an entry? We'll create a few different ones. Let's say increment is 1, minimum is 1, maximum is 5. We'll do this one here. And the way I like to name them, you can name it anything you want, but this is just to make it easier for you to know what the rule is at a glance. And so I'll call this increment 1, min 1, max 5. Basically just giving all the information of these three in the name, so that once you've saved it and you come back out to your all your different definitions, you can see at a glance what this one represents. So let's add a couple more. Let's say increment by 2, minimum is 4, max is 12, and we'll call this increment 2, min 4, max 12. And then let's create one more. So let's do add entry. Actually, let's do 2 more. So let's do increment 1, minimum of 5. So let's do increment 1, min 5, and no max. And then let's do increment 1, min 1, max 15. Okay, so increment 1, min 1, max 15. Okay, so now if we go back to our products, we will see that we have all these different entries that we can now add. And so let's make it so that all these black ones are the same. So we'll do it by color. So we'll say this one will have this color will have this rule, and then the blue one will have the second one here, and then we have this third one will be with the green, and then with red we'll have the last one here. Actually, we'll just use the last one for red and white. Okay, so we can save. And then let's actually also set one at the product level. And let's make it different just so it's more obvious that we've changed. When we change the settings, that we can see what happens. So let's add a new entry. Let's go increment of, let's say 3, right? So min 3, and then we'll do 30 max. So increment 3, min 3, max 30. Just trying to have these different scenarios to make it more obvious when something's changed. So we'll save. Okay, and so now what we can do is we can go to our product. So this is our bundle product. Sorry, not bundle. Rules. And so right now you can see here, no rules are in place, but we did add the meta fields, which means that once we check this box, we should see the rules show up right there. There we go. So since we're doing it by product rules, you can see the 330. But if we go by variant, then you can see here a maximum of 15. It's a different set of rules. So why don't we just save this? And we can refresh our page. And we got maximum 15, right? So we can add as many as we would like, up to a maximum of 15. So maybe we'll add 5 of these. And then we can go to blue. This one's a minimum of 5, so we can't actually go any less than that. So we're going to add, let's say, 8 of these. And then we can go to green. This is increments of 2, minimum 4, maximum of 12. So we can't go any more than 12. Can't go any less than 4. So maybe we'll add 6 of these. And then we got our red one, which maximum of 5. So we can't go any more than 5. But we actually already have 4 in cart, apparently. So maybe choose a different size. Okay, so here we've got maximum of 5. We can go up to 5. So we can add that in cart. So you can see here that, we've got a lot of products in cart now. Just keep adding them in. But you can see here how the rules are applying. And so in this case, we actually have this 99 that we added before. So if we try to check out, it's going to warn us that we actually have these rules. Well, actually, no, this one is a different product. So this is a product that doesn't have any rules. As you can see, the little I here is not showing up beside here. It's because these two products, t-shirt 2 and original t-shirt, do not have rules. But these ones do. So you can actually see what the rules are. Max 5, max 5, max 15, max 15, min 5, increments of 2, right? So you can see all these different rules. But if we try to, say, break the rule, so let's put 30 here, right? It says item has a maximum of 12. It just doesn't let you. Or if this is a min 4, so if we try to go to 2, also doesn't let you, right? It has a minimum of 4. Okay, so keep in mind, if you don't want any rules to be applied, then you can actually just not set them. So you can clear the rules here, you can clear the rules here, and if you go into your variants, so let's save, I guess. It wants us to save. And then we can go into our variants, and we can clear out all of these rules for every single one of these variants. So our quantity rules are blank, right? So once we've done that, we come back to our product, and there's going to be no more rules applied, right? So you can't see, there's no message here. You go to the cart, no messaging for rules. We can, add 2,000 of these. I guess there's not enough inventory for that, but we can, okay, let's choose a different one. We can put 20 of those, and it'll be just fine. We can do another 20 of these, another 20 of these. So you can see here that no rules are applied. Okay, so you should now have added minimum and maximum quantity rules to your store. Our next customization is Breadcrumb Navigation. Lululemon uses this feature to give customers a visual map of their shopping journey, which helps them backtrack if they need to, and helps them more easily explore and find the exact product they are looking for. And finding the right products means that it will likely be more sales. So let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually just go over a demo of the Breadcrumbs solution that we have here, just so that you have an idea of what features we've added in here and what it will look like. And once we've done that, then we're going to get into adding it to your store. So we have here our navigation menu, and you can see the breadcrumbs here. The navigation menu has this structure here. And so you're going to see that we have a shop all, and then clothing, shoes, contact, right? So that's what we've got here, and a blog here. But we also have the clothing embedded underneath the shop all, right? So it shows up twice, one at a higher level and one at a lower level. And we're going to see why later. But for now, we've set up our menu, and you can see here we've got home, shop all, clothing, sweatpants. So that's the structure we've got here, right? So shop all, clothing, sweatpants. So it'll follow the structure of our navigation menu. We can go to a different collection here. So it'll take us to hoodies. We can go into a product, right? So I'll add the product name there. We can go to our shoes, right? So it'll take us to the collection there. We can go to a contact page. It'll show the contact. We can go to a blog. So it's embedded under a couple of layers here, right? So some other blog, news, and then this blog post. So that's what it essentially looks like. We can go back to, say, one of our collections, and we can actually move through the trail. So, right, we've got long sleeves. We can go to clothing. So it'll take us to this clothing collection. Shop all will take us to all of the collections. And then we can go home. And then on the home page, we don't actually show the breadcrumbs because that doesn't necessarily make sense. We also don't show it on the cart, or if you get a 404 error, it won't show on there either. But that's essentially it. That's our breadcrumbs. Let's take a look at some of the settings and features that we have with this breadcrumb solution. So let's start at the top. All right, so we can enable it on or off, right? So if we just uncheck that, it'll go away. Check that, it'll bring it in. And then now here is the breadcrumbs menu definition. So we're pointing to the main menu, which is this right here. So what this is it uses a menu to define the structure of your store to be used for the breadcrumbs. So what that means is if we visit a hoodies collection, it's going to place it in a breadcrumbs where clothing, shop all, and then home is the trail. Similarly here, you can see we have our blogs, right? So it's going to use this structure as the trail. And so you can actually build out the trail exactly how you want on your store by linking it to the navigation menu. And you don't have to necessarily use the main menu. You can change it to some different menu. So you could create a dedicated breadcrumbs menu just to build the structure of how you want these breadcrumbs to look. Right now, I've just set it to be the main menu. Most likely that's what you're going to do. But if your menu doesn't have that sort of granularity on how the trail should look, then you can build out a special menu just for your breadcrumbs. Okay, next we've got use shortest path. So what I was saying earlier is we've got clothing showing up in two different spots, right? So one under shop all, and the other one directly in the menu. So if it shows up twice, you can actually decide, do you want to use the short version or do you want to use the long version, right? So that's what that's for. Because it shows up twice, you have to sort of make a decision on which trail you want to actually show on your store. Okay, next, we've got a separator. Right now we've got these sort of arrow triangles. You can use a slash instead, right? So like that. Font size, pretty self-explanatory. You can make it bigger or smaller. Color scheme. Color scheme you can use to change the font colors or the background color, right? So we can just say change the font and background. So it's a white font with a blue background. You can just set your schemes however you like, and you can modify that. Enable divider. So this will create a line underneath. So let's click away here. So you can see this line that now shows up underneath. You can change its color to say red, right? So if we click away, you can see that there. Okay, let's take that away. And padding. So we can add some space above or below, or take it away if you want. just to make it however you like on your store. And those are our settings. And then we also have this custom CSS box where you can style it in different ways if you like. So this is our breadcrumb solution. If you like what you see, then let's add it to your store. So we're going to go back and we're just going to install a brand new version of Dawn. Now you don't have to use a fresh version of Dawn if you are just updating your existing theme. Make sure to duplicate your theme first so that if you make any errors or it just doesn't work out for you, you can easily go back to your old version. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to publish this version first. And I do want to point one issue out with the Dawn, the 13.01 version of Dawn that I've noticed is, so let me just refresh first. So right now, this is the fresh version of Dawn. There's no breadcrumbs installed. And what I've noticed is if we go to certain pages and we just kind of refresh it, you can see here the whole page just shifts down a little bit, right? And if you refresh it again, if you keep doing this, it might come back up sometimes. There we go. So it seems to be pretty inconsistent, and it seems to be the page templates where this happens most often. So if you notice that the breadcrumbs are actually shifted down as well, that's the reason. It has nothing to do with the code of the breadcrumbs. It's just there's some issue that's going on with the 13.01 version of the theme that it's not behaving properly. And so like the sections tend to just grow in size randomly. I'm not quite sure what the reason is. So if you see that, it's not an issue with the breadcrumbs code, it's an issue with the theme, since this is just a brand new fresh install of Dawn. Okay, so let's jump into the theme code. We're going to edit code, and we're going to create a new section. Let's call it breadcrumbs .liquid. We're going to just delete what's in there and then copy and paste our code and then save. Next, we're going to go into theme.liquid, and then we're going to scroll down until we reach the body section here. And in the body section, you're going to see this header group sections. So let's just create a new line there. And we're going to copy and paste this section rendering, section breadcrumbs. So this is us rendering the breadcrumbs section that we just created. And it's going to be rendered as a global section in our theme editor. So we can just save that. And now if we customize our theme and go into our theme editor, we're going to see here on the left side this breadcrumbs section, right? With all the settings that we were looking at earlier. Now on the home page, the breadcrumbs are not going to show up because that's an exception. We actually set those exceptions right up at the top of our code here. So we're saying home page, cart page, and the 404 pages are exceptions. If you want to add additional templates to the exceptions list, you can always add them in here. But don't worry about that. Let's just go to a collection. So let's come to t-shirts. So there we go. Our breadcrumbs are showing up, and we can click in here and change all the settings that we were looking at earlier. We can come back to our page here and just load up any page, and our breadcrumbs are showing up. And that's pretty much it. It's a pretty straightforward addition to your store because we already have all the code ready for you. So you just need to copy and paste it in. And again, if you come to just any sort of page, contact page, cert page, even maybe the blog posts, sometimes if we just refresh, you're going to see that right here, the breadcrumbs kind of gets pushed down a little bit. And so like I mentioned earlier, it's an issue with the theme. I think it's only for 13.0.1, version 13 and below. I think it should be fine because I wasn't having that problem when I was testing it out on version 13 at least. So that's it. We've now added breadcrumbs to your store. Next up, we have different image banners for desktop and mobile so that they are optimized for each device. You can see here how Obvi uses a different image for desktop and mobile to make sure that customers on those devices get an optimized experience. And a well-designed and device-native banner can increase click-through rates and conversions. So let's take a look. Okay, so let's start off by looking at the Obvi website. And you can see here that they have this image banner, and this is for desktop. If we go to the mobile view, you can see that there's a completely different image. It's similar, but you can see it's been optimized for mobile, whereas the desktop version looks like this. And the image is actually clickable. So anywhere on this image, we can click. So it's not just this button here. This is actually just part of the image itself. So if we click over here, for example, it takes us to this landing page. And the same thing would happen if we click on the mobile image. Now, if we go to our demo store, you can see here we have this image banner here. It's just a random image here, but we could add text or a button similar to what Obvi has here. And we can click on this page and it will take us, in this case, to the contact page, but we can change it to anything we want. That's just how it's set up right now. And you can see if we go into the mobile view, it will show a completely different image. Also clickable. So we click that, we'll go to the contact page. And so that's the customization in a nutshell. We've got this ability to choose a desktop image and a mobile image, but we have some additional settings. So let's take a look. So you can see here, we have this new section called Image Banner Custom that once we've edited the code, we can add it right here as a section. So let's say, for example, we add that in there. Then we get a completely new banner that we can use. So here, this is the one that we're using right now. And you can select a desktop image and a mobile image. So if we toggle back and forth, you can see here, it will use the proper image depending on the device. And then we have a bunch of settings here. So the settings are going to look familiar to you if you've used the standard Shopify image banner. A lot of the settings are the same, but we've expanded it a little bit so that we have more mobile specific settings and desktop specific settings. And we've also added a setting for this link URL, which was not there before. So if you are using the link, then you can't actually set up any other content. So for example, if we open up this image banner here, you can see how there's this additional text on here. Same thing on the desktop. So you've got this image banner here with this text here. We can add containers. And we can change the scheme. So all of those settings also exist here with the custom image banner. Now, if we are using the link URL, we can't actually add that container there. But if we remove it, then it's going to show up. So it's an either or situation where you can either use a link so that the whole image is clickable, or you can create this content container which has different buttons that can take you to different parts of your site. And so here, these are all customizable. You can use, your custom text, and all of this will behave the same way as an image banner. You can change the location of where these buttons go. We won't get into all of that because that's the same behavior as a standard image banner. Now, if we kind of move along, you can see here we have this animation, so we can kind of say do ambient movement, and the picture will kind of just slowly just move a little bit. Again, this is a feature that already existed in the standard banner. Let's change that back to none. So on desktop, we can adjust the height, right? We can make it smaller, medium, large. We can shift the location of this content container. We can also shift the text alignment and whether or not we want the container. Same thing goes with the mobile view. You can change the size of the image. You can change the location of the text in the content container. And we can also make it so that it overlaps with the image or it creates a container. So those features are, again, the same as what we have with the standard image banner. So what we've done here with this custom banner is to add the ability to choose a desktop image and a mobile image. And we've also added the ability to choose a link. So if that looks good to you, then let's add it to your store now. All right, so we're in our themes area of our Shopify admin, and we've just installed a fresh new version of Dawn. We're on the latest version, 15.0.2, and we're going to make our edits to this theme. Now, if you're working off of a previous theme, just make sure to duplicate your theme first, right? And just do this. Just in case anything goes wrong with the edits, you can always revert back to your previous version. And so what we're going to do is we're going to edit code, and we're going to add a new section. We'll call this image banner custom. And we're just going to delete what's already in there and then copy and paste our code into here. There we go. We'll save. And that's actually it. That's all we have to do. We've just created a new section to be accessible in our themes editor. So let's go into the theme editor. And once you're in the theme editor, you can add a section, and you scroll down, you can see image banner custom. And so that's our custom banner right here. Has all the options we just discussed. So let's choose a random image here, and then let's choose another random one for mobile. Okay, so now if we go toggle between our mobile and desktop views, you can see here we've changing the image. Right now we're using the content container, but if you want to use a different link, then you can pick anything in your store or even just type in your own link. Let's go to this gift wrap here. It'll, like we talked about previously, if we use a link, then the content container is going to be deactivated. So we can save that and we can view. Right now we've set it down here. So if we click on this, it's going to take us to the gift wrap. If we go into mobile view, we get a different image, still clickable to our gift wrap. And we won't go over all the settings again because we already discussed that a little bit earlier. All right, so I hope that helps. A bit of a shorter one today with an easier installation process. So any one of you should be able to add this to your store. Our next customization is autoplay desktop and mobile video banners so that they're optimized for each device. This is similar to our previous customization where we have desktop and mobile optimized image banners, but in this case, it's actually video. So you can see here, Lululemon has this video banner that's really engaging, immersive, and attention grabbing, which looks a lot better than a simple image. And this can lead to higher engagement and greater click-through rates, and ultimately more sales. So let's check it out. So this is our demo store. Then there's not really too much to say here. You can see right away, we've got this video playing on the banner. This text here is actually part of the video, but we can also overlay some text on top. I'll show you that in a second. And we can also set different images in mobile. I'll also show you that in a second. So this is what it looks like, but you can actually add this banner to any page of your store. You can add it to the collection, to the product page. It's a section, right? So there's a lot of flexibility with it. So let's jump into the theme editor and let's actually take a look at some of the settings that we have here. So this is the desktop video banner, but we actually can set a completely different video for mobile right down here. So we've got these mobile settings. And if we hit the mobile button, you can see here, it's just a different video. So this could be handy if you want to actually change the aspect ratio of your video, right? So if it's maybe the same video but looks a little bit different, say for example this one here, then you can have something that works on both mobile and desktop. If we ended up using the same video, so for example, if we actually remove the mobile version, it'll just default to the desktop version. And you can see here that the height of the video doesn't quite work. So the videos that we're using here were actually uploaded to our store using the files area of your content. And we've just uploaded a few different options here so that we can demonstrate the mobile and desktop versions of the video banner. So it's really simple to select. You just select video and pick the one that you've uploaded. So we can go back to this one, let's say, because this one's mobile optimized. And then now we're back to having two different videos, desktop and mobile. So what's next? We can actually adjust the height of the video. So we can make it smaller, make it a little bit more like this, make it larger, and we can also adapt it to video, right? So it takes the video's dimensions and we'll size it accordingly. As we start to look at more of these options, they may start to look familiar because they're actually modeled off of the image banner that we have by default in Shopify, right? So some of these settings here are going to line up, and that's because we wanted to make it so that your video banner can behave very similarly. And what does that mean? That means you can actually add some text content, right? So you can see here, we can start to have this text overlay. We can change this text to be whatever we want, right? So this is video banner for the prompted, right? We can change the text however we want. We can have this subtext. We can add buttons. And this next setting here actually says where we can place it. So right now we're in middle center, but we could go, say, middle left, top left, right? We can place it wherever you want, and we can also remove or keep the box. So these settings are going to be familiar to you if you're using the image banner. So we wanted to make sure that that gets maintained. We've got this desktop content alignment, right? So that everything can be left justified or right justified or center. And then in the mobile settings, you have very similar settings. So here we can change the video as we've seen previously. We can change the height like we were doing before and make this a little bit larger. And we can left or right justify the contents of our of this text here, and we can also overlay the text on top of the video or not, right? And so this gives us some flexibility on whether or not we want to include text in the video itself, or you want to add the text yourself using the settings from the theme editor. But those are our settings, right? So we've got some ability to add text. We can have a different video for desktop and mobile, and we can change the shape and size of those videos. So if this looks good and you want to add it to your store, then let's do that now. Okay, so we're now in our Shopify admin in the themes area, and we've just installed a fresh new version of Dawn. So it's the latest version at time of recording, version 15.1.0, and this tutorial should work with any of the free Shopify themes, not just Dawn. And before you start, just make sure you duplicate your theme. So if anything goes wrong with the installation process, you can easily revert back to your previous version without having to try to figure out how to backtrack everything. So we've refreshed our page. You can see here that it's just the image banner on our site now. And now we can add in our video banner. And so the first thing you're going to do is edit code. And once you're in here, we can actually just close this templates folder and open up the sections one and add a new section. And we're going to call this video banner custom.liquid. And we're going to just copy and paste our code in here. So you can just highlight all the existing templated code in here. Just delete that and paste in our code and save. And that's pretty much it. That's all the code changes. It's pretty straightforward. We're just adding a section to your store. So what does that mean? So we can actually go to Customize Theme, which opens up the theme editor. And on our homepage, we can add our new section. So when you press Add Section, you can see here at the very bottom, Video Banner. So before we made our code changes, that wouldn't show up. But because we did, we're now getting this Video Banner section, and we can add this in. And you can see here, now we've got our video banner with a placeholder image. Let's drag this up to the top. Since we're going to be replacing our image banner in this scenario, right, we can actually just hide or delete the image banner. And there we go, that's our video banner. So now all we have to do is select the video. So let's come in here, let's say choose this one this time. And there we go, we've got our video banner already playing, and we can look at our mobile version, right? So right now it just defaults to the desktop version, but the aspect ratio doesn't look great. So we can choose a different one to make that work. Say this one right here. And then now our aspect ratio looks better. And like we talked about previously, we can adjust these different settings here. So if we want to have some text content on top of it, we can. If your video already has text content, maybe we just hide these so that you're relying on the video itself, right? And we can play around with the height and size of the videos. And that's pretty much it. It's a pretty straightforward customization this time around. We're adding this video banner section, gives you a lot of the same settings as you have with the image banner. And you can add it to any part of your store. So why don't we go to, say, the collections page, default collection, and we can add an image banner here as well if we like. So, sorry, video banner, I mean. So we can add the video banner in there, right? And we can select our video. And we can have it playing on the collection page too. So we can save that, and we can refresh our demo store, and there we go. We've got our video banner now playing on the home page of our store, and then if we go to any collection, we can see it playing here as well. All right, so you should now have a video banner that you can add anywhere to your store. Next, we're looking at comparison tables. So many popular brands use this feature to provide clear side-by-side comparisons of how their products stack up against the competition, and helping customers understand what makes your brand unique can help them make their decisions quicker. Having this clarity can help improve conversion rates and sales. So let's jump in. So we're on our demo store, and if we scroll down here, you can see that there's a comparison chart here. And there's a lot of great features packed into this, tons of formatting settings. So for example, by just changing some settings, you can make another table that looks like this. And if you change some more settings, you can make it look like this. So there's all sorts of formatting options available, and I'm going to go through all of them with you so that you can see how we can take a table like this one and change it to look like this or like this, so that you can get the table that you want that matches your brand style. What's also really cool about this customization is that you can use it all over your store. So whether you want it on your product page, your collection page, or home page, it can do that. If you're putting on your product page and you have the need for different comparison tables for different products, it's fully dynamic, controlled with meta fields. So for example, you have this chart here, and let's say you want to change this third column from alternative B to a different one. So we actually have a different product here, alternative C, right? So it's actually a completely different column using the exact same template. So you don't have to create tons of different templates for your comparison tables. You just have the one template and control it using meta fields. So fully dynamic. And then if maybe you don't want a comparison table for certain products, then you can have that too. So let's just go to another random product here. And you can see here that that table in this this one right here, is not showing up. And that's because we didn't set the meta fields. So the dynamic nature of it says, oh, okay, we don't actually need it in this product, so it doesn't show up. These other two, we've made them in a static way, so they're going to show up with every single product. So you have that option as well. And you have the same features for the collection page as well. So you can see here, we scroll down, we have a comparison table on the collection page, but you can have different tables for different collections, or you can even have certain collections that don't show a table at all, or it can be the exact same table for all collections and just have it static. So all those same features are available on your collection page, and really any other template as well. As long as it has meta fields, you can make it dynamic. Those two features are what I think makes this comparison table customization really, really interesting. So let's hop into our theme editor now to look at some of these settings. Okay, so now we're in our theme editor and we're looking at our default product template for this product. And you can see here that we've got these 3 comparison charts here. And so this uses the comparison chart section. You can add it by adding section and just coming down to the bottom here. We're going to be adding code in order to get this to show up here. So right now it's probably not going to show up on your side, but later in the video, we'll show you how this can be added to your theme. So there's a whole bunch of settings here. And all of these settings are what allows us to produce these different chart types, right? So they all look very different, and it's just a few settings here that allows us to actually really customize them all. So what we're going to do is in the link where we provide all the instructions and code to add this section to your store, we're also going to put a bunch of settings so that you can recreate these tables just to make it a little bit easier for you. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to add a brand new comparison chart and just start from scratch and show you how we can create some of these tables. So let's actually start with this one here. I'm going to drag this up. So we're right above this one here. And you can see here, these are sort of the default settings, and nothing's really showing up yet. So the first thing we have to do is, well, let's just add some columns. So let's add 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to recreate something like this. We've got 4 columns. The first one being the sort of the feature set. And if we come into one of the columns, you have these 2 options. So it's the source. Is it going to be a meta object, a meta field, and then the handle or the reference of the meta object or meta field that you're going to be looking for. So what does that mean? So in this case, let's start with the meta object entry. So if we come to our meta objects, okay, so here is the meta object comparison chart entries. We created this, and I'll show you later on how to set this up. But there's a list of meta objects that you can create. And so let's, for example, use this one, demo 1 feature list, right? So this here has a list of entries that in this case are features. So beginner friendly, back to features, customizable solutions. So we're going to put that in our first column. And we see this handle here. So you're going to copy this handle and you're going to come to your meta object, meta field reference, you paste that in there, and it's just going to show up. Okay, so, and then we're going to do that again for each one of these columns. So the second one is, let's use this one here. So demo 1, the prompted. So here we actually have these yeses, and we also have an image in the column title. So the image is going to be what shows up here. And this yes is going to be converted into a check mark. And so we can show that right now. So let's just copy this handle. And we'll paste it into our reference. And you can see it shows up as a check mark. Now, it still looks a little bit different here. So let's actually talk a little bit about how this works. So you have first this yes symbol text. So whatever you type in here, in this case it shows yes with square brackets, it's going to look for this string. And you just need to have the exact same series of text. So, right, so it's the yes with the square brackets. And if there's a match, then it's going to convert this into a yes symbol, or in this case, a check mark. And so if we actually change this to something else, we just add another letter to it, let's say, you're going to see that it just changes it to the actual text because it no longer matches. So you can customize this to whichever, however you want, but I think you could probably leave this alone because there's a very low likelihood you're actually going to need this exact text into your table. Same thing with the no, right? So if we add the next one in, so let's go to demo 1, alternative 1. You're gonna see some no's here. So let's just copy the handle. You're gonna see there's a column title here as well, alternative A. So no image, in this case, it's a title. Let's go to the third column, paste that in. You can see here, these no's are converted into X's. But if we changed this to, let's just add another letter on top of this, you're going to see here the no's are going to turn into the actual text that's in there. So we don't want to do that. So we're going to keep them as crosses. And now we actually also have a bunch of different options. So this is the default. We've got these check marks and crosses, but you also have it like this, where it can be in a circle or it can be in a square, right? So you got a few different options there. If you don't like the green and red, you can actually use the colors of the table that you've selected. So in this case, we could do this. So we've got black on top of white, right? So because that's what the table colors are. So if I just turn this into a circle, you can see here it's black and white. But if we change the table, so let's say I want to change the table background. So you can see here we've got this table formatting section in the settings, and all of these settings here will affect the table formatting. So that's the cell colors, that's the header colors, the font colors, font sizes, all those types of settings are found in here. And where we were just a little bit earlier was this yes and no symbol setting. So we've got, we actually looked at all these different settings already. So let's just come here and change, let's change the text color and the background color. So cell background color, right now it's white. So let's make it a, I don't know, let's make it a gray. Or let's go a little bit more different. So we make it a green. No, let's maybe go with the gray, because with the green has a check mark. The check mark's green, so I don't want to clash with that. Okay, so we've got this gray here, and then we can change the color of the text to maybe this bluish color here. So you can see here that we've got our check marks now matching the text color, because that's the setting we've selected, right? It's set to match the text color formatting. And so if we actually changed this to a different style, right, you can see here it's those colors are still maintained. Okay, so what else can we do here? We can actually change the header color as well. So let's say, let's invert the colors. So let's say instead of the background color being sort of a lighter color, let's make it really dark, and let's make the font color lighter. Now you can see here this image doesn't work as well because we can't change the color of the images. So if you wanted a black header, you're going to have to make sure your image works with it. So maybe let's make this a little bit less dark. Let's brighten it up a little bit so we can see it. Okay. So now that we've set up our headers like this, let's add our last column in. So we can use demo 1 alternative 2. So we're going to use this. So just as a reminder, you're going to have to set up all of these meta objects yourself to match the information you need for your store. So, but we're just showing you how you can format things, and then later on when we do the customization to add this to your store, we can go through an example of creating the meta object as well. Okay, so let's add this last column in. There you go. So we've got a comparison chart that's starting to look a little bit interesting. Okay, so let's look at what else we can do. So we can change some of these chart titles. In this case, we actually didn't even use any. So let's just remove those entirely. Let's make this a little bit less wide. Maybe you don't want it to be full width. So let's bring it in a little bit because these symbols are pretty narrow. All right, so this next feature is actually pretty interesting. So style first column as header. So this list of features here is actually a header. They're not features or anything, and maybe you want to style them a little bit differently. So for example, if you come down here, we've got text and text in the header and text in the contents. In this case, we've got symbols, so it's a little bit easier to differentiate. But if you actually have text in here as well, and you want to be able to style it a little bit differently, turn this on, and it's going to take the styling of the header that we've set here, right? So if we actually change this text color to red, then all of this is going to change with it. Okay, now we can move down a little bit. Okay, now we've got the setting column title image height. So if you have an image in here, you can adjust the size of it. You can make it a little bit bigger, you can make it a little bit smaller. So you can adjust that to your liking. And then cell padding. So if you wanted to make these cells a little bit taller, then you can do that as well. Okay, so next we have borders. With the borders, we have settings to change the color, we can change the width, we can change which borders we're showing. So let's make them more obviously shown. So let's change this to a blue here. Okay, so we can see our blue borders there. We also have an outside border if we want to use it. So we can also use a blue there as well. Okay, so now we can see the outside border here. To make it a little bit more obvious, let's increase the pixel size. There we go. All right, so we can see the outside border and we can see the inside border. Now, if you don't want to separate it by rows, you can separate it by columns. So now you get these columns separating things, or you can have both. You have both the rows and the columns. If you don't want them at all, you can actually just change this right to 0 and then it'll disappear. And same thing with the outside border. If you don't want it to show up, you just change the width to 0, then you no longer have those borders. Finally, you can have a radius around your table. So you've got these square corners here. So you can add a radius, right? So you can actually round those corners. We're using that right here, right? You can round the corners, make it a little bit more sleek. Okay, so now let's keep moving down. We've got this active column formatting now. So you can see here, in this case, this column is the one that we're saying, hey, this is our product. This is the one you should be focusing on. So we haven't done that yet here, but we can. So we can actually choose the column that we want. So you see here, we've got these 4 columns. The second one is the one where we have our the prompted check marks. And you just need to check this box here, mark it as active. And now we have changed the formatting of our active column. You can see here the colors have changed, right? Not just the background, but the actual symbols have changed as well. And that's because we have a whole set of additional settings that are controlling the active column. So, let's say we want to change the color of the header. We can do that. Right now they're matching, but you could make a different color if you wanted. Right? You make this a green. You can make this a red. Right? You can change this color here to a white, let's say. Right? So you can make that look however you want, and this is starting to look a little bit funny, a mishmash of colors. But when you style things nicely, you can get things that look a lot more sleek and very professional looking. So something like these two here are pretty good. All right, so let's keep moving along. Okay, we've got this empty cell settings value. So I actually just skipped this because we already talked about the yes and no symbols. But the empty cell settings is a situation where if you want to skip a cell, so you have an empty value. So let's say in this case, you've got this empty value here. So what happens in the meta object, you see here. So let's say I want to add an item and I want to place it right there. Once you save, right, that empty cell just gets removed. So what you need to do instead is you need to say skip. So let's take this one and let's just make this one a skip. Save. Okay, now let's just save this and let's refresh. And there you go. You can see here that we no longer have that object in there. It's completely blank because we've placed the text skip in there. Similar to the yes and no, if we just add something in there, change the text, then the actual text skip is going to show up. So it has to have an exact match in order for it to not show up. Okay, and finally, we've got some custom text formatting. So here is, if you want to add styling to your table, to your contents, where you otherwise couldn't do it with the settings above, right? So here is more general. It takes care of the majority of your cells. But if you have like one specific cell you want to change, or you want to, you have some different logic on how you want to do things, then you can actually style your text in that way. So you can see here in this table, we've got, you've got two different styles on this column, and same thing with over here. And so how you do that is you use these flag characters. So you have 3 custom text formatting options. And in each one of these, you have 3 settings. So one is the color, next is the style, and then the final one is the flag that will tell the code which cells, which pieces of information should be styled in that way. So let's go through an example. So first, you can see here this 10 minutes. We can, change it to a blue, right? And let's we have to select this table first. We were looking at the wrong table. So here, let's change this to a blue. You can see here that changes to a blue now. You can make this in italics instead of bold, right? So you can change those. And so how it knows to only change these 2 values is with the flag character. So you see here, this is a double underscore. There's 2 here. And we can go to our meta objects again, come back out. And this one was the demo to the prompted meta object. So we're pulling this information here. And you can see here, we've added a double underscore at the front of that information. And that's how it knows to change these 2. So 10 minutes and free. You can see here, 10 minutes and free. Right here, we have a question, an exclamation mark. And that exclamation mark actually is going to be used to flag custom formatting 3, which is a black text with bold, right? So we can actually change this to a different color, say green, and it will change that to green. And then similarly, this red here is using an asterisk. So we can go to demo to alternative 1. And you can see here, we've got these asterisks in front of these 2 cell values, which is how it flags that these 2 should be red and bold. Now you can use any flag that you want. I chose these 3 because I felt like there's a very low likelihood your cell contents are going to need these values at the start of your cell. But if for whatever reason you need to use a double underscore or an asterisk or exclamation mark for some other reason in your cell, or you just want to use something else, you can change them, right? So if I change this to something else, if I just add a T there, for example, see, it's not going to work anymore. But if I make it *2, for example, then this one's going to be 4 hours, and then this one's not going to show. These three here are just going to show the way it is right now. So let's show that right now. So *2, oops. You can see here now it takes away the star and the 2, and it just formats this to 4 hours. Similarly here, if I do *1, it'll show 2 hours, or $$. You can see here it'll change those, right? So lots of flexibility on how you want to flag your data for those custom settings. And then finally, we've got some just section formatting. So you can change the color scheme, right? So right now it's just this black and white color scheme, but you can change it to whatever you want. So let's say, for example, come back here and let's change this scheme to scheme 5, right? So you can actually change the background here of the whole section. You can change the padding, right? You want to increase it or decrease it, you can do that. So just general section settings there as well. So that's the run through of all these different settings and how you can create all these different tables. So you can see here, these 3 tables, while they look quite different, they're just using this one section and adjusting all these different styles to create the data that you want. And then when used in conjunction with the meta objects, then you've got a lot of flexibility on how your information is going to show up. So now that we've talked about formatting, let's now talk about how to make this dynamic. So right now, our columns are pulling straight from the meta object. So if we save this and you go to any product, this table is going to show up every single time, because we're not looking at meta fields. We're looking at the meta objects, which makes it a fixed part of the template. So we can come back to our demo store. We can refresh this page. You can see that table is showing up. You can refresh this page, and oh, sorry, that's a collection page. This page is a product page. So we refresh this and it'll show up there as well, right? So both of them have it. But if you want it to be more dynamic, then what you do is you're going to have to use the one of these meta fields. In this case, it's a product. So you have to use the product meta field. If you're in the collection, you have to use a collection meta field. So once we turn this on, you're going to see this the table disappear. And that's because we actually haven't set the meta field yet. So this is the original long sleeves shirt. So if we come to our products, right here. Okay, so we go to our products, and let's go to original long sleeves shirt. So you would need to create a meta field. In this case, we've created one already. We've called it comparison chart column 1. And in here, we've placed a meta object. So you can see here, if we press change, all the meta objects we were looking at earlier are available for selection. Those are these meta objects right here. So it's the same list. And now this is how we identify which column we want to connect to our table for this specific product. And if you want to have multiple specific columns for this product, then we would need to create multiple meta fields for that. We'll get into that a little bit later when we start the installation process. But for now, the only thing you need to know is that we have these meta fields here, and we can assign them to whatever meta object we want so that it's product specific, it's dynamic. So let's just leave this alone for now. We've got demo 1 alternative 3 here. So what we need to do is we need to first get the handle of the meta field. the key. So we can come up here and look at the meta field definition. And you can see here namespace and key. So we're going to grab here the key, and we're going to place that right in here. So this is the reference that we need to place in here. We put that in there, and our table shows up again, right? Because now it finds the information for that product, and it's going to place it in there. And you can see here we've got alternative C in place now. So if we save this, and this is our long sleeves shirt. So if we come back to our product, long sleeves shirt. So if we refresh, we're going to see here, well, before it was showing B, can't show it anymore because I already refreshed, but now it's showing C. So you can see here that we had alternative B here, and there's a space here and a check mark, whereas now it's showing alternative C with all of these X's. So if we refresh, we can see what happens. And you can see here that the table completely disappears. And that's because we haven't actually set the meta field yet for this product. So that's how we can get this dynamic behavior where if you don't want certain products to have the table, and some of them do, then you just use the meta fields to control that. And you've got the same behavior for collections. So for example, if we come back out, we go to our collections page, default collection. So right now, I think these are all, oops, let's delete that column. These are all using meta object entries. So this is a fixed table. All collections are going to be showing it. But if we change this to a collection meta field, you're going to see this disappear. And then we just need to specify our our column to be a meta field reference. So we can actually do that real quick. So we actually have a meta field here that we set up, and we've already assigned a meta object to it. So let's just get this, the meta field key right here, and let's place that right there and save. And so you can see here that the table still doesn't show up. And that's because the collection we were just looking at is actually the t-shirts collection. And this collection that we're looking at is black shoes. So if we just go to our t-shirt collection now, we're going to see here that the table is now there. And this is the dynamic information. This is also dynamic for collections. So that's how we can do this for collections as well. It's the same type of process. It's just whether we're using collection meta fields or product meta fields. Okay, so that's pretty much all the settings. Now, I know that was a lot of information. There's quite a few settings that you can tweak here. So if you need to, just go back and rewatch certain parts of this video to kind of see the examples, see the different settings and how they affect the table, and just play around with it as well so that you can really get a handle on what each setting does. Now, like I mentioned previously, we are going to give you the settings for these three tables here. So if you want to use one of these as your starting point to go from there, then hopefully that will make it a little bit easier for you. But yeah, if this is something you want to add to your store, keep on watching because we're now going to show you how. All right, so we're in our Shopify admin, the themes area, and we've just installed a fresh new version of Dawn. There's been no changes to this theme except for renaming it. And it's using the latest version of the theme, 15.0.2. This customization should work with any of the other free Shopify themes like Sense, Origin, Refresh, and so on. And while I haven't fully tested it on any of the older versions of the free themes, they should work as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some changes to the theme code, and we're going to create some meta objects and meta fields. Now, before you make any changes to your theme, just make sure to duplicate it first. So if you make any changes that go wrong or it doesn't quite work the way you expect it to, it's just easier for you to go back to your previous version. So we don't need to do that because we've already just created this theme, but make sure you do that first. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to create a meta object. And to do that, you can go to the settings and then custom data area here. And we're going to add a definition. And then in here, you're going to give it a name and add some fields. Now, we already actually created this earlier, so I'm just going to show you the meta object we created. So we called this comparison chart entries. Just make sure to use this name because this type here is found in the code, so it needs to be this exact name right here. Next, you have 4 fields. The first one, we're going to call it name, and it's by default going to be using this field as the display name. This just gives you an idea of what the meta object is. So if we come to our meta object examples, like this display name here is what defines all those, just makes it easier for you to know what all these different columns are. And we are going to define a single line text, 1 value, and we're going to make it required. The next one is the column title. So this one is also a single line text. You don't have to make it required, so just column title, single line text. Next is the column title image, and then this is going to be a file. It's going to be a single file. You probably just want to make it images and not video. And then the column entries. This one is going to be a single line text as well, but in this case, make sure it's a list of values. This is what's going to be the different rows for your column, so it needs to be defined as a list. And then you're done. So once you've done that, you can save, and you've created your meta object. Now, the names here are also really important. So column title image, column entries, make sure to use these exact names because code is going to be looking for those values. So once you've created your meta object, then you can go into products and create your meta field. And so you would add definition and type in your information. And similar to last time, we've already created that meta field, so I'll just show it to you here. So in this case, we called it comparison chart column 1. This is not as important to be exactly this because you are going to be specifying this key into your theme editor. So you can name it whatever you want, so long as you can grab the key here and put it into the theme editor to match the column that you want. And if you need multiple columns that are product specific, then you can create a 1, a 2, a 3, and then you're going to need to grab the key for each one of those meta fields. Everything I'm talking about right now is if you need the dynamic version of the tables. If you just need it static, it's just going to be the same for every product or for every collection, then you don't need to worry about this quite as much. But if you do want different tables for each product, then you're going to need the product meta field. And if that table has multiple columns that are different for each product, then you're going to need to have multiple of these. But we're only showing one as an example. So we set it up here called comparison chart column 1, and it's going to have this key. And the most important part here is that it's going to be type meta object with a reference of the meta object that we just created, the comparison chart entries. Similarly, with the collection meta fields, we kind of set it up the same way, right? We can call it whatever you want. In this case, we called it collection comparison chart column 1. It's going to have this key. This key is going to be needed for your settings later. And again, it's meta object, type meta object with comparison chart entries. And so you can set those up as well for yourself if you need dynamic tables on your collection pages. So different tables for each collection, or have certain collections have tables and certain ones don't. Okay, so once you've set that up, then you can come back to your themes area, and now we can edit code. And the code editing process is actually pretty straightforward, so don't worry. You just need to add one file in here. So to do that, you just create a new section, So we come here, sections, add new section, and we're going to make it a liquid file, and it's going to be called comparison chart custom.liquid. Oh, sorry, you don't add the liquid there because it's already there. So done. And we just copy and paste our code. And that's essentially it. We just need to save it. Now, before I save it, I actually want to go into our theme editor first. Let's go to the products page. Okay, so if we try to add a section here, you can see here there's no option for comparison table. But once we save it and we refresh, add section, this option is now available. And so by creating that new section file and putting that code in there, we've now created our product comparison table. So let's make this our original t-shirt. We've got a lot of products that have a similar name, so let's just navigate it through here. There, original t-shirt. Okay, so we have our product comparison table here. It shows up here, but it's blank. So let's add some columns in. And we are going to use some of the meta objects we created previously, just instead of going through the whole process from scratch. But we are going to create some new columns as well, so you can see how that works. So let's first use the, so there was one meta object called demo1 feature list. Okay, so there's that one. And then we had demo1, the prompted. Okay, and then we had demo1 alternative 1. Okay, so these are meta objects we've already created. That's why I was able to just type them in and it shows up. But we're going to create our own columns because for you're not going to have pre-made meta objects. You're going to need to actually know how to make them yourself. So let's use this last column as an example for that. So we can come back to our meta objects area. So now that you've created your comparison chart entries, you can come in here and you can add entry. For you, this is probably going to be all blank. There's no options here, so you'll add an entry. And this is what you're going to do. So you give it a name. You can name it whatever you want. This is just for your own reference. So we can call this video example 1. And this here is the column title. So we have here, this column title. So if we type it in, it's going to show up here. If we add an image, it'll show up like this. So for the sake of simplicity, let's just make this simple. So we'll call this YouTube. And then here is we add all of our rows. So the order that they show up here is going to be the order that they show up on this table as well. And so here you have to kind of map out what your table is going to look like. Because if you have some columns with 4 items, some column with 5 items, some column with 3 items, then what it's going to happen is it's going to just go through the list in the order that it sees them. So to make sure that they align, you have to make sure that the first row here represents the data you want in the first row, and the second row here is the one you want in the second. Remember, if we wanted a blank one, then that's what the skip option is for. So that's how you can get that spacing in between if you wanted it to skip a value. So we can do here a few things. Let's type in some information. So we could call it, put some text in here. Spelling that wrong. We can add some symbols, right? Remember, we had the yes and no symbols. We can have some special formatting items. Special formatting. And we have a skip here, and then thank you. Okay, so this is our this is now our column. Let's save it. We've got five items in here, which matches the number of items in our table here. And we called this, what do we call this? Video example 1. So let's copy that handle and place it right in here. Oh, sorry. Let's go to column. Let's go to this last column and put it in here. There you go. So now we have created our last column, right? So we've got our title there. We have the text that we added in there. We've got the check mark because of the yes that we placed here. We've got the blank cell because of the skip. Special formatting with the star up front here, and just regular text thank you here. So that's how you can create a new column, and you just create a new meta object for every column that you need and place them into the comparison column where you want it. Now, another note on the number of rows. So you can see here we have 5, 5, and 5. What it's going to do is the table is going to create the number of rows where that matches the column that has the most rows. So what do I mean by that? So in this case, each one of these columns has 5 rows. But what happens if one of them has 6? So for example, we can come here, create a new row here. So this is a new row, and we can even just place it right here for the sake of argument. So we'll save. And you're going to see here now that when we refresh, that this table is going to look a little bit different. So let's actually save this first. And now let's refresh. So you can see here now that the table has 6 total rows, even though these ones only had 5, right? So it also includes this first row here, the header row. We get a brand new row here because this last column has 6 items. And you can see here, this new row shifts everything down here. So the thank you becomes the 6th row now. So just be aware of that you know, when you set up your tables, you want to make sure the data matches. As for the rest of these settings, you know, we already talked about this earlier in the video. So if you want to know how to use all of this, just go back earlier into the video and watch that part of it. So we're not going to go over all this again, but that's pretty much it. That's a really easy installation process. Just copy and paste into one file, and then you just create these meta objects which you then just refer it to in this text box right here. And now you've got fully customizable comparison tables. They're customizable with the format, so you can make it look however you want. And they're also customizable because they're dynamic, which means you can have different tables for different products. You can have some products with comparison tables and other ones don't have them. Same with the collections. There's really a lot of power that you can do. And this is just one single section. You don't have to have multiple different sections with different table formats. All right, so I hope that helps. This customization packs a ton of features. You can customize it however you want with fonts, colors, formats, and you can make it dynamic. So each product can have a different table if you want. And it also has a really simple installation process. Next up, we have dynamic product descriptions. You can see here how Original Grain has very descriptive information on their products. If each variant has different details, then you'll need your product descriptions to change with the variant to show the correct or most relevant details. This can reduce confusion, which will ultimately lead to more sales. So let's take a look. Here's our demo store. You can see here we've got these shoes and a description here. Now, if I go to a different variant, you can see here that the description changes. And we can go to a different variant and it changes again. And these two are actually the same. So that's essentially what we're doing here. We're gonna have the ability to change the text that we have here to be specific to each one of the variants. And so there's a lot of different use cases you can have for this. Like if your different variants have maybe a different material or different sizes or just different information that you want to share with it, then you can actually have that specific information in there for that variant instead of having it as one big block of text to show it for all of your variants. And so let's take a look at some of these options that we've built into this feature. So here we made it as a new block called variant description, and then we have these different settings here. So the first one is to specify the meta field namespace and key, so we can actually point to a different variant meta field if we wanted. And we're going to get back into this, but let's first look at this fallback. So if your product doesn't actually, if your variant doesn't actually have anything in it, so let's go to our product here, and we can go to our bulk edit. We can look at our variants, and you can see here that we've selected this variant here, variant description. So that's the one that we're using right now. If we come here, variant _ description. So we've placed this text here for the size 7 shoe, and you can see here that's what it shows. And we've placed this text for size 8 shoe, and we can see that's what it shows. But we don't have anything for size 9 and 10. So for 9 and 10, we're still showing something here. And so that's what that fallback is for. So if we come back here, we can set the fallback to be the product description, for example. So in this case, that's exactly what it is. So if we actually show our standard product description, you can see here that's actually it's actually the same thing because we're pulling that information from the product description. But it doesn't have to be the product description. You can make it this rich text here. So if you decide it's rich text, then you can kind of put in whatever text you want to be the default. You can even choose a page, right? So in this case, it would pull from this page here. So this is text and an image as the fallback. And you can just say none, like it'll show nothing at all. And maybe you just have the product description that you want always there. And then for some variants, you have some specific information. So you can have that to set it up that way as well. Now, you saw here earlier that if the fallback was a page, you can actually add images into your description. And so that's what we can actually do with the meta field key here. So if we come back to our variants, you can see here there's another meta field that we created called variant description page. And so we've set here 8 and 9 to pull these two different pages. So why don't we update this to be page? And then let's change this back to product description. And now if we go to 9, you can see here we're pulling from this page here. And if we go to 8, we're pulling from this page. So a lot of flexibility here. You can set the variant description to be either a rich text field or a page. And then you can set your fallback to be the product description, this rich text here, a page, or none. And this gives you all the flexibility that you're going to need in order to set up your products, your product description with that variant, the dynamic variant features in whichever way you want. So if that looks interesting to you, then let's start adding it to your store. Okay, so now we're in our Shopify themes area, and we've just installed a fresh new version of Dawn 15, which is the latest version as we're recording. And we're going to make our edits to this theme, but if you're going to be editing a theme that you've already applied some customizations to, then just make sure to duplicate it first. I can't do it because I'm already hit the maximum, but this is a fresh theme anyway. But for you, you're going to want to duplicate it so that if anything goes wrong, you can always easily go back to the previous version. So now that you've done that, the first step you're going to want to do is to create a meta field. And so we'll go to settings, custom data, and then variants. So this will be a variant meta field because we are making variant specific descriptions, and we're going to add a definition. Now, I've already created two meta fields, one rich text and one page. And like I mentioned in the demo portion, that you can actually choose to use a rich text or page meta field. It doesn't really matter. It'll work with both, but it has to be one of these two. and you like I mentioned, you just set it in the settings. Let's just create a rich text meta field, for example. So variant description rich text, and then we're going to make the type rich text. But if you wanted it to be a page, then you just select page instead. So we're going to make this a rich text, and we're going to save. But before that, this is the namespace and key that you're going to be using in the theme editor. So we'll show that as we're setting it up a little bit later. So let's save. Okay, and now we can exit, and we're going to now hop into our theme code. So we'll edit code. And the first file we're going to be updating is the main product.liquid file. Okay, and here we're going to look for the description. So when description, so this is the regular product description. So let's just go above it, and we're going to copy and paste our first block of code right here. Right, and so this is our variant description block that we're adding in here. Next, let's go down into the schema settings. Right, so these will be the settings for our different blocks. Let's look for description again. Okay, so let's just come right above there, and we're going to add the settings for our new block, and we'll just copy and paste this in right here. Okay, so let's save that. And if we come to our customization settings, and then come to the product, and let's change this to the shoe we were looking at. Okay, so we are going to add a block, and we are going to add our variant description. And so there we go. So we have, it's already pulling the meta field that we created previously, but let's use the new one that we just created. Right, so in this case, we haven't actually updated any of the variant meta fields of this variant meta field. So it doesn't actually show the specific information, and it ends up falling back on the product description, which is why you see it here twice. Let's just drag this up. So like I mentioned previously, you can either have it so that you completely replace the description, so you can just hide this or delete the standard description, or you can use it as supplementary information that's variant specific. So then maybe you put it above it or you put it below it, and then you just share that specific information to your individual variants. So I'll just leave both in there for now. But we've got this product description fallback. Maybe you want it to use the rich text fallback. So here you can type in anything you want. So it's like, this is the rich text fallback, right? And then so now it'll just place it in there. So no matter which variant you choose, it's going to use that fallback, because like I mentioned, we haven't actually set our variant meta field data yet. But let's do that now. So we're going to come to our products. Let's just refresh this page here. Just as a reminder, this is our product right here. Right, this is our product right here, and we're just coming in and doing a bulk edit of all of our variants, so we can see it all at once. And we can open up our columns to show the variant meta field that we just created. And so now here we can put this information in. So we could say this is size 7, and then maybe we can make this bold. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now we have it bold. This is size 8. We're gonna make this italics, and this is, okay, maybe we add a heading. This is size 9. Sorry. There. This is size 9. We make that a heading. And let's save that. Okay, so now if we come back to our customization settings here, let's save. We can already see here that it's pulling that variant information that we just set. But it's not updating with the variants, right? And because that's because we haven't actually finished our customization yet. So this gets us to the point where we can display the information, but now it has to actually change with each variant change. And so let's do that now. And so we're going to update the file product.info.js. And then in here, we're going to be looking for the method handle update product info. That's where it's being called right here. And so what we can do is we'll just come right beneath this method. So you can highlight this curly bracket. It'll show you where it ends. And we can just come below it here. We're going to copy and paste our new method here, update description. And then we're going to make a call to this description in our handle update product info method. So in here, we're going to just go beneath this update media call, and we're going to call our update description, and let's save. And now if we refresh our page, right, we've got this is size 9 here, and if we click this, it's going to change it to size 8. We'll update this. It changes it to size 7. And if we come here, then it goes to the fallback, right? Because we haven't set anything in the meta field here. And that's pretty much it. So like I mentioned, you have the option to update this to any variant meta field that you select, so long as it's either rich text or page. So we have our page meta field here. And so you can actually look here. We've created these pages. So it's called Gazelle Variant Description 2. And we have some text, we have an image, we've got variant description 1 with some text and an image, and we can just render that page into our product description. So let's just use the namespace and key for our page meta field, and we're going to just update this to page, right, variant description page, and now it's going to show the page, right, and then we can click around and we'll change. Oh, so sorry. Let's save and refresh. It's still, it wasn't, we need to refresh so that the productinfo.js updates apply. So there we go. So now we can kind of change between our two variants, and you can see that it's changing the image, it's changing the text, and then our fallback is placed here. We can maybe make this none, right? So maybe we don't need the fallback, so that now it'll just show just the description in this case. All right, so that's pretty much it. I hope that helps you, but you should now have product descriptions that are dynamically changing with your variants. Okay, now we've got the inventory status. You can see here on Sephora when we select variants that are low in stock that they add an indicator to let us know. This can create urgency and FOMO from shoppers because you now have scarcity with your products when inventory is low, and ultimately that can nudge customers to purchase quickly and help boost that conversion rate. Okay, so let's take a look. So this customization will work in any of the free Shopify themes. Today we're using Dawn version 13. And before you start, just make sure you duplicate the theme, so in case anything goes wrong, you can always revert back to the old version. The first thing we're going to do is we're just going to customize and go into the theme editor and head over to the products page. Let's change our default product. Okay, so when we're on the product page, we're going to see here we have this product information section, and then within that section there's a number of different subsections which are called blocks. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a block, and you can see right here already built in inventory status. When you pull that up, you're going to see here 501 in stock. So I'm just going to rearrange this so it's right underneath the quantity selector. And when we click in here, we can see there's a few different options. So you can change the font, right? So it just changes how that text looks. We can change the low inventory threshold. So this will, so I'm going to set this to 50. So if the inventory is less than 50, it'll show low stock. If it's above it, it'll just show in stock like this. And you also have a setting to set the inventory count. So we take that out, it'll just say in stock. Or if we keep that in, it'll tell you exactly how many are in stock. So let's just save for now. And we're going to head over to the live store and we're just going to refresh. Okay, so now we can see that we've got our inventory status on the page. And if we go to a different variant, you can see here that the actual stock levels will be different per variant, and that updates accordingly. The stock levels are something that's set in the back end of Shopify. We're not going to get into the details of how to set all of the inventory levels. And in fact, Shopify has released some new features on how to manage inventory over the past year. So if you want to see a video on that, just let me know in the comments below. Okay, so this is what it looks like if there's inventory, it's in stock, it's above the threshold. If we go to a different variant, here we have a variant where it's below the 50 threshold. And you can see here, it now shows low stock with this orange icon, 41 left. And if we go to different variants, that number will change. And if we go to this white one here, out of stock. So regardless of which out of stock item, it'll just still say out of stock. And so by default, this is what it's going to look like. You do have another way it might show up. So just quickly, if we come to our product page on the back end, and we can select all of our variants, bulk edit. And let's say we choose one of these white ones that are out of stock. And there's this option to continue selling when out of stock. So let's change this 3XL one to continue selling. Then if we refresh, you can see here 3XL now becomes available and it'll just show in stock, right? So this is regardless of what the actual inventory levels are, right? So the inventory levels are right over here. Even though it shows 0, it will still show in stock because we've set it to continue to sell when out of stock. All right, so this is the default functionality of the inventory status. Now, the first customization we can look at is what if we want to change the text here, right? So it shows in stock. If we choose another variant, it'll show 93 in stock. If we have, if we show the inventory count, we have the low stock text and we have out of stock text, right? So what if we want to change what it says? So what we can do is we can come back to our online store area, themes, and this time what we're going to do is we're going to edit default theme content. We're going to go to the products area, and you can see here we've got these different parameters: inventory in stock show count, and so on. And these are all the different ways it's going to show up on our store. So for example, inventory in stock show count, that is what we are seeing right here: inventory in stock and show count. So let's say we want to change the quantity in stock to quantity available, and we want to change low stock to order soon. Now if we save and refresh our page, it'll show 501 available and order soon, 45 left. So this is how you can customize the messaging of your inventory status in any way you want. Okay, so let's just change that back to default. And now we're going to add some of our own custom features. So this is the fun part. It's going to require a little bit of code, but don't worry, I'm going to give you everything you need. So let's come back to our theme editor, and we're going to edit code. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the snippets section right here, and we're going to add a new snippet. And we're going to call this inventory status custom. Okay, and then we're going to copy and paste the code into this file and hit save. Next, we're going to go to the main product.liquid file. And we've got two edits to do here. The first one is we're going to look for the word inventory, and it's going to take us to this when inventory. So you're going to see a bunch of code here until the next when, which is description. So let's just create a little bit of space here and here. And we're going to either delete this section or comment it out. So I'm going to just comment it out for now because you may want to revert back if something goes wrong or you decide that you just don't like this customization. Okay, so we've commented that out, and now we're going to copy and paste this rendering of the file that we just created. Okay, and then next we're going to, again, look for inventory. We're going to come down here and we find this section maybe halfway down in this file, around line 764 if you're in Dawn version 13. But it's going to be in this schema section here where you can kind of see here where it's all these settings. So it's under schema. All right, so inventory here. And we're going to see here that these are the settings that we saw earlier in our theme editor, right? So show inventory count, low inventory threshold, text style. So we've got show inventory quantity, inventory threshold, text style right there. And we're going to come after this last one right here, show inventory quantity. And after this curly bracket, we're going to create a little bit of extra space, and we're going to copy and paste all of our settings right here. And so we can just format this a little bit, but we'll do that afterwards. For now, we're just going to save. Okay, so we're getting an error. It's probably due to a comma. So you can see here that this previous section with a curly bracket normally has this comma here. So we're going to need to add that comma, and we need that comma between any of these curly brackets. Only the very last one before this square bracket is the one that doesn't need it. Okay, so we're going to try that again. Okay, so now it's saved, and we can go back to our theme editor, and when we refresh, we should see some new settings showing up. All right, so we've got some new settings. This first pair of settings is for the stock status. So we've got hide stock status and an ability to choose the stock icon. So let's show what that could look like. So if I click this, you're going to see here that the status disappears. So why don't I save and give you a quick demo on why we might want that. Okay, so we've refreshed, and we can see here low stock 45 left. But if it's in stock, it doesn't show it. And this way, you're only adding that extra messaging if you want to tell the customer, hey, there's low stock, you should order soon. Right? So that only shows up there. Currently, it'll also show if it's out of stock. So with the way these settings are set, you can pick and choose whether you want the low stock, in stock, or out of stock to show or hide. So in this case, maybe we want to also hide out of stock. And if we save and refresh, right, so it won't show there, and it'll only show up if you want to show the customer, hey, these are low in stock, order soon, right, creating that urgency and scarcity for those products. Okay, so the next set of features that we have added in here is the ability to change the icon of your status. So let's bring these back. And right now it's these circles. But let's say you want to do a different image. We've got these check marks here, so let's add that in. So you put that check mark in there. Now you can show a check mark instead, showing that we've got 500 in stock or 500 available. Same thing with the out of stock. We can say pick this X here. So if we save and go back to our store, we can see here check mark for in stock. Got our X for out of stock. Okay, and now the last feature that we've added in here is to show the back in stock date for any products or variants that are out of stock. So let's toggle this on, and we've got a couple different settings here. The first one is the message you want to show if you do have a back in stock date. And the second one is the date format. Now, before this actually works, we actually have to set the back in stock date, which we haven't done yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to, let's just save first so that we still have that in place. And I can just show you quickly, if we refresh, nothing happens, right? It's still out of stock. So let's come back to our theme editor and let's go to our settings, custom data, variants, and then add definition. And we're going to call this back in stock date. And the namespace and key is going to be automatically generated. Make sure it's exactly as it's shown here because the code is looking for this exact namespace and key. And then we're going to set this as type date. Okay, and then we're going to save. And now if we go back to our product and look for the t-shirt, and then we can edit our variants. So there's a couple ways of doing this. One is just selecting the individual variant and updating it on its own. So if we come down to the bottom, you've got that meta field available, back in stock date. So let's say change that to a week from now. The other way we can do this is we actually can access our meta field in bulk. So we can select our variants, bulk edit, and then we can open up our columns and show the back in stock date. So we can check that if it's not checked. And then we come to the very right, we're going to see that column become available, back in stock date. And we actually have that one that we've set there. So we've set this one to a week from now. Let's actually set one from the past. So let's say you set the back in stock date to sometime in the future. That date has passed and you don't remember exactly that you have put that date in there, and let's say your order has been delayed. So we don't want to have on our store that, you know, it's back in stock someday in the past, but it's still out of stock. So we've mitigated that. So I'll just demo that for you by selecting a date in the past. Okay, so let's save. And then what we're going to do is we're going to refresh. Okay, so let's go back to our extra small, expected back in stock on February 26th. And if we go to the small, where it's back in stock on the 12th, well, the 12th is in the past, so it just doesn't show that date. It'll just show out of stock instead. All right, so if we come back to our settings, we can actually change a couple things, right? So let's say you don't like that date format. You've got a few different options. We can, let's say, use this one. And if you want to use a different phrase, let's say you don't like expected back in stock on, you can just say, let's make this shorter, back in stock on this date. So we can save that, and we can refresh. And if we come back to our extra small, back in stock on February 26th, 2024. So there we have it. We've added the inventory status, and we've also customized it to give you a few extra features. Our last customization is payment options in the cart. You can see here with True Classic Tees that they use this to add trust and reassures customers they can purchase your products safely. This can help reduce abandoned carts and increase your conversion rate. Let's get started. So this is a pretty nice idea to add trust to the cart drawer. And these icons can actually be seen at the footer of the Shopify store by default. If you go into the theme editor and scroll to the bottom, you can select the footer section, and you get these options here. And there's going to be a checkbox that says enable payment icons. So you can actually toggle that on or off. So if yours isn't there, you can just toggle it on by clicking that checkbox right there. But if we go to our cart, so right now it's a cart drawer, it doesn't share those same icons. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add our icons here to the cart drawer. So first, let's go into the themes area, and we're going to edit some code. Now, if you're not comfortable with editing code, don't worry. I'll give you all the steps you need to make this customization. Now, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to duplicate your theme, because if anything goes wrong, you can always revert back to your previous version. Once you've done that, you can go into edit code, and we're going to open the file cart-drawer.liquid. Actually, there's going to be two that come up. One is going to be a section under this section folder, and the other one's under this snippet. So we actually want to open the one in the snippet. You'll know the difference because the cart drawer one just actually points to the snippet. So we'll just click that, and you're going to see all this code here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll to near the bottom, and we can see here that we have this cart drawer element here. And if we scroll up just a little bit, you're going to see here this cart drawer footer div class right here. And so if you click in the right spot, it'll be somewhere between the div and the class. It'll actually highlight the line in a sort of a teal color. And if you scroll down, you're going to see that there's going to be another element that is highlighted. And so those are the matching pairs, and everything in between it is what goes inside of those two div elements. And so once we've found that matching pair, it's going to be actually sort of the third div up. So there's actually 4 here. We're going to go right in between the one that was highlighted, and we're going to insert some code right above it. And so we'll just copy and paste our code right there. And let's go back to the top, and you're going to see there's this style section right there. And we're just going to create some space and paste our code right there. Okay, and so we're just going to save. And now we're going to open the settings schema.json. And then so we're just going to Control F to pull up the search bar, and we're going to look for cart. Okay, and so this is the cart settings. We're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. Similar here, we can kind of see here, we can highlight these curly brackets right before the square bracket. We're going to put a comma there, add some space, and we're going to copy and paste our code. Okay, so let's just save. So we can refresh our page, and once we've refreshed, we can go to our theme settings, scroll down, look for the cart section, and at the very bottom, we see here payment methods, show payment icons. Now, if we come back to our page and refresh, and if we open up our cart, you can see here we've got our payment icons now. And so these payment icons are going to match the ones that are here, and they will be the ones that you've activated on your store that are available payment options for your customers. And so it's as simple as that. Now, you might have noticed that there's this shipping bar at the top here. This was a different customization that we've done in a previous video. So if we add another item, we've unlocked free shipping. If we remove it, then it'll just say how far away we are from free shipping. So if you're interested in that, I'll add a link in the description below to do that customization. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there's also some additional settings in our cart settings that are associated with that shipping progress bar that if you haven't added it in yourself, you won't see these settings. So that's why it might look a little bit different. So you'll just have this color scheme, and then it'll jump to the payment methods without the cart progress bar settings. But if you wanted to add that, I think it's a great customization, so check that one out. Okay, so that was a lot of information, but if you're still watching, then I want to personally thank you. As we mentioned at the beginning of the video, we have a new school community where we can provide more personalized support to you. You get additional customizations, and you'll get marketing strategies to help grow your store. And as an early member, you'll have a say in shaping what direction we move in as we build out more content for it. So check it out. It's the Prompted Insiders School community. Thanks, and I'll see you in the next one.